Chapter 376 Defeat. Sure enough, it is impossible to reason with insects. Su Xia slowly clenched her claws. The muscles of her arms undulated. The dark red scales flashed. And her body was filled with explosive power. He didn't want to fight. But he did as the Romans did, and it wouldn't hurt to have a fight with these two lords. Status is earned after all. Su Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. And her dark red pupils instantly stood up. Her ability to capture vision in the dark was greatly enhanced. At the same time, he took a look at the current approximate data of the body. Name, Els. Race? Current camp, Zerg. Psychic power level, 4.9 growing. TNN particle level, level 51. Remaining life, 100%. Active skills, swallowing. Tracking. Camouflage. Fangs and teeth. Skin strengthening. Reinforced iron bones. Fast running. Camouflage detection. Strengthening swallowing. Powerful jumping. Strong corrosion. Strong venom. Strengthened camouflage. Tail strengthening. Spike. Contact. Void blast. Dark pupil. Madness. Armor piercing claw. Death trample. Furious hammer. The rest of the skills are unlocked with growth. Passive skills. Leader's will. Shadow will. Enhanced perception. Super devouring. Enhanced defense. The rest of the skills are unlocked with growth. Psychic talent 1. Perfect race, evolving. Currently adaptable to Zerg. Psychic talent 2, unlocked. Psychic talent 3, unlocked. Su Xia has never seen so many active skills. This body has more skills than the commander's body and another clone combined. Which is simply unimaginable. As your spiritual power increases, active and passive skills will be unlocked. As if you were born to be a perfect warrior. You know, most of the low-level Zerg in the insect nest are only born with a few simple skills such as bite. Sharp claws, thick armor, venom, etc. Compared with Su Xia's body, other bugs looked like they were born in the slums. He is now confident enough to defeat any challenger in this insect nest. At this time, Xiongda suddenly said, "What's wrong? Els, you have nothing to say. Can you only delay time with silence?" Su Xia smiled. "Xiongda, you have become a lot stronger recently." "Yes, Els, but you shouldn't change the subject." Xiongda stared at him coldly. "I didn't change the subject." Su Xia suddenly opened her palms. And the dark red claws were sharply exposed, shining with a strange cold light in the dark insect nest. He didn't say much, but a surge of fighting spirit spread out, conveying his meaning to the two lords. And this is exactly what the two lords want. Fight? Els, you finally made the right choice. The two lord creatures looked at each other, and their momentum surged. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As long as Su Xia dares to face the battle head-on and assume the leadership position in an upright manner in the Zerg way, then the two of them will have nothing to say. "Come on! Els, let me see your strength!" Xiongya roared, opening his arms and stretching his body. Like an ancient beast. "Go outside!" Su Xia jumped up, vibrated her dark red wings, and with a swishing sound, she headed straight for the exit of the insect nest like a hunting falcon. The two lords had no objections to this, so they took action and followed him out. Seeing this, the other bugs in the nest couldn't sit still, especially those high-level bugs with higher IQs. They all wanted to witness this decisive battle for the leader of the nest. They screamed and roared excitedly, as if they were infected by the surging fighting spirit, and poured out of the insect nest one after another. Fighting is always the #1 topic among the Zerg. However, there are also insects who don't want to see this battle happen. A trace of worry flashed in Agumon's eyes, looking at Su Xia's back as he flew out. He whispered secretly, "Al-Sama's growth time is too short, and he should not collide directly with these two idiots." Fighting is the choice of the barbarian, but the wise should have a better plan. "Agumon, Lord Els understands what you mean, but this is his choice." Next to him, another insect who had read a book said, "Yes, Lord Els wants to use the Zerg method to solve all this." But Agumon walked out of the lair, worried, and watched the battle with the other Zerg creatures. It was night now, and it hadn't rained in this wilderness, but there were a few thin dark clouds floating in the night sky, which dimmed the moonlight. It was impossible for humans to see things clearly in this darkness. But the Zerg are different. Many bugs are born with powerful night vision capabilities. In the beginning, the insect nest in the Oasis camp chose to launch its attack at night for this reason. Under the night in the distance, 3 leader creatures faced each other from a distance. The war is about to break out. "Here we go!" Under the sky, 3 figures collided together instantly. The storm surged, and terrifying growls and roars could be heard. This is not a 2-on-1 fight, but a 3-way melee. Obviously, Xiongda and Xiong'er also want to decide the outcome in a battle. Their last battle was not over, and was forcibly interrupted by the arrival of the queen. Before the battle ended, Xiongda had already gained the upper hand and was about to win the battle. So he was not willing to give in. Xiong'er is also unwilling to give in. As a lord creature, he does not need to live in an ignoble way. Even if he fails, there should be a spectacular ending. Boom! The three figures collided in an instant, past each other, and then turned around suddenly, with great momentum, and continued fighting. Their fighting spirit was high, and they had no intention of backing down. Under the night, the three lord creatures sometimes collided, and sometimes separated. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. The insect's powerful vitality, toughness and ability to withstand blows were fully demonstrated at this moment, which was far beyond the frail flesh and blood of the human race. In just a few minutes, the three of them collided dozens of times, and their blood boiled. They didn't even use their skills. They fought violently in the most primitive way, like fighting beasts in ancient Rome. Boom! The punch hit their bodies hard, as if they hit steel. More than 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly flew out and became the first lord to show his embarrassment in the melee between the three parties. It was Xiong'er, and he was actually beaten away. Logically speaking, the first one should be Su Xia. Roar! Xiong'er roared. His eyes turned blood red and turned into a shadow, and his whole body seemed to blend into the night. At this moment, he took the lead in using his skills. This is the innate advantage of the Shadow Hunter race. They can achieve near-perfect invisibility in the dark and are natural killers. However, his skill is useless against Su Xia and Xiongda. Bah! The bear stretched its wings, opened its fangs, and let out a sharp cry. Invisible sound waves surged out of his throat and reflected off obstacles, helping him determine Xiong'er's position and distance. Su Xia's pupils were erect, dark red, and her eyes were cold, like a hunting wolf. He used the skill Dark Pupil, which greatly enhanced his vision in the dark night, and quickly captured Xiong'er's figure. Xiong'er was just below him on the left side, moving slowly and silently, his arms like long knives flashing with cold light. Brush! He suddenly jumped up, with murderous intent, opened his arms, and headed straight for Su Xia. Obviously, he wants to deal with Su Xia first, and then fight Xiongda again. Until now, he thought Su Xia was the weakest link. At the same time, Xiongda in the sky also swooped down. His speed was extremely fast. His wings whipped up a gust of wind. His sharp claws could penetrate gold and crack rocks. And his target was also Su Xia. At this moment, the two lord creatures joined forces to attack as if they had a tacit understanding. Su Xia's expression did not change. She stretched her wings, suddenly fluttered, and shot straight into the sky. At the next moment, there was a brush, and a cold light flashed across the location where he was before. Xiong'er appeared and swung a fatal knife. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the ability to fly, which is his biggest weakness. Su Xia quickly rose into the air, opened her 5 fingers at the same time, gathered her strength, and shook her hand at Xiong'er below. The void explodes. Boom! The void in front of Xiong'er exploded suddenly, and a strange impact erupted, knocking his body upside down. He couldn't stop himself at all, and finally hit the ground heavily. With a thud, he smashed into a large boulder and rolled several times before stopping. At this time, Su Xia, who was soaring into the sky, collided with Xiongda, who was swooping down. Stab! The sharp claws waved, the cold light flashed, and blood flew everywhere. The two sides fought for an instant, and the gray-black wings and the dark red wings crossed each other, separated in an instant, and flew in different directions. A few seconds later, both parties stabilized their bodies at the same time, suspended under the night. Tick! A drop of blood fell, escaped with the wind, and fell from the sky to the earth. It's Xiongda's blood. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes fierce, staring at the terrifying claw marks in front of him. In that moment of fighting just now, he actually suffered a loss. His claws were blocked by Su Xia, but he failed to block Su Xia's claws, and was almost disemboweled. This wound was bone deep, tearing apart the skin and flesh and fascia, and even leaving deep marks on his bones. Impossible! Xiongda shouted, thinking that he was careless and underestimated his opponent. Not only did he find it impossible, But many insects watching the battle in the distance also found it impossible. In the pure physical collision just now, the two lord creatures did not gain any benefit from Su Xia. Now that she has just started to use her skills, Su Xia actually suppressed Xiong to Xiong Air at the same time and firmly gained the upper hand. This is really incredible. Els is so powerful? Even Agumon, who was most sincere to Su Xia, was stunned, completely unaware of the situation in front of him. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. In fact, the more than 10 minutes of fighting just now was just Su Xia adapting to this body. Now, he has a rough idea of his power. Below, Xiong Air roared. Els, let's fight again. I think so too. Su Xia shouted low. Her wings vibrated, and with a hurricane, she swooped down, her fighting spirit surging, and she went straight to Xiong Air. At the same time, Xiong Day roared. Els, our battle is not over yet. His injury made him extremely angry, so he also swooped down, intending to intercept and kill Su Xia. The two sides were like two meteors falling, heading in the same direction, and were about to collide at the intersection close to the ground. But at this moment, Su Xia suddenly stopped, turned around suddenly, and rushed towards Xiong Da unstoppably. With a loud bang, she punched out her fist. Violent hammer. Xiong opened his mouth wide and didn't even think about dodging. He also used the skill Apocalyptic Whale. This is one of his strongest abilities, and can bring down his opponent almost instantly. Boom! Su Xia's heavy punch hit Xiong Da in front of him. He also did not think of dodging, and directly exchanged injuries for injuries, intending to end this battle in the most violent and fastest way. The next moment, an invisible sound wave penetrated his body, making him feel uncomfortable all over, and his brain felt like there were thousands of needles pricking it. This terrifying cry has helped Xiong to destroy countless opponents. But this time, he miscalculated. Su Xia's expression did not change, as if she was not affected at all. Her fighting spirit was still surging, and she punched him again. Boom! Xiong Da flew out upside down, and the steel-like bones in his chest were smashed to pieces, causing bone fragments to fly. He was shaking violently and twitching, as if even his blood had solidified. At this moment, he fell into a strange stiffness, temporarily losing the power to move. To normal Zerg, this short period of time is nothing. After all, they resist beatings. However, his opponent at this time is Su Xia. Su Xia's speed did not slow down. Her wings flapped, and she chased Xiong Da, who was flying upside down. Before he could react, she grabbed the long gray-black wings behind Xiong Da and tore them apart violently. Stab dash! A harsh sound was heard, and the pair of gray-black wings were torn apart. The skin split, and the fascia attached inside was violently torn off. The bear was in great pain, roared wildly, and regained its ability to move at this moment. He spun wildly in midair, spilling countless blood, trying to throw Su Xia away. But at this time, most of his wings had been torn off. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of Su Xia, and his height was also plummeting. Els! The bear roared furiously, shook violently, and even forcibly tore off most of its split wings. He grabbed the tip of the wing, not caring about the severe pain, and tore it wildly, tearing the skin and bones together, and his whole body was covered in blood. He is quite decisive. Breaking the wings at this moment was equivalent to breaking Su Xia's control. Then, he turned around suddenly and grabbed Su Xia, trying to bring him down from the sky and hit the ground with him. Els, do you think I can be defeated so easily? He roared angrily, cutting Su Xia's scales with his sharp blade, trying to leave scars on Su Xia's body. However, at the next moment, there was only a chi sound, and his chest was instantly pierced, blood dripping, and it was extremely tragic. That was Su Xia's tail, covered with jewel-like dark red scales, extremely sharp and hard, like the spear that penetrated the ancient gods in mythology. With a sharp swish, he swung his tail and threw Xiong Da directly out. With a stabbing sound, the tail whipped out a burst of warm blood, and the blood flowed on the surface of the delicate scales, giving it a slightly weirder aura. Ah! The bear roared unwillingly and hit the ground below hard, creating a deep pit in the ground. But Su Xia ignored him at all and rushed down towards Xiong Air on the other side. Come on! Els! Even though he saw Xiong Da's tragic situation, Xiong Air was not afraid at all. His fighting blood was surging. He opened his arms, did not take a step back, and faced Su Xia's impact head-on. These two arms, which are like long knives, can pierce through cracked gold and stone, and can even cut off a body of steel. They are his greatest support. As long as he can get close, he will be confident to defeat Su Xia. Boom! The two sides collided violently, and Xiong'er flew backwards. He rolled several times in the air to stabilize his body, and then landed firmly on the ground. With a bang, his legs exerted force, and he disappeared into the shadows in an instant, approaching Su Xia in the darkness. All it takes is one knife. This sword can decide the outcome. This is the belief of the Shadow Hunter race. In front, Su Xia did not dodge or use any skills to repel Xiong'er. She calmly watched him approach her and wave his knife. Brush! The cold light suddenly appeared. This knife was extremely strange, as if it came from another world. Xiong'er was full of confidence and used 100% of his strength. This was his peak sword. Even Xiong'da had to avoid it. After all, each race has different talents. You cannot use your own weaknesses to compete with the other party's strengths. However, in the next moment, Xiong'er suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared straight ahead. He saw Su Xia's eyes were cold, and she stretched out her palms without any extra defense, and directly grasped his two swords. She! The blade cut through the delicate dark red scales, cut off the scales, penetrated deep into the flesh, and embedded heavily into the bones of the palm. Blood dripped, drop after drop, onto the dry earth. Next, no matter how hard Xiong'er tried, his blade could no longer move forward and was stuck in the flesh and bones. His almost perfect assassination sword could not even cut off Su Xia's palm. At this moment, he couldn't even retreat. His arms were tightly held by Su Xia. Unless he broke this part like Xiong'da did, he couldn't break free. The next moment, a cold voice came from Su Xia's mouth and floated to Xiong'er's ears. You lose. Chapter 377 The Birth of a King. You lose. 3 light words sounded like thunder in Xiong'er's ears. Failure came too quickly for him to accept. This is his racial talent. Why could Su Xia's palms block his racial advantage? In Xiong'er's view, Su Xia is just a primitive insect that has taken a divergent path in evolution. The life levels of both parties are equal. You? Xiong'er roared. The energy in his body rioted. He exploded with all his strength, and pressed down violently. He doesn't believe everything he sees, and he wants to chop these illusions to pieces. However, no matter how hard he tried, his sharp swords would not move at all. Su Xia held him tightly, without changing her expression, not taking a step back, not even bending her arms, and forcefully received his full blow. Is this your talent? Su Xia exerted a little force. Her muscles all over her body became strong, and the dark red scales on her arms undulated, full of explosive power. Then, the 2 knives that were pressed down were lifted up little by him. Under his power, Xiong'er felt severe pain in his arms, as if they were about to be broken. But he was powerless, not even able to break free. How did you become so strong? Xiong'er's voice was hoarse, and he stared at Su Xia. At this moment, he felt all of Su Xia's spiritual energy fluctuations, which were already close to level 5. Much stronger than him. This was incredible to him. You know, during the battle between the 2 insect nests, Su Xia had barely broken through to level 4. Doesn't he have a limit on what he can eat, and can digest as much as he eats? I think you should have the answer in your heart. Su Xia did not answer directly, but said to Xiong'er. He needs to maintain a sense of mystery, and let Xiong'er guess slowly. Every leader needs to maintain a certain degree of mystery to his subordinates. If he is exposed too much, he will easily lose the aura of the leader. Su Xia relaxed her palms slightly, retracted her strength, and no longer held Xiong'er's arms. Tick! Drops of blood dripped down his claws. There was no fishy smell like other bug blood, and the smell was very light. It can be seen that on his palms, there are 2 deep wounds visible to the bone, which were made by Xiong'er's arms. If Xiong'er strikes again, maybe he can cut off both of his palms? But it's just maybe. My talent. Xiong'er slowly took several steps back, lowered his head, and looked at his sharp arms that were like long knives. His arms were dark brown, narrow and slender, and wrapped in a layer of extremely hard exoskeleton. He had relied on this talent to become the leader of the insect nest. But now, an unspeakable emotion was swirling in Xiong'er's heart. There was frustration, disbelief, and a hint of pain. It was so complicated and entangled that he didn't know what to do next. Keep fighting? Even his strongest move failed. What chance did he have? Su Xia was right in front, seeming to be waiting for him to make a choice. She didn't pursue the victory. Nor did she show any other signs. Xiong'er lowered his head, and after a while, he spoke with difficulty. Els, your strength is beyond my expectation. I apologize for my previous arrogance. His arm slowly dropped, not choosing to fight anymore. When Su Xiao's proud talent was shattered, the outcome of this battle was already determined. In the past, he might have fought to the death. Even if he was defeated, he would not admit defeat. Even if he died, he would still cause harm to his opponent. But now, he has one more belief: he wants to continue to serve the queen and rebuild the glory of the Zerg for the queen. Therefore, he cannot die yet. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't die in the internal fighting of the insect nest. It would be better to die in a vigorous battle with the mechanical tribe. At this moment, a roar came from the distant land. Els, our battle is not over yet. It was Xiong'da, who had lost most of his wings and roared, running wildly on the ground, blood spreading all over the ground, and heading straight for Su Xia. He was like a wild beast. His body was much stronger than Su Xia's, and his wings were more than 10 meters wide even if they were torn off, which was enough to play the leading role in some monster movies. As he ran, the whole earth seemed to be shaking and rumbling. Under the cover of night, his huge body that kept approaching felt extremely oppressive. The vitality of the Zerg is quite strong. Xiong'da still refuses to admit defeat. He wants to continue fighting. He thinks there is still a chance. He will fight until he is exhausted. The battle will not end until one party falls completely. However, Su Xia didn't want to waste time. Boom! His speed increased. He jumped up high, and then fell quickly, heading straight towards the rushing Xiong'da. Active skill. Death trample. The bear roared loudly, intertwined his claws in front of him, emitted sound waves from his mouth, and rioted with energy all over his body, trying to block the blow. But with a click, both of his claws were stepped on and cracked. And finally they were severed on the spot. Boom! Su Xia stepped heavily on Xiong'da's chest, which was unstoppable. It was like a divine punishment from heaven, and Xiong'da fell to the ground on the spot. There was a penetrating injury on Xiong'da's chest, caused by Su Xia's tail before, and the injury never healed. Now being trampled like this, the bones in the entire chest were cracked, and there were constant popping sounds, and he was seriously injured. He struggled desperately, his huge body shaking violently, trying to get up from the ground again. But Su Xia's eyes were cold. Her wings fluttered, and her feet exerted force again, directly trampling his broken bones into his internal organs, making him unable to get up again. If it were a human being, and it was not a life-and-death fight, Su Xia would not have caused such serious injuries to him. But this is a bug. Su Xia is not worried about Xiong'da's death. This injury will heal in a short time. Later, he said the same 3 words to Xiong'da. You lose. 3 very ordinary words floated gently to Xiong'da's ears. His whole body was shaken, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and seemed to want to attack Su Xia. But Su Xia's face was expressionless, and with just a slight force under her feet, Xiong'da's body twitched. Aren't you convinced? Su Xia looked down at him coldly. Su Xia had completely different attitudes towards these 2 lord creatures during the battle. He attacked Xiong'er lightly, and after blocking his talent, he did not cause too much damage to him, allowing Xiong'er to think about it. Xiong'er was originally the weaker side. Even if he was unwilling to give in, his emotions would not be as strong as Xiong'da's. Xiong'da is different. During these days, he always felt that he was the most powerful among the 3-headed lord creatures. Once the war starts, the final winner will definitely be him. Therefore, after the failure, the unwillingness in his heart will be much stronger than that of Xiong'er. Until now, he is still looking for opportunities to try to resist Su Xia. Click! Su Xia didn't give him a chance, and kicked again with such force that it directly crushed a large number of bones in Xiong'da's neck. The bear was unwilling to give in, roaring and struggling desperately. But, soon, a dark red tail covered with scales slowly moved forward and touched the front of his head. An icy chill ran down his tail, carrying a hint of death. I'll give you a choice. Don't let me down. Su Xia looked at him indifferently. If Xiong'da is unwilling to surrender, then there is no point in keeping him. It is best to kill him now. Otherwise he will become a disaster sooner or later. You? Xiong'da roared in a low voice. His voice was already hoarse, and a string of blood bubbles appeared in his throat. He knew very well that his life and death depended on Su Xia's thoughts. The choice should have been in Su Xia's hands. However, Su Xia gave him this choice, and let him choose by himself. Life or death. Or to put it another way, surrender or die. Xiongda's body was trembling. Not because of fear, but because his emotions were extremely agitated, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. He was entangled, struggling, fighting with his heart, and trying to convince his past self. Once he surrenders, he must lower his proud head. Su Xia looked at him quietly, not in a hurry, and gave him enough time to continue thinking. Xiongda struggled for much longer than Xiong'er. But no matter how he struggled, he lost if he lost. According to the rules of the Zerg and what they had said before, he must bow to Su Xia. After a long time, he finally stopped struggling. His whole body relaxed. His head hung on the ground. And he said hoarsely, I have always surrendered to the Queen and never changed. Okay. If you are loyal to the Queen, you are loyal to me. Su Xia did not study the question in his words. She flapped her wings and slowly lifted into the air, no longer controlling Xiongda's body. At this moment, a shocking sound erupted from the insect nest. Roar! A group of insects roared and roared to the sky. Seeing the returning Su Xia, no matter which ethnic group, they all fell into an almost fanatical state. They witnessed the birth of a leader with their own eyes. This was different from the last appointment by the Queen. He was killed with his own hands and spoke with absolute strength. Su Xia flew outside the insect nest, waving her wings gently, slowly lowering her height, and landed on the boulder in the center amidst the crazy roars of countless insects. He looked stern and opened his arms, as if to welcome the cheers of many insects. At this moment, he completely won the recognition of the two insect nests. Ho 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 ho! The insects screamed one after another, looking at Su Xia on the boulder. Her eyes were full of reverence and enthusiasm, as if she could die for him immediately. In the distance, Xiong'er walked slowly. Seeing this scene, he remained silent and stood aside with his head lowered. Agumon also stood nearby, but did not lower his head. Like other insects, his eyes were full of admiration, and he kept looking at Su Xia high up. With a powerful and wise leader like Su Xia, the future of the Zerg in this area will surely become brighter and brighter. The dark clouds in the sky drifted away, and a piece of moonlight fell, pouring on Su Xia, shrouding him, giving him a hazy temperament. Agumon was shocked and blinked. In a daze, he seemed to have seen a new king. In his heart, the Queen has always had a supreme status that no Zerg can match. But now, he suddenly felt, maybe Su Xia will grow into a new king who is no less than a queen. He shook his head and quickly gave up the idea. The Queen is the only creature, and there can be no equal to her. In the distance, Xiongda climbed up from the ground, looking at the enthusiasm and cheers here, with complicated eyes, shaking the blood on his body, and slowly walked over dragging his injured body. From today on, he and Xiong'er must obey Su Xia's command. Unless he can defeat Su Xia one day, he will always live in Su Xia's shadow. Else, I will defeat you one day. Xiong'er is not completely convinced. He will not be reduced to waste by one failure. He will continue to grow and devour crazily until he completely surpasses Su Xia. He wants the Queen to see that he is the best. Su Xia was quite aware of Xiongda's little thoughts, but Su Xia ignored it. In fact, this is what he wants to see. He hoped that this Lord creature could become stronger as soon as possible. Xiongda's talent is very good, much better than Xiong'er's. It is certain that he will become a level 5 creature in the future, which can provide him with a lot of help. It was impossible for Su Xia to do everything by herself. Agumon under his command had a good mind but lacked strength, while Xiongda had good combat power. Xiongda breathed out a breath of blood foam with difficulty. He moved slowly, and walked for a long time before reaching Xiong'er's side. The two lord creatures looked at each other, and said nothing. Compared with the enthusiasm and screams around them, the two losers seemed a little out of place, as if they had become two creatures on the edge of the insect nest. At this moment, they suddenly heard Su Xia's voice. I will give you a chance. You can challenge me at any time. Their bodies trembled, and they raised their heads, and saw Su Xia's cold eyes on the boulder. Xiongda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Su Xia with burning eyes. Els, this is what you said. Well, I keep my word. Good. After receiving Su Xia's promise, the two lord creatures had firm eyes, and made up their minds. In this way, this leadership battle has officially come to an end. The time was not as long as expected. The battle process was simple and violent. Only about 10 minutes in total. Su Xia stood on the boulder, and immediately began to arrange the follow-up. The machine tribe may conduct a large-scale manhunt in this wasteland, and it will be difficult in the next period of time. As soon as he opened his mouth, the surrounding insects immediately became silent and raised their heads to listen to his command. The position created is much more reliable than the one gained through connections. When Su Xia spoke before, there were not so many bugs who raised their heads to listen to him. But at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly came from a distance, interrupting his words. As expected of elves, the creature selected by the queen herself is different. Su Xia frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. There is a dead tree there. The moonlight fell, and in the shadow of the dead tree stood a rickety monster. The monster had a slender head, thick limbs, and a rugged carapace. It was colored like earth and stone, and looked like an upright armadillo. This is also a Zerg creature, but it has not evolved according to the normal trajectory. The Queen's messenger? Su Xiao looked at him and asked. No, I'm just a subordinate of Lord Freyr. The creature replied calmly. Lord Freyr is also the envoy personally chosen by Her Majesty the Queen. Just like you. Elves. What's the matter? Lord Freyr hopes that our two groups can join forces. We are both in the southwestern region of the continent and will eventually meet each other. So let me inform you in advance. Join forces? Yes. The bug walked out of the shadows, revealed its full face, and said to Su Xia, working together, we can control the Zerg in the entire southwest region as quickly as possible. Su Xia looked calm and continued to ask him how to join forces. The insect replied, Elves, you lead your tribe. Control the new insect nests in several surrounding cities, and then lead them to join Lord Freyr's tribe. So? Hearing this, Su Xia suddenly smiled. This is not called joining forces. This is called annexation. Chapter 378 Angry Mercer. This is not called joining forces. What is the difference between directly joining the other party's ethnic group and annexing it? This guy's calculations were so loud that people on the other side of the world could hear them. Elves, you misunderstood what I meant. The bug said, after joining Lord Freyr's tribe, your tribe will still obey your command, but they will need to join forces to fight when necessary. Really? Su Xia asked him. Yes. No strings attached? Perhaps after this union, we can slowly negotiate these conditions. Then why can't Friel join my tribe? Su Xia asked. Everyone is mixed in the southwest region. Whoever joins is not the same. No. No. This is different. The insect answered immediately, with a sense of confidence in his tone. Elves, what you don't know is that Master Freyr's group is much larger than yours. If he leads his group to join your group, the insect hives under my command will definitely not be convinced. Oh, do you think the insect hives under my command will be convinced? The insect paused for a moment, and then said to Su Xia, Elves, you are a smart creature. Do you really want me to explain? Su Xia smiled lightly. Go back. I don't think about the alliance now. Hearing this, the insect's voice deepened. Elves, our two groups will eventually meet. You should think about it more. After all, you still have a chance to think about it now. Why don't you leave and want me to give you a ride? Su Xia put away her smile and her face turned cold. No need. The insect immediately turned around, jumped into the grass about half a man's height, got down on all fours, ran quickly, and quickly disappeared into the night. He sensed a hint of murderous intent in Su Xia, and he might not be able to leave if he didn't leave. As for the purpose of his coming this time, he has already achieved it. Next, it depends on how Su Xia chooses. At this time, Xiong'er on the side suddenly said, Elves, I'm going to kill him. Su Xia slowly shook her head. The visitor is a guest. Even if he is a bad guest, there is no need to take action. Let him go. These lord creatures are very smart, and they naturally understood the meaning of each other's words. That Fu Rui has great ambitions. He has made it clear that he wants to annex Su Xia's power and wants Su Xia to become one of his subordinates. You know, Su Xia, like him, is the Queen's personally chosen messenger. Where does he have the confidence to annex Su Xia? Agumon stepped forward and said to Su Xia, Lord Els, I know this Friel. Oh, tell me. Su Xia said, he was selected by the Queen earlier than you. Agumon said, therefore, his development time has been longer than yours. Now he has more than 10 medium-sized insect nests under his command, especially the new ones. Shao, his overall strength far exceeds ours. As for his individual strength, if the news is correct, he became a level 5 creature very early and once fought against Lord Haidar. Fought with Haidar? What was the result? Lost, but held on for a long time. That's it. Su Xia touched her chin and thought seriously. The octopus monster Haidar is so powerful that even Mercer praised him. Although Su Xia had never fought him directly, Mercer's attitude alone showed how powerful the octopus monster was. Su Xia knew very well that he was able to defeat Mercer this time only by using unexpected tricks. His true strength was still far behind, and he was no match for him in a head-on battle. The next time they meet, Mercer will definitely be prepared. And it won't be so easy. Lord Els, we need to prepare early, Agumon said. Well, that's right. Su Xia nodded. What else do you know? We are all in the southwestern region of the continent. But Friel's group is located further southwest. That is, in the southwest mountainous area. We are located in the northeast direction, far away from him. And there will be no direct intersection for the time being. Agumon did his duty and collected a lot of information for Su Xia. Xiong suddenly interrupted. Els, he may challenge you directly. Yes, this possibility cannot be ruled out, Xiong said. Els, as long as I defeat you, I will be recognized by the insect nest in this area. This is the easiest way. Just as the two of them challenged Su Xia, Fury might also challenge him. The relationship between Zerg is that simple. There aren't too many complicated issues. If we can't agree on anything, just have a fight. Lord Els, maybe you should contact the Queen. You and Friel are both the Queen's envoys. Agumon suggested that he go to the Queen for help to buy Su Xia time to develop. Su Xia's development time was too short, and that Friel had the first mover advantage. Before, when Su Xia communicated with the octopus monster Haidar, she was told that there are more than 10 envoys chosen by the Queen on every continent in this world. If these messengers all want to annex newcomers and disrupt the rules and order, then where is the majesty of the Queen? Now, Su Xia only has 2 medium-sized insect nests under his command, and the overall strength is quite weak. What he needs most is time. I will find a way to seal the insect nest first. Su Xia gave the order and temporarily hid deep underground for half a month according to the previous plan. He had a premonition that in the past half-month, the entire southwest region would be filled with mechanical creatures. Even if Fury really wanted to challenge him, he wouldn't have chosen this time. Things in the wilderness here are over for now. On the other side, the wilderness south of Seahorse City, Su Xia was still flying above the clouds, slowly, and had not yet gotten rid of her weak state. Just now, 2 air superiority combat robots flew past him at extremely fast speeds, like 2 sharp blades piercing the sky. Buzz! The roar of their engines was deafening, echoing across the sky. The Machine Tribe and 0 Point Tavern have exchanged information. Both parties know that Su Xia may have the ability to become invisible, and necessary means must be used to force him out. Therefore, the 2 robots released a lot of bombs during their flight, creating a rumble and smoke. However, they are weak and cannot cover the entire area. The wilderness was too big. It was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to hunt down Su Xia with just one city's mechanical warriors. So other surrounding cities began to take action. Currently, a large number of aerial mechanical warriors from other cities are arriving quickly. Ground troops followed closely and were responsible for sealing off various areas. Su Xia was not in a hurry. He controlled the scalpel, forceps, hemostatic forceps, and other tools to slowly treat his injuries and pinch out the fragments from his body bit by bit. The final result was astonishing. He actually removed more than 100 fragments from his body. No wonder I feel so uncomfortable. Su Xia sighed. She had never suffered such a serious injury since she came to this world. An ordinary person would have died dozens of times. He did not throw away these fragments, but carefully collected them. If you can completely defeat the Machine Tribe in the future, these fragments will be the best metals, and you can use them to brag to your friends when drinking. While he was mending his wounds, more than a dozen air superiority combat robots flew around him, looking for him. Look for it slowly. Su Xia looked at their retreating figures, feeling calm. Next, most of the southernmost cities will enter a state of semi-lockdown, especially in coastal areas. It's not easy to get in. Su Xia needs perfect disguise skills. The scarlet crystal he owns has a limit on the time it can be used every day. He cannot use another face 24 hours a day and needs to wear a mask many times. Fortunately, in this Buried Bones in a Foreign Land mission, the stage reward contains what Su Xia needs: a crystal energy suppressor. The current stage of this task is to settle the 3 family members of Haima City. After Su Xia rescued Su Qi from the landfill, The current stage was completed, and rewards were automatically distributed. However, he was too busy doing the spin-off mission, buried deep in hell, so he never had time to watch it. Now that he was finally free, he clicked on the reward column and looked at the 2 reward items. The first item was the experience book he had been thinking about. Battleship Driving Experience Book contains the experience and knowledge of many legendary captains. After using it, you will quickly grow from a novice to an experienced pilot. This thing is similar to the Pharmacist's Experience Book. After using it, it directly instills various knowledge into the brain. As time goes by, this knowledge will slowly integrate with Su Xia. Su Xia has used 2 Pharmacist's Experience Book before, and has benefited a lot. She has overtaken others in a corner. The current pharmacist's skills are better than those of the 2 Beatitudes. She is steadily moving towards the 5th level pharmacist. There is still a lot of knowledge that she has not yet learned. Complete digestion. He clicked, remove, and immediately had a golden book in his hand. Using it now? An option appears. Looking at the options, Su Xia thought carefully. The first 2 times he used the experience book, his brain felt dizzy, swollen and painful. Now his physical condition is very bad, and he cannot be careless. So he clicked no, and put it in the storage space for future use. Then he took out another reward. Chaos Crystal Energy Suppressor suppresses the power of Chaos Crystal, allowing the owner to use the crystal for a long time. A bracelet? Su Xia held it in her hand and observed it carefully. This thing seems to be carved from some kind of stone. Not like a technological product. The surface is dark, somewhat smooth, and feels cold to the touch, like obsidian from the earth. After wearing it on her hand, Su Xia got a hint. You have worn a crystal energy suppressor, and can use the power of Chaos Crystal for a long time. Note, please be careful when using crystals. This power is external to you after all. Do not rely too much on it, and do not absorb the chaotic energy in it. Su Xia tapped lightly between his eyebrows, and a scarlet crystal fell on his palm. It is this thing that can help him achieve perfect disguise. According to the description, this crystal is actually a special ore, and the energy in it is extremely attractive to ordinary creatures. In the starry sky, some civilizations call this crystal the Whisper of the Devil, because once exposed to it for too long, it is easy to hallucinate, see some strange and inexplicable sights, or hear some strange sounds. Some scientists believe that this kind of crystal may carry some special factors that cannot be detected if it is exposed to cosmic rays for a long time, so it can cause hallucinations in people. This statement has been supported by many people. After all, many astronauts also experience symptoms such as visual and auditory hallucinations after staying in deep space for a long time. The universe is too vast and strange. There are still many unsolved mysteries. The existing civilization may not be able to analyze all the secrets of this boundless starry sky after hundreds of millions of years. Su Xia slowly pressed it towards the center of her eyebrows. The crystal merged with the current character and immediately received a new prompt. Do you want to redesign the character disguise? Su Xia immediately clicked yes, and began to make up her new identity. He changed his appearance to an ordinary one, adjusted his character description to businessman, made up a new life, and lowered his psychic level to 2.1. After doing all this, he adjusted his direction, looked at the big map, and rushed to Conch City without stopping. At the same time, a wave of public opinions and hot topics are fermenting throughout the southwest region. The earth-shattering army of the machine tribe shocked countless people. All kinds of speculations, conjectures, and gossips are flying everywhere. Since the end of the large-scale war between the 2 races, the machine race has never dispatched such a large army. A photo titled, Angry Mercer, has been widely circulated in various underground networks. Various organizations want to know why this powerful mechanical creature is angry. I heard that Mercer also appeared in Seahorse City before, responsible for stopping the masked stranger. But he was defeated by the masked stranger. Impossible. Who did you listen to? That's Mercer. Even if he is fighting alone, he can hang up the masked monster and beat him. Not to mention that he has the support of the mechanical army behind him. The masked man is probably cold now. Some people mentioned Su Xia, but most of them thought that Su Xia was not enough to make this legendary creature so angry. Maybe something more serious had happened. But they looked through history, checked the information, and looked for all the information about Mercer. But they really couldn't find a reason to make Mercer angry. You know, Mercer is one of the Lord's most trusted subordinates. His anger often represents the anger of the mechanical tribe. On this planet today, is there any other person or organization that can make the mechanical race feel angry? There are not many organizations worthy of the machine tribe's serious attention. Time passed slowly, and it came to 7 o'clock in the morning. The sky was bright, and the night was leaving. However, the storm did not subside, but intensified. What exactly do the machine tribe do? Are they looking for something? Are they really masked strangers who escaped? Many people stay up late until their eyes are red, but they still don't want to sleep and want to wait until the conclusion comes out. However, this matter has been blocked too strictly by the Machine Clan, and no accurate news has been released yet. All the news circulating on the internet is deliberately fabricated to attract attention. During this period, Su Xiao went offline to have breakfast, and took a look at the player forum to basically understand what happened in the game and the current public opinion situation. Hey, Mercer's photo. That picture, Angry Mercer, was also circulated on the player forum. Su Xiao clicked on it and zoomed in. The background of the photo was the night sky of Coral City, with a blurry figure in the sky. It can be seen that the figure is silver gray overall, which is different from Mercer's regular body. It looks like another metal-free clone. There are so many clones of Mercer. Fortunately, we were not besieged this time. Su Xiao rubbed her eyebrows, deeply aware of the difficulty of the mechanical tribe. Normal flesh and blood creatures can be killed in one kill, but the top brass of the mechanical clan are not able to kill them, especially the top ones, who have a steady stream of clones. This is the real cheating, which is almost unsolvable in the real world. Chapter 379. The target runs away. The mechanical race is composed of countless individuals of mechanical creatures, but they can be regarded as a whole. The Divine Lord Ivor connects them. If the entire mechanical network cannot be destroyed, they can regenerate again and again, fighting the enemy with infinite lives until the enemy completely collapses. From a human perspective, how to defeat such an opponent? It's so difficult. There's no way, unless another race can be found that can be resurrected infinitely. Can the player do it? Su Xiao wandered around the forum for a while, browsing through various posts, and found that most of the players were still watching the show. What can drive most players to take action is sufficient interest. Since the launch of the game, the first few batches of players have basically figured out the survival rules of this game. Many people have summarized basic information such as the general worldview, camp rivalries, racial divisions, organizational forces, machine types, promotion routes, body modification projects, etc., and put them in the forum, and the administrators have refined them and pinned them to the top for newcomers to browse and watch. Newbies entering the game now can avoid many of the mistakes experienced players have made. You know, this game is quite cruel, and if you make a mistake, you may face the risk of losing your account. Similarly, the organizational forces in the game also have a clear understanding of the players. Many organizations have circulated books such as Understanding the Undead in 2 Hours, How to Deal with the Undead, Appreciation of the Undead Beauty, and so on. After in-depth understanding, various organizations also open their recruitment doors to attract players to join with sufficient benefits. The first group of players to join have now become spokespersons for both worlds. They will post new posts on the forum to attract more players to their respective organizations. Legendary Investigation Team Recruiting. Are you tired of your boring daily life? Are you tired of fighting monsters day after day? If so, then come and join the Legendary Investigation Team. We walk between the weird and the absurd. We travel through the temples of mysterious religions and the crypts of ancient evil spirits. We fight against the deep shadows with courage, and defeat the madness of death with perseverance. The Revenant Hunter team is recruiting new members. Do you long for buried treasures in the middle of nowhere? Do you want to be the next Indiana Jones? Do you want to experience it? Northern Sailing Club recruitment. Do you want to see the majesty of the sea? Hey, a mercenary union is recruiting new members. Sun Foundation recruits new members. The Fire Expendables recruits new members. Su Xia dragged the mouse wheel and looked over, and saw that there were more than 30 new recruitment posts that had been enhanced. These more than 30 organizations are all large and medium-sized organizations that are somewhat famous in the game. Although they are not as good as the Lincoln Tavern, they can still be called regional hegemons. Whether you are a player who loves adventure and wants to explore mysteries, or a player who likes stability and does not like to fight and kill, you can find your favorite organization. More and more mysterious maps are being explored. Most of those secret areas earlier have been made public, and even the Oasis camp cannot escape. Su Xia soon saw a post related to the Oasis camp. I finally discovered this legendary newbie map. Please pin it. After experiencing 9 deaths, climbing over 99 mountains, and going through 81 hardships, the 4 of us, the master and the apprentice, finally arrived at the legendary Oasis camp. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. The question is, why does Commander Beifong sleep in the warehouse all day? When will he teach skills publicly? Can I still learn the skill, Titan Affinity, now? If not, it's good to learn some ordinary skills. I have longed for the 3-piece ordinary punches and the 3-piece swordsmanship set. He actually complained about Su Xia sleeping all day long. Su Xia didn't want to sleep, but it was too tiring to control 3 bodies at the same time. He was not a mechanical creature, so he couldn't handle it in many ways. Moreover, Dragon City's academics and research institutes are still arguing over the issue of whether to awaken aliens at the new Oasis camp. Su Xia hid in the old camp and slept every day, just to be clean. He scrolled the mouse and continued reading. The poster of this post also complained about the brothers Imo Zheng and Imo Zhan. These 2 uncles are actually recruiters of Beifong organization. They do nothing all day, just lie in front of the base to bask in the sun, and often get close to female players. It really makes people question the discipline of the Beifong organization. After defeating Anlan last time, there has been little movement in the Beifong organization. Could it be that it is internally corrupted? Su Xia raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect this player to be so interested in the Beifong organization. Thinking about it, most of the players who came all the way to the Oasis camp were attracted by the word North Wind. As for the decay issue mentioned in the post, Su Xia is not worried. This organization has grown up through the experience of iron and blood. Even if it does decay, it will only happen after many years. He closed this post and continued to read other posts. Now the entire forum is talking about masked weirdos. But there's nothing new there. After browsing for a while, Su Xia closed the forum and returned to the game. Wilderness. Early morning. Sunny. After a night of heavy rain, the entire sky seemed to have been washed. As clean as a blue mirror. Su Xia crossed the horizon, free and unrestrained, like a swift, breathing the fresh air after the rain. He is recovering to his peak. The weakness caused by the explosive potion has been reduced by 60%, and most of the wounds on his body have healed. Boom! Several combat robots flew across the sky in the distance, leaving long traces. The mechanical air forces are extremely fast, and mechanical air forces from several cities have already arrived to join this rare large-scale manhunt. Every few minutes, you can see mechanical creatures flying by. The most recent time, there was a mechanical creature less than 100 meters away from Su Xia, but he did not find Su Xia's figure. Under the full coverage of nanorobots, Su Xia achieved perfect invisibility. On the ground, the mechanical tribe's troops continued to follow up. Many players on the forum reported that when they were hunting monsters and treasures in the wilderness, they were violently searched by the mechanical tribe. Many players who tried to resist were killed directly and died tragically. Because of this action, the entire southwest region was covered in blood, and the situation became increasingly tense. Su Xia understood that it was not only Mercer's anger that led to the large-scale action of the machine tribe. And the gun! Back then, a legendary creature in the Lingian Tavern, the Gun King Francis, was hunted by the Machine Clan. Many people don't know the reason, thinking that the Gun King killed an important member of the Machinery Clan or sabotaged some of the Machinery Clan's activities. Only a few people know that it may be related to the gun. Later, the Gun King disappeared, and the legend about him was gradually forgotten by time. The Machine Tribe wants the product of alien civilization, and they recognize this gun. Su Xia looked at the god-killing gun in the storage space. They want to get information about alien civilization from me. The rise of the machine race is related to alien civilization. Now, they are placing their hopes of exploring deep space on extraterrestrial civilizations. It is said that in the deduction of the mechanical tribe, in another 100 years, the resources of this planet will be irreparably exhausted, and they must find a suitable resource star to migrate within 100 years. The exhaustion in their deduction refers to the fact that they can no longer feed the insects and cannot extract any more psychic energy. Once it is confirmed that Su Xia is related to alien civilization, they will launch an endless pursuit of Su Xia. Su Xia can be sure that his priority within the mechanical clan must be quite high now. Much higher than ordinary people imagine. With so many mechanical creatures serving one person, only he can enjoy this blessing. You have to be extremely careful next time. He clicked on map to check how far it was from Conch City. According to speculation, he will arrive at Conch City around 1 o'clock this afternoon. It should be too late. I hope Onloa Company won't move so fast. Su Xia silently calculated the time. On the forum just now, players from many cities posted that a large truck with the logo of Onloa Company entered their city, and they did not know what was loaded in the truck. Obviously, Kaiba City is not the only one. The machine race has already made plans to install stand devices in every city. As time goes by, the sun in the sky becomes brighter and brighter. Soon, it was 12 o'clock noon. Su Xia's body completely recovered. Her wounds disappeared. Her skin was as smooth as white jade. And her whole body was full of powerful strength. The recovery of his strength allowed him to continue to accelerate much faster than expected. Arrived soon at destination. Su Xia lowered her height and slowed down. And a salty sea breeze blew in her face, carrying the warmth of the sun. Quack quack. Many seagulls flew past him, making strange cries and gathering in groups, as if they were looking for food. You can see a few seagulls holding fresh French fries in their beaks. Conch City, a prosperous port city. The blue waves rolled and hit the nearby pier, setting off waves. Huge red cranes are lined up next to the dock, like steel giants. At the feet of the giants are busy port workers and small transportation machinery. The flute sound of the giant ship echoed on the sea surface. The sound was extremely penetrating and shocking. Woo 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 dash! In peaceful years, the flutes of these 10,000-ton ships represent economy and prosperity, and are the favorite sounds of many capitals and workers. They travel back and forth between the two continents, crossing the vast ocean, like a link between the two worlds, transporting priceless resources, standing high in the sky and overlooking the city. The scene is shocking. The vitality of this city far exceeds any city Su Xia has ever seen in this world. It is like a young man full of vigor and vitality, living up to his youthful years. The transportation network extending in all directions is its blood vessel. The pipelines are constantly flowing with traffic and people, unabashedly showing its strength and prosperity to the outside world. Looking into the city from the pier, one can see tall buildings rising from the ground, row upon row of buildings, and the glass on the exterior walls of the building shines with an enchanting halo. It is said that everyone can realize their own life value in this wealthy city. This is one of the representatives of the rapid post-war economic growth. And it is also a place where countless money and banknotes gather. The docks bring not only materials, but also a steady stream of rich people. The number of wealthy people in this city exceeds the sum of all the cities Su Xia has visited before. In the eyes of young people who want to strive, this is a place where brilliance and beautiful dreams are weaved. And it is the most beautiful place to realize their ideals. Woo 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 dash! Another giant cruise ship is about to dock. People on the cruise ship are cheering, waving hats or handkerchiefs in their hands. And everyone has a bright smile on their face. That's people from another continent, coming here to find their dreams. They have this saying about this city: the floor tiles here are all paved with gold, and the sewers are flowing with fragrant red wine. Therefore, many people come here from far away just to find their own opportunities. Unfortunately, dreams and reality are often separated by a thin layer of paper. After arriving, they will find that the floor tiles here are not made of gold. In fact, many of the streets here don't have tiles at all. They're there to lay them. Brush. Su Xia landed on the top of a tall building, stretched her body, and looked into the distance. The sea in the distance was deep. For someone like him who grew up in the mainland, the opportunity to see the sea is quite rare. The fresh sea breeze is refreshing. After a night of brutal and bloody battles, he needed a good rest in this environment most now. However, at the next moment, he saw something familiar: the stand device. The installation started so soon? Su Xia's heart sank, and her only mood to appreciate the sea view was gone. Not far away, the roof of a building, more than a dozen people in blue uniforms are working together to install a huge piece of machinery. Conch City has a developed economy, and its urban area is far larger than other cities. So 9 devices are definitely not enough. The one in front of you is just one of dozens of devices being installed. After what happened in Seahorse City, Onlua Company and the Machinery Clan stopped hiding it and installed it directly in the open, not caring whether it would be seen by others. This thing really ruins the scenery. Su Xia took a deep breath. Time is running out now, and she must get the anti-position device as soon as possible. He clicked on the mission and checked the location of the mission target. The mission target is 1.7 kilometers away from you in a straight line. On the map, a small red dot flashed, marking the location of the target: Andrew. As long as you catch him, you can get the rewards of the current stage of the mission, Buried in Hell, including the anti-position device. Su Xia immediately set off, jumped up from the top of the building, and flew to the target location. The other party should know about Seahorse City, and they will probably be prepared and have to be careful. Su Xia flew from building to building, getting closer and closer to the target location. What he didn't expect was that the target location was actually a large airport. The airport is crowded with people, and many flights are long-haul transoceanic flights between the two continents. That Andrew. Gotta run away. Chapter 380. They are here. Is he going to run away? Su Xia realized this instantly. However, he soon noticed that the entire airport seemed to be at a standstill, with no flights taking off. A large number of people and passengers were stranded at the airport, making it noisy and chaotic. Why don't you let us go? The flight is at 6 o'clock in the morning. If you still won't let me go now, you have to give me an explanation. Right. I missed all my meetings. Who will compensate me for my losses? Where is the person in charge of the airport? Some people were holding tickets and waving them high, while others were yelling angrily. There were a lot of curses, complaints, coughs, children crying, etc. It was chaotic and overcrowded. Most of these people are going to another continent. It takes more than 10 hours to get there by transoceanic plane. But if flights are closed, only waterways are left. And it will take more than 20 days, or even 30 or 40 days to reach another continent from the vast sea. At the airport, some service staff were explaining. On the screen in the lobby, there is also an explanation video recorded by the person in charge, which is playing in a loop. I'm really sorry. Due to the regulations of the Machinery Clan, it is now a no-flight period and all flights are temporarily suspended. If there is new news, we will notify you separately. We apologize to you. On the screen, a row of responsible persons bowed together, as if bowing could solve everything. Unfortunately, the spirit of craftsmanship cannot move people in this world. People were yelling, getting emotional, spitting, and almost overturning the airport. Everyone has experienced war. They are not ordinary civilians living in peaceful times. Each of them has a more irritable temper, and will not listen to explanations at all. Machine Clan? It's the Mechanical Clan again! You lackeys! Will you only listen to the Mechanical Clan? The scolding was very unpleasant, and some people even scolded the Mechanical tribe directly. Anyway, there are no mechanical creatures here, so it doesn't matter if you curse a few words. After the war between the two races, most of the human agent governments supported by the machine race were not up to par. Corruption was rampant and corruption was rampant. Many city governments were even more outrageous than the one in Coral City. If you really want to calculate it, a waste like Qi Lang can be regarded as a middle to upper class talent among a lot of human city lords. Therefore, many civilians have anger in their hearts. This is not something that happens in a day or two, but is anger that has been accumulated for a long time. However, due to the power of the mechanical tribe and the lack of opportunities, few people visited on weekdays. Su Xia approached the airport, flew into the terminal building, hovered above the crowd, and searched carefully. The red dot representing the mission target, Andrew, was flashing continuously in this huge terminal building. Soon, Su Xia locked onto a figure. Mission target Andrew found. Please note that there are many people here, and it is easy to reveal your identity if you act rashly. Among the crowd, a slightly bald, white, that middle-aged man came into Su Xia's field of vision. That was Andrew, wearing a pair of round glasses, slightly curly blonde hair, a typical Western appearance, wearing casual clothes, and carrying a suitcase in his hand. He seemed a little anxious, sometimes glancing at the time, sometimes looking left and right, fidgeting. It was obvious that he wanted to leave the continent as quickly as possible. However, the flight was stopped by the mechanical tribe and no one could leave. Moreover, various piers on the seaside have also been stopped at this moment. Now there are only boats coming in and no boats going out. The entire Conch City has temporarily become a controlled area that is only accessible and cannot be exited. Not to mention them. Not even the players can get out. Damn it! I don't want to lose my life here! Andrew cursed secretly, raised his hand, and looked at his watch. He couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up with his suitcase. If you think about it from his perspective, no one in his current position would be able to remain calm. After all, the 3 bases he was responsible for disappeared overnight. Moreover, the base where the incident occurred is in Kaiba City, not far from here. At the same time, news of masked strangers also spread. All kinds of news came, each one worse than the last. But the Machine Clan had blocked the most core news, and other news could only rely on speculation and conjecture. The group headquarters also told him that some members of the Seahorse City base were arrested by the Machine Tribe and were about to be tried by the Joint Court. This is the worst. It stands to reason that the mechanical race would not care about this kind of thing at all. Andrew was anxious, which was the fundamental source of his uneasiness. Will the Machine Clan come directly to arrest him? He didn't dare to think that once he fell into the hands of the Joint Court, the hope of getting out alive would be close to zero. Damn mechanical race. Why are you closing the city now? Did you really let the masked weirdo escape? Andrew walked around the terminal, mumbling. They asked me to continue waiting for news. Who can wait in this situation? He really couldn't stay any longer. Even if he couldn't leave Conch City, he had to find a safe place to hide until the storm passed. As for other things, assets, career, connections, etc., everything he has accumulated in this city is not as important as his own life. Only when you are alive can you have everything again. If you die, everything will be in vain. Buzz dash. His phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. Andrew opened it and saw that it was from the group headquarters. Stay at the base and wait for new instructions. Do not leave without permission. The tone of this message was very strong and left no room for negotiation. Su Xia was suspended above Andrew, watching carefully, taking in the message and Andrew's expression. It seems different from what I thought. Before Su Xia came, she had anticipated many situations, but none of them were right. Apart from anything else, the relationship between Andrew and the Left Eye group was completely different from what he imagined. Below, Andrew's expression changed suddenly as he held the phone. He was holding the phone tightly, as if he was struggling with something. Not allowed to leave. His eyes were bloodshot. If you don't leave, are you going to wait here to die? There was a click, and the screen of his mobile phone was cracked by him, turning the screen into colorful stripes. One can imagine how uneasy he feels now. I don't want to live like this for a long time, so I'll take advantage of this chaos to change my appearance and get a new identity. Andrew gritted his teeth and walked quickly to the waiting point outside. Rent! He stood on the side of the road and quickly got into an old-fashioned taxi. Su Xia followed him closely and followed him all the way out of the airport area. I have to say that Andrew's choice surprised Su Xia. He originally thought that Andrew was deeply bound to the interests of the Left Eye group and would be fully prepared to fight him forcefully to the end. But looking at it now, this fat man actually wants to leave the Left Eye group. Soon, the taxi entered the main street of the city, passed between high-rise buildings, and drove for more than 30 minutes in the bustling urban area. After crossing the urban area, it stopped outside an old small hotel near the suburbs. Click! The car door opened. Andrew got out of the car, carried his suitcase, and hurriedly entered the hotel. Su Xia also entered the hotel, floating behind him like a ghost. Soon, Andrew booked a room under a false identity. He was in a hurry. After entering the third floor, a room opened on the side of the corridor. During this period, he occasionally used his peripheral vision to look around to make sure no one was following him. There was no surveillance in this old hotel, which was very suitable for people like him. After entering the room, he immediately closed the door. Boom! Andrew leaned behind the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He was alone in the room, which made him feel more at ease. It was clearly winter, but there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. You can imagine how anxious he was before. He dropped the suitcase on the bed, entered the password, and opened it with a click. The contents in the box were different from Su Xia's imagination. They were not banknotes or other valuable items, but several pieces of women's clothing, wigs and a lot of cosmetics. Under Su Xia's gaze, Andrew took off his previous clothes and carefully put on the women's clothes he carried. Then, he held a pile of cosmetics, sat in front of the mirror, and started the next step. It seems that they are trying to disguise themselves. Su Xia nodded secretly and stood aside to observe slowly. Mr. Lucen once said that our greatest, most permanent, and most universal art is a man pretending to be a woman. Now, the Andrew of this world is using his actual behavior to explain how to dress up. I saw him applying makeup, applying lipstick, trimming his eyebrows, a series of operations in an orderly manner, and slowly, he turned into a fat woman with dark skin. Obviously, he should have prepared these things in case of any eventuality. Flights were shut down, and he had to resort to this trick. This advanced camouflage technique can only be learned by many agents, and ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with it. Then, he swallowed a dark red pill and inhaled a small bottle of special gas. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times, then said a few more words, and a high-pitched female voice came out of his throat. After doing all this, Andrew stood up and stood in the mirror and turned around, as if admiring himself. It should be fine, he said to himself. Now it was completely unrecognizable to what he looked like before. Then, he cut up all the clothes he had worn before, using scissors to cut them into very small pieces, close to particles, and threw them into the flush toilet, flushing them away bit by bit. Even the suitcase was forcibly torn into small pieces and flushed into the toilet. Some of the metal fasteners on the suitcase were doused with corrosive liquid. When they were almost corroded, he smashed them into pieces and threw them into the toilet. Time waits for no one. Immediately find a safe place to hide for a few days, and then slowly make plans, Andrew whispered to himself, and then left the hotel. After that, he didn't take a taxi and walked along the road leading to the suburbs. After walking for more than 20 minutes, an old villa appeared on the side of the road. Andrew took out the key and did not go to the main gate of the villa. Instead, he went to the garage of the villa and opened the garage. There was a black car inside. After years of preparation, it is finally of some use. Andrew pressed the car key. Those idiots in the group really think they can control me for the rest of my life? Whether it's the Machine Clan, the masked weirdos, or the group, just take your time and fight. The rest is none of my business. On the way here, he destroyed the mobile phone he used before and threw the debris into a roadside ditch. The old identity is leaving, and a new day is waving to him. This car is his hope for a new era. There should be no surprises. Andrew plans to drive to an underground safe house in the suburbs, where he has prepared a large amount of supplies, enough for him to live alone for several years. However, as soon as he got into the car, the accident happened. Wow! The metal rolling door of the garage suddenly lowered without any warning, directly blocking the way he drove out. The outside sunlight was suddenly cut off, and the entire garage fell into darkness. Andrew's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. What happened? He held the steering wheel tightly with one hand, reached under the passenger seat with the other hand, and took out a gun that he had hidden there for a long time. He kept observing his surroundings along the way, but no one was following him. Could it be that the garage had been in disrepair for a long time and suddenly broke down? Andrew hoped this would be possible. However, there was another guess vaguely in his mind, which was the one he least wanted to face. It's probably just broken. He said this, talking to himself, as if to comfort himself. But he always sat in the car, not daring to get out of the car to check. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His palms were also sweating. His chest kept rising and falling, and his heart beat faster and faster. There was silence in the garage, dark and cold, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Sitting all the time won't do. Andrew swallowed and stretched his hand towards the car door, intending to go out and take a look. But he suddenly trembled. His face changed drastically. His pupils shrank. His heart slowed down for half a beat, and he stared out the left window. There was a black figure outside. It was a man with an expressionless face, standing outside the car window, staring at him quietly. Who are you? His voice was unsteady, and he tried his best to control it, but it was still trembling. Can't you guess? Su Xia asked him. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can't guess it, I will kill you. Su Xia had 3 fingers deep inside her, and her voice was as cold as if it came from H.L. Andrew's expression changed drastically, and he asked hurriedly, Are you a masked weirdo? Su Xia nodded indifferently. It seems you can guess it, masked stranger. What do you want from me? If you continue to act stupid and ask these boring questions, I will kill you too. Andrew opened his mouth. His face turned pale, and he wanted to say something else. But when he thought of what Su Xia said, he hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to say any more meaningless words. The man in front of him was a top-notch ruthless man with a reputation for cruelty and countless murders. He did not dare to bet on Su Xia's kindness with his own life. Su Xia was very satisfied with his knowledge and continued. This garage is quite good. It is far away from the city. It is relatively quiet and suitable for alone communication. Andrew took the initiative to leave crowded places, saving Su Xia a lot of trouble. He didn't dare to speak and nodded repeatedly, indicating that Su Xia was right. Next, I want to ask some questions. I ask and you answer. If I am satisfied, I will let you go. Su Xia said. Andrew continued to nod, indicating that it was okay, but still did not dare to say anything. At the same time, the mission, buried deep in hell, sent a reminder to Su Xia. The current stage has been completed, and the task rewards have been distributed. Please pay attention to check them. Seeing this reminder, Su Xia's heart was relieved. The anti-position device is finally here. He almost lost his life in Kaiba City for this little thing, but it was all worth it. Just when Su Xia was about to check the reward, He frowned. Something's wrong. He suddenly sensed that a composite metal object was approaching, rapidly falling from the sky in an arc-shaped trajectory, and was about to coincide with his location. 155mm guided artillery SH. Su Xia's heart trembled as she recognized the thing that was approaching rapidly. There are enemies in the distance. He instantly opened the car door, grabbed Andrew, and shouted, "Don't move." At the same time, he waved his hand, and the entire car instantly shattered into countless metal fragments. Countless metal pieces also poured out from his storage space, surrounding the two of them. At the next moment, the cannonball falling from the sky hit the villa where they were. Boom! The explosion sounded, shaking the earth and sending smoke and dust everywhere. The entire villa was instantly destroyed and turned into a pile of rubble. And the garage next to it was not spared. Fortunately, it was just a cannonball, and under the protection of Su Xia's ability, both of them were safe. Andrew trembled and turned pale. Damn it. It's them. They found it, and they came for it. Chapter 381: The Price of Freedom. They're here. Andrew looked panicked and shouted such words. Who are they? Su Xia guessed that it was probably from the Left Eye group, but he had no intention of delving into it now. This is a tense moment for the whole city. A sudden big explosion like this will definitely attract the attention of the mechanical clan. Walk. Su Xia grabbed Andrew and turned into an afterimage, disappearing into the ruins of the garage. I don't have time to care about anything else now. It's better to leave. The 155mm guided artillery SH.L that just hit the villa is a special self-propelled artillery with extremely high accuracy and an effective range of more than 40 kilometers. Su Xia was not in the mood to look for enemies within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Maybe before the enemies were found, the mechanical tribe would come to them first. Although he already had a counter-position device, he really didn't want to go through another bloody battle. While running, Su Xia carefully sensed Andrew's whole body. Idiot. There is a positioning device installed in your leg. Can't you feel it? Su Xia cursed. Ah? Andrew's face turned pale, and he subconsciously wanted to look at his legs. But now, he was being carried by Su Xia at an extremely fast speed. His spine was under a lot of pressure, as if there was a huge boulder pressing in front of him, and he couldn't lower his head at all. At the next moment, Su Xia raised her hand and with a chirp, a ring-shaped tracking device broke open Andrew's calf, with fresh blood stains on it. That's it. Su Xia squeezed it hard and was about to crush it. But after thinking about it, she didn't do that and just threw it away on the roadside. Throw it here to attract the opponent's artillery fire. Speaking of which, this was also his mistake. He had sensed metal in the fat man's legs before, but found that it was cylindrical and thought it was an alloyed leg bone. So he didn't pay attention. It was indeed an alloyed leg bone. Andrew had been seriously injured in an explosion in his early years. The leg bone was shattered and had to be replaced with a metal bone. However, an additional ring-shaped tracking device was installed on the top of this metal bone. This thing was so well made and so integrated with the bones that even Su Xia was almost fooled. Andrew was trembling with pain. After all, it was equivalent to having a piece of bone removed alive, and a large area of flesh and skin was broken open. Su Xia was too lazy to listen to his whining and directly injected him with a healing potion to help his wound recover. At this moment, another explosion occurred not far behind them. Boom! The coordinates of the explosion were exactly where Su Xia had just discarded the positioning device. Obviously, the other party had been monitoring Andrew's position in real time through the equipment. When they found that he had moved, they knew that he had not been killed. So they fired a second SH.L. This time, Su Xia carefully sensed the direction of the cannonball. It's from the suburbs in the northwest. The other party did not dare to set up self-propelled artillery in the urban area. After all, there were many people, and they only dared to place it in an uninhabited area in the suburbs. This highly accurate and long-range artillery is the perfect tool for decapitation operations. The situation is highly tense now, and you still dare to use this thing, which shows that the other party really wants to kill you. Su Xia sensed that the explosion of the SH.L just now successfully shattered the positioning device. In the display of the other party's device, the signal belonging to Andrew probably disappeared. Next, they may send people over to check, or they may flee directly. After all, the mechanical tribe will soon be attracted by the sound of cannons and block the entire area. Remember, you owe me your life. Su Xia's speed exploded, and she moved quickly with Andrew into a less crowded suburb. After staying away from the previous explosion area, She randomly found an empty old house and entered through the window. He left Andrew in the house, then stood by the window and waited quietly. Vomit. In the room. Andrew's face was pale. He was holding his stomach, lying in the corner and retching, feeling nauseated and feeling unwell all over. This is the negative impact of high-speed movement. Ding Kan and Tai Zi had the same reaction last time. After a while, he stopped retching and sat on the ground, barely feeling comfortable. Have you finished vomiting? Su Xia casually summoned a piece of iron, twisted it into the shape of a chair, and then sat on the chair. He crossed his legs, as if interrogating a prisoner, and said to Andrew, I have a few questions next. Please answer them seriously. Yes, sir. You asked? Andrew nodded repeatedly, not daring to object. His life is now in Su Xia's hands, and he still owes Su Xia his life. The first question is about the 2 cannonballs just now, Su Xia said calmly. Can you be sure who the other party is? Yes. Yes, Andrew replied. It must be the clique I'm in. You know, the Left Eye clique, Su Xia asked. 100% sure? Andrew replied. Since I have a positioning device on my leg. That's for sure. They knew I was running away and were worried that I would reveal secrets. So they wanted to destroy me. Destroy? This is an interesting word, Su Xia said. Yes. I am also one of the products of the Left Eye group, so it is appropriate to use the word destroy. This is how we use it internally, and we are used to it. What product? Cyborg. Su Xia looked at Andrew, observed carefully, and saw part of Andrew's life experience from the character descriptions that popped up in front of her eyes. As an artificial human, Andrew has few genetic defects and has shown excellent IQ and physical fitness since he was a child. As a result, such a good body was transformed into the frivolous and fat middle-aged man he is now. Where did you grow up? Su Xia asked him. Across the sea. On another continent. In the underground living area of a group branch. Andrew told the truth. Have you been trained by the group since childhood? Yes. Yes. The group will educate us. Andrew said this. When I was a child, I didn't know what it was like outside. I was with many clone children of the same age. We wore the same color white clothes and were centrally managed. Eat together, do activities together, and receive education together. Andrew describes a strange place. In his words, it is probably a nurturing factory. The top management needs to make the children in the factory become what they want. As he grew up, his friends would disappear one after another, seemingly going to other places. When he was 13 years old, he was lucky enough to be selected and left the underground factory. After that, they started to train me in another direction, and gradually let me take over some low-level things. Andrew slowly recounted. That was also the first time I saw the outside world, and it was a little different from what I imagined. The education he received as a child made children like him develop complex emotions such as curiosity, dependence, and awe towards the group itself. Many people have even become almost like machines, only following the orders given to them by the group without caring whether the order is good or bad. Because, in their worldview except for the people in the group, all other human beings in the world are not of the same race as them and have no relationship with them. The outside world is a different world to them. Even if the world is destroyed, as long as the group still exists, it will be okay. Many people have become a different kind of death warriors. Just like the security guard Su Xia saw in the landfill. Their minds are bound in the cage created by the group. After leaving the group, they have no idea what they want to do, or what kind of person they want to become. In their minds, they have no outlook on life and values of their own. Andrew is lucky. His intelligence made him stand out, and he was gradually assigned to do more business that required flexible handling. I was sent here when I was 25 years old, and I have been traveling between the 2 continents since then. It has been more than 10 years, and I have gradually become what I am now. Andrew said to himself. It seems that you are doing well. Su Xia said. Well, maybe I have been tactful since I was a child, so I am suitable for doing this kind of external things. I always thought that my loyalty for so many years has made the group headquarters feel relieved about me. But I didn't expect it. Andrew glanced at his calf. The wound on his leg had not healed yet. Before today, he never imagined that he actually had a tracking device on his body. He was injured 7 years ago, which means that during these 7 years, his movements have been under the surveillance of the headquarters. Fortunately, he has been careful in the past 7 years and has not done anything inappropriate. Until today, when he planned to run away, He was targeted by the headquarters and became a substandard product that needed to be destroyed. Alas, people like me may look glamorous on the outside, but in fact they will never be free for life. They will always be an additional product bundled with the group. After experiencing the life and death of that moment just now, Andrew seemed to have opened up a lot and knew everything about Su Xia. He couldn't go back now anyway, and his future life and death depended on Su Xia. He continued, I have been trying to subtract from myself all my life, and I don't even dare to have a family, so that one day I can be free, leave the group, and then change my appearance, truly integrate into the world, and get rid of all the burdens. Su Xia said, freedom comes with a price. Yes, Master Mask. You see clearly. Tell me about your group's main business. Good. Andrew paused, hugging his calf, and his eyes were empty for a moment, as if he was recalling something. After a moment, he said, Master Mask, you must also know about a business, which is to extract things from living people that can make people live longer. Can you really live longer? Su Xia asked. This is a question he has always wanted to know. After all, even the system that comes with the game cannot give an accurate description. This world follows many basic laws of life. If the elderly here can extend their lifespan by absorbing the life substances of young people, can the elderly on the other side of the earth do the same? Andrew shook his head and said, Of course not. It's just to deceive those fools and rich people. Su Xia was stunned for a moment and asked, No effect? No. Andrew was very sure and explained, Sir, the extracted substances, such as the so-called vivitrogen, renal blood hormone, etc., are actually high-protein liquids and have no longevity effect at all. Won't those rich people notice? Su Xia asked. Sir, do you think what they are buying is really a product? Andrew said seriously. Many of them are buying just a hope. They are all going to die of old age anyway. So it is better to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Buy some psychological comfort? Yes. I see. Su Xia probably understood. Living without spending all your money should be one of the most painful things in the world. Many rich people are in their 80s or 90s, with half of their feet already in the grave. But they are not willing to accept it. They want to live forever, stand at the top of the world forever, and enjoy the fun that power, status, and wealth bring them. After all, who wouldn't want to live the life of a superior person forever? Most of those people spent the first half of their lives stepping on the heads of the people at the bottom, knocking their bones and sucking out their marrow, squeezing them like crazy, and continuously gathering the value created by the people at the bottom into their own hands. Andrew said, in the second half of their lives, when they get old, they want to knock on the bones and suck out the marrow in a physical sense, trying to absorb the lives of the people at the bottom to extend their lives. At the group headquarters, there is special training to teach Andrew and others to analyze the psychology of such people. In the words of their group, those people will become vampires twice in their lives, once in the sense of wealth and once in the sense of flesh and blood. One of their group's businesses is to suck the blood of these vampires, use the funds, connections, power, etc. provided by these vampires to accelerate the research of the group headquarters and the group's expansion around the world. I got rid of one of your senior buyers before, a manor owner. He is over 60 years old, but he looks only in his 40s. Su Xia said, Sir, it's easy to keep your body young. How to do it? The products we sell to them will come with some auxiliary liquids. In fact, it is those liquids that really work, making them look younger. Andrew explained, but they think that what really makes them young are the so-called viviparin and cerebrospinal hormone. Su Xia asked, won't they notice? The top rich people should know many high-end pharmacists. Sir, many rich people don't believe in potions. Andrew continued to explain. They think those potions have side effects and are 3-part poison. So they trust our products more. After all, our products are extracted from the human body. In their view, it is purely natural. And even if it requires a small amount of auxiliary medicinal liquid, it is acceptable. That's it. Yes, sir. To do this business, you need to have a sufficient understanding of the psychology of those rich people. Is there any other way to stay young? Some. Andrew answered seriously. We tell those buyers that in order for the product to work perfectly, they must quit smoking and drinking, get up early and go to bed early, maintain exercise, and live a healthy life, so that the body can absorb various longevity substances more perfectly. Su Xia said, if you stick to these healthy habits for a long time, you will look younger than your peers. Yes, that's true. So this is a scam business that seeks to make money and kill people? My lord. You summed it up very well. If it was just to deceive those people who are unkind and greedy for wealth, Su Xia would be happy to see it. However, in order to make the deception real, this group created kidnapping cases all over the world and used cruel methods to kidnap children, women, etc., resulting in heavy blood debts and heavy crimes. Hasn't your behavior been exposed in all these years? Su Xia asked. Sir, of course I have been exposed. Otherwise, how could there be so many conspiracy theories? Almost every conspiracy theory has its origin. As we all know, most of the conspiracy theories currently circulating have the following characteristics: mysterious organizations, behind-the-scenes masterminds, horrific truths, some real events, etc. Various legends are difficult to distinguish between true and false, and in the end, they often become jokes in the eyes of many people. When Su Xia came into contact with part of the truth about one of them, he discovered that this thing could indeed be called a joke. It's just that too many innocent lives have been lost for this joke. There are also too many people united around this joke, forming a huge community of interests. According to Andrew, they have faced the risk of complete exposure several times in recent years, but with the joint efforts of various high-end customers, these risks have been suppressed. Afterwards, they even funded the production of many literary and artistic works to ridicule those who tried to expose the truth, such as Escape from the Cloning World, The Shocking Insider, Assassination of the Leader, etc., many of which won awards. Sir, to ordinary people, our group is indeed terrifying, hidden in the darkness, like invisible hands. But you are different. You probably think this matter is ridiculous, Andrew said. How? You are already at the top of the world. With your ability, watching us disrupt the situation is like watching children play. Chapter 382 Dragon City Secrets. Standing at the top of the world? Su Xia doesn't agree. There is still some way to go. It is true that this liar group is just a kid compared to the mechanical tribe, but it is not that easy to deal with. Compared with the mechanical tribe, Su Xia is also a child. He and this group of liars were equally matched opponents. What's the purpose of cheating so much money? Su Xia continued to ask. Continue to develop the business and expand to the world. Andrew answered honestly. What other business is there? That's a lot. Andrew thought for a while, organized his thoughts, and recounted what he knew. As he said, the group's business is quite extensive, of which investment accounts for a large part. Their group is the major shareholder of many companies after the war, and has also acquired and merged many companies. Most of the unicorn companies can see their group's figure. Looking at the entertainment industry alone, their group has had a huge influence and has created many stars that are now popular. There are so many industries on the surface that ordinary people can hardly imagine. There are so many behind them that it makes people scalp numb. There are many gray industries, such as the cloning that Su Xia knows, which extends to more than 10 gray area transactions. They existed before the war, but now they are just more convenient. For example, if someone wants to clone their dead family members, no matter what channel they look for, they will basically come to us in the end. Andrew said about one of them. It's meaningless. The dead can't be resurrected after all. Su Xia shook her head. Sir, you are not suitable for business at first sight, Andrew said. Don't say this too soon. Su Xia looked calm. His pharmacy was still making money, and it was the pharmacy with the highest profit in the entire Coral City. Andrew explained. My lord, you need to grasp the psychology of your customers. Just like I told you before. Tell me more specifically. Many times, customers know that the product may be useless, but they just want to buy a product. When they call for consultation, their needs are already in front of you. Andrew talked freely and talked about many simple rules in the industry. In his words, what their industry sells is not products, but customer needs. If customers don't need it, it won't matter how good the product is. At this time, you need to create demand for customers. Demand can be created out of thin air. Even if I pull a random passerby on the roadside, I can create suitable demand for him, Andrew said. That makes sense. What is your group's core business? Which one is specifically for the development of making so much money? Su Xia suddenly asked. There doesn't seem to be too specific a core project. Do everything? What I mentioned to you, sir, is the main thing, Andrew explained seriously. To be honest, the group has always been like this. Whether before the war or after the war, the projects are similar. It's just that the world after the war is more chaotic. For a while, most parts of the world were implementing shock therapy, The machine clan also has no management, giving our group the opportunity to grow rapidly. Well, the machine clan really doesn't care. Su Xian nodded. But this time it's different. The machine clan actually arrested employees of our group. Oh, that's Kaiba City. Those bases should have been destroyed by your own hands. Sir, some of the employees who escaped were captured by the machine tribe and will be sent to the joint court for trial. Oh, that's how it is. Su Xia thought thoughtfully. It stands to reason that the mechanical tribe would not care about this kind of thing. In the eyes of those mechanical creatures, human affairs are trivial, and management only wastes time and energy. Most of the time, they overlook the development of the human world from above, unless this matter touches their interests or emotions. Could it be that reporter's mechanical friend? Su Xia thought for a while, and that was probably all she could do. At that time, the mechanical tribe arrived so quickly, and the reaction speed exceeded everyone's imagination, so that he had no time to deal with the follow-up matters. And he did not know what was going on with the bases in Seahorse City. Thinking about it, Dinkin wouldn't let him down. There are really no specific core projects? The top management has not expressed any intention? Su Xia asked again. My lord, I don't have access to the highest levels yet, Andrew replied. I thought you had enough status. After all, I am just a humble product. Although I am responsible for many things, I am not considered a human being in the eyes of the senior management. I am not qualified to touch things that are too deep. Andrew told the truth. His position was like a conveyor belt on a huge industrial machine. It was stronger than ordinary screws, but not much stronger. In the history of this planet, there have been countless organizations similar to their group, going back thousands of years. Someone proposed the concept of staying young forever by drinking the blood of young people. Later, some of these organizations were submerged by the waves of time and completely became the dust of history. There are also some organizations that have retired behind the scenes and used the money accumulated from those bloody transactions to become some of the most famous families now, and are related to many nobles, and even the royal family in the Western continent. And their group just gathered a group of new era dignitaries, who replaced the old organizations in war after war, and became the mastermind behind this era. Andrew then said, however, once when I was working for some people at the headquarters, I accidentally heard some gossip. Tell me more specifically. Just a guess. Andrew scratched his head and continued. It seems that someone at the top wants to create a new world and destroy the existing human world. Su Xiao became interested and asked, why? This is unknown. From the information I know, there are two explanations. Which two? The first one is about human race. Andrew said. Someone at the top seems to think that most of the existing humans are inferior humans, and they must be eliminated to retain the remaining superior humans. Oh, it's an old rumor. I've heard it too. Su Xiao nodded. This is nothing new, he asked. Where's the other news? Andrew replied. The other thing is that some people at the top think that all human beings today are inferior, no matter what race. Every natural person's genes are defective. All people must be eliminated, and then through genetic technology, create a world with only a world of genetically perfect clones. Wait a minute. Aren't the top executives of your group natural persons? Su Xiao asked. Yes. According to what you say, don't they want to eliminate themselves? That's right. Andrew nodded. But it is said that they all left clones with perfect genes. When the time comes, they will transfer their memories to the clones, then destroy their old bodies with genetic defects, and lead in the new era. All mankind. What a nonsense. Su Xia touched her chin and felt that this rumor was too weird. The existing world is ruled by the mechanical race. Will those mechanical creatures watch this happen? The machine race doesn't care about the petty quarrels among human beings, and keeps humans in captivity like pets. Human beings can cause trouble no matter what they want. But once a small group of pets wants to destroy the majority of pets, the mechanical tribe can kill them without anyone else taking action. Sir, that's all I know, Andrew said. No matter how many more. He can only arrest the top management of the group. Well, there's another question. My lord, please tell me, have you handled some arms recently? Yes. Where exactly will it be sold? Su Xia asked. In the southwest area of this continent, there is a large human gathering place called Dragon City. Andrew answered truthfully. This answer was the same as Su Xia had guessed before. In the manor at that time, when the owner of the manor told the news, Su Xia thought of the current situation in Longcheng. Now there are rumors circulating inside Dragon City, and the situation is chaotic and turbulent. It seems that someone is deliberately spreading false news secretly and wants to provoke division in the entire Dragon City. He said to Andrew, Dragon City has its own arsenal. Even if it needs to purchase supplies, it will be from the central or northern part of the mainland. The supplies you handle should not be sold to Dragon City officials. Yes, sir, you are right. Andrew nodded. I'm just a middleman for those arms and supplies. When the other party delivers the goods, I'm responsible for picking them up at the Conch City Pier, and then delivering them to a temporary coordinate near Dragon City. They can't be sent directly to Dragon City, so they shouldn't be official from Dragon City. Purchased. Who sold it? Who bought it? Su Xia asked. I'm not sure about that. You don't even know this. What kind of business do you do? Sir, in this kind of business, both parties to the transaction are basically confidential. Andrew looked embarrassed. A middleman like me can just make money with peace of mind. You can't ask too many questions. He mentioned that these transactions were basically assigned to him by the group. The group itself only plays the role of a middleman. It's like Lingyan Tavern, Andrew explained. Sir, you are from Lingyan Tavern. You must know that the pub itself is just a task trading station. Many people will anonymously distribute tasks, and then another group of people will anonymously accept the tasks. Before each transaction, he would contact the seller anonymously through the network device to check the quantity of materials, arrival time, transaction location, and other details. He couldn't and didn't dare to ask who the seller was, not even to investigate secretly. There are only about a dozen sellers in the world who can provide large quantities of arms, excluding the mechanical clan. Even if the other party doesn't say it, he can basically guess it. After all, the goods were sent from the continent across the sea, and on that continent, only the human gathering place with the eagle as its symbol could provide so many arms. There is a conflict between the Dragon City gathering place and the large human gathering place across the ocean. Sir, you should know that it has existed for a long time, Andrew said. What kind of contradiction? Su Xia asked with a frown. Don't you know? Sir, I have been training alone in the deep mountains and forests for the past few years, and I have not paid much attention to this. There are conflicts among these large human gathering places such as Dragon City Gathering Area, Eagle Gathering Area, White Bear Gathering Area, and Golden Lion Gathering Area. There seemed to be a big fight 2 years ago, and they almost got into a fight. But later they still had conflicts. Forced by the intimidation of the Machine Clan, we had to put aside our disputes and temporarily unite. Forced by the threat of the Mechanical Clan, Su Xia felt a little want to laugh inexplicably. It was unrealistic that the human race could only rely on this kind of science fiction setting. According to Andrew, after that incident, there was not much contact between several large human gathering places. The Eagle Gathering Place he mentioned was called Merrill on the game map, while the White Bear Gathering Place was called Lucy on the game map, probably to avoid getting into trouble. Andrew was used to calling them by other names, and did not dare to call them names directly. As for the cause of the conflict, it seems to be a dispute about the right path. Among them, there are also battles among factions such as those who insist on fighting, those who surrender, those who moderate, those who seek another way out, etc. It is quite complicated and difficult to explain in a few words. Across the sea, on another continent, there are several people in charge of human settlements who seem to think that we can coexist with the machine race in a special state. And they want to ease the relationship. Submit directly? No. Andrew shook his head and said he didn't know either. What they proposed was not surrender, but coexistence. I'm just a puppet controlled by the group. I can't understand this. And I don't know much. I don't understand either. Su Xia said, Sir, you are a member of the militant faction, and you will definitely have something in common with those in Dragon City. Am I a militant? You can tell by your behavior. Andrew said seriously. The reason why so many people support you is not only because of your attitude towards the people at the bottom, but also because of your attitude towards the mechanical tribe. Now there are people with fighting factions all over the world, and many have regarded you as be your own person. Su Xia suddenly realized. That's it. No wonder the turmoil in the southwest region was so serious this time. Every city was in chaos and turned into a mess. It stands to reason that what Su Xia has done during this period cannot earn him so much support. There must be some established forces acting secretly to muddy the waters. It's about the battle of attitude and the road ahead. There is no shortage of people in this world who keep fighting. Su Xia's attitude is clear enough, so she can attract the attention of those people. Andrew added, I'm just guessing that the Eagle gathering area may want the Dragon City gathering area to disintegrate, or support a new spokesperson to oust the current Dragon City Lord, so that it can be easily obtained at the next gathering area conference. Dragon City support. Have you seen the current Lord of Dragon City? Su Xia asked him. No. I've heard of some. Do you know his background? It's not clear. I heard that he gradually came to power over the past 10 years. Fine. Su Xia was about to ask some other questions when her expression suddenly changed, and she looked outside. In his perception, there were some complex metal objects approaching his location. Stop talking. The patrolling soldiers from the machine tribe are here. Su Xia waved his hand, and densely packed nanorobots climbed onto his and Andrew's bodies, covering their bodies, making them completely invisible. Then he directly put away the stool he had been sitting on, and also removed the 2 pieces of floorboard where Andrew had been sitting. Then, he took Andrew and flew out of the window at the back of the house. Buzz dash. In the sky, more than a dozen mechanical scouts flew by, scanning the life information below as they flew. Andrew's eyes widened. He was a little panicked. His heart was beating loudly, and he closed his mouth tightly, not daring to make any sound. He didn't expect the mechanical tribe to arrive so quickly. How long had he and Su Xia been talking? It won't even take 5 minutes. Were these mechanical creatures attracted by the previous explosion? Can these things covering his body avoid the detection of the mechanical clan? Chapter 383: The Price of Betrayal. Call. Andrew looked nervous and his whole body was tense. He didn't even dare to breathe too much and exhaled carefully. The scout closest to him was hovering more than 20 meters above his head. At the same time, on the ground, more than a dozen land mechanical soldiers responsible for investigation approached the house. No life fluctuations detected. One of the soldiers spoke coldly and without any emotion. Enter the house to check and match the owner of the house in the system. Yes. These mechanical warriors entered the house one after another, activated various scanning systems, and conducted a comprehensive inspection of the entire house. Seeing this, Andrew couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he was just retching before and didn't vomit anything out. Otherwise, he would definitely be found to be abnormal now. Fortunately, Su Xia took away the seat where they had sat. Otherwise, the residual temperature left behind would definitely be detected. It seemed that these mechanical soldiers were just conducting a routine inspection and left the house not long after. The owner of the house died 2 years ago. Keep moving forward. There is a human gathering place ahead. Enter the gathering place to search for suspicious people. A scout flying above issued an order. After system matching, they found out that the owner of this house was already dead. Afterwards, these mechanical creatures stayed away from the area and continued to explore ahead. They're gone! Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of being caught by the mechanical tribe. Of course, he is also afraid of being targeted by people in the group. Compared with the mechanical clan and the group, the masked monster killer seems so benevolent. After all, he still seems to be reasonable. At least Su Xia is still willing to let him live. Andrew still has a lot of information about the Left Eye group in his mind. As long as he doesn't finish it for a day, he can live one more day. My lord, where shall we go next? Andrew asked. Stay here, Su Xia said. Oh, the place that has been searched once seems to be very close to the mechanical soldiers. But it is actually the safest place. Andrew quickly reacted and approved of Su Xia's choice. This is called darkness under the light. Unless those mechanical creatures fight back. But with Su Xia's reaction speed, even if they come back, Su Xia can sense it in time and take them away. Sir, are these robots looking for you? Andrew had some guesses in his mind, but did not confirm. So he asked a lot. Otherwise, would it be difficult to find you? Su Xia asked. No, I don't have that much energy. Andrew shook his head hurriedly. It seems that you gave them a painful beating in Seahorse City and let them know how powerful you are. Maybe. You are really amazing. Over the years, almost no one can be like you in the mechanical clan. Don't talk nonsense. Su Xia's voice was cold, and she directly interrupted Andrew's compliment. As an outstanding young man who grew up in the new era, he is determined, and such compliments have long been useless to him. Andrew shrank his neck, realizing that he had said too much and made Su Xia dissatisfied. He immediately closed his mouth and returned to the previous state, carefully observing Su Xia's micro-expressions. Su Xia carried him back to the room. Still standing by the window, he continued the previous conversation. Do you have any other way to find the source of those arms supplies? Andrew was stunned. Sir, can't we speculate that this is a gathering place for eagles? Only speculation can be made if there is evidence. Guessing without evidence is just guessing. My lord, you are really strict. It has to be rigorous when it comes to the unity of two large gathering places within the human race. Su Xia will go to Dragon City after finishing the work here. He must use all the existing advantages to master as much information as possible. After arriving at Dragon City, he not only had to talk to his old father, but also found a way to quell the so-called rumors. Only by stabilizing the rear can Su Xia develop his organizational power without any worries, and then further cultivate players. He wants to create a grand occasion where an army of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of players attack the machine race. At present, players are the hope for the human race to make a comeback in this world. The premise of all this is the stability of the human race's rear. Andrew looked embarrassed, thought for a while, and then said, "Sir, the next batch of arms will arrive at midnight tomorrow. I was supposed to go to the dock to receive it, but now it is probably replaced by my former deputy. What do you want to express?" Su Xia looked at him. "Before unloading, if you can catch a few people in charge of the cargo ships without anyone noticing, you might be able to get some information about the cargo suppliers from them." "Which pier is it at?" Su Xia asked. "Wan Chai Pier." "What's wrong with you?" "Sir? Nothing. I thought of a kind of food." Su Xia waved her hand. "When the group learns that you ran away, will they change the time, location and other information of the arrival?" "It's unlikely. Everything is written in the contract," Andrew replied. "Moreover, now the Machinery Clan has suddenly sealed off the whole city. You can only enter but not leave. Every incoming plane, cargo ship, car, etc. needs to be reported to the Machinery Clan. It is difficult to change the location temporarily. The Machinery Clan will allow it." "Is this so?" Su Xia thought. "Yes," Andrew explained. "Furthermore, since arms are prohibited goods, the merchants who transported the goods simply did not dare to apply to the Machine Clan to change the unloading location, and could only proceed according to the original plan." The transaction between the two parties was very straightforward, using a common yin-yang contract. On the surface, a contract contains supplies such as frozen fish and sea goods to cope with inspections. The contract behind the scenes was arms known to both parties. The contract stated the true type of goods and transaction price. "Can't they go back the way they came?" Su Xia asked. "Sir, the entire sea area is under the control of the deep diver camp of the mechanical race. It is impossible." Andrew also knew the three major camps of the mechanical race, and said to Su Xia, "After unloading, will I be interrogated by the Machine Clan? It didn't happen before. The Machine Clan didn't bother to care about it. But it won't happen this time. It depends on luck." Su Xia touched his chin. He really wanted to find the person behind the rumors in Dragon City, but it seemed a bit difficult now. Tomorrow night, after the goods arrive, once they are inspected by the Machine Clan and found to be prohibited goods, the person delivering the goods on the ship will definitely be detained. And it is impossible for Su Xia to snatch people from the mechanical tribe. "Sir, I'm just giving you an opinion. It may not work." Andrew suddenly spoke. "Most of the people who transport the goods don't know the true source of the goods. They are just middlemen responsible for shipping. Even if we can quietly arrest a few of their people, we may not be able to get any valuable information." "Well, you're right." Su Xia nodded and did not deny it. It can only be said that the opponent is too cautious and does not leave any traces. So it is difficult to trace the source, unless you slowly trace back up. Continue to investigate from that shipping company. Catch the person who is in contact with this company, and then go up. It's very troublesome and requires a lot of time and patience. Su Xia has a lot of patience, but what she lacks most is time. "Try your luck tomorrow night." Su Xia made up her mind to go and have a look even if she couldn't catch the person from the shipping company tomorrow night. His greatest advantage comes from his eyes. It would be great if you can glean useful information from the personal descriptions of those employees. "Sir, what are we doing now?" Andrew looked around. Should he stay in this room forever? You have been operating in this city for many years. Do you have a suitable hiding place? Su Xia asked him. I prepared one before. Andrew acted cautiously and left himself with many options. He has a safe house deep underground in the suburbs, where he stores enough supplies to live on for several years. But since the group started tracking him 7 years ago, they must know the location of his safe house. So that house is no longer safe. Just a safe house? Su Xia looked at him. No. There are actually several of them. One of them is even under the water. But they should all be known to the group, Andrew said hurriedly. Okay then. Go directly to the home where you usually live. Oh? Andrew was startled. Want to play in the dark again? Within the group? Is his current status destroyed, missing, or defected? Will someone just stay at his house and wait for him? Sir, will there be no problem? Andrew was anxious. He didn't want to go back for fear of being captured by the group. What are you afraid of? Susia asked him. Who can take you away from me? That's what I said. Then stop talking. Okay. In this way, the next hiding place was settled simply and crudely. Of course, Susia would not go there without thinking. He will check the surroundings in advance to ensure that there are no surveillance, listening and other equipment, and observe people around who may be secret whistlers. On the way there, Susia continued to ask, How many bases does your group have in Conch City? Andrew answered truthfully. 1. On A. Yes. Sir, Conch City is very expensive. The land is expensive, and there are many people and many eyes, making it inconvenient to carry out various businesses. Most of Zweyan Group's business is shady, and it is really not suitable to establish a base in a place like Conch City. Therefore, most of the areas they focus on are relatively backward cities, with smaller populations and relatively loose inspections. This city is more suitable as a news-gathering place. By the way, sir, another batch of human goods will arrive tomorrow night, Andrew said suddenly. A kidnapped person? Yes. About 200 people, locked under the boat. Well, rescue him if he has the chance. Susia glanced at Andrew and had an idea. She rubbed her cheeks and used the red crystal again to change her appearance. Sir, what are you doing? Under Andrew's shocked gaze, Susia's face slowly bulged. Her facial features shifted, and her skin pulled, and she turned into his look bit by bit. What kind of disguise is this? Andrew has learned agent-level disguise techniques, but it is not easy for him to change his face. He needs to inject or fill something, or put some fillers in his mouth. Susia glanced at him and said calmly, It's not a real change. It's just a special energy that deceives your eyes. Cheating? Andrew was startled. Well, deceiving your sense of sight and touch is different from traditional camouflage, Susia said. Sir, you are really amazing, Andrew said sincerely. No wonder the machine race can't do anything to you. With this kind of technology, how can you go anywhere in the world? Wrong. Blood tests, saliva tests, etc. can't fool you. Susia shook her head and said, It's only a matter of time before my true identity is exposed. What we can do now is to gain more advantages before it is exposed. Do you still have a true identity, sir? Andrew was surprised. Can't I just enjoy a normal life? Yes, of course it can. No matter how good the disguise is, you can't completely become another person. Fortunately, this world trusts psychic detection more, especially the mechanical race, and does not pay much attention to other detections. This gives Susia time to be content. In the eyes of many people, tests such as blood, saliva, hair, etc. may be wrong, but the strength of psychic energy cannot be deceived. It has become a common method to identify masked monsters by their psychic strength. Sir, did you change into my appearance to lure the snake out of its hole? Andrew thought Susia wanted to fish. No, I'm just getting used to it so I can do things tomorrow night, Susia said. You want to use my face to act tomorrow night? Can't you? Susia gave him a cold look. Andrew's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak anymore. He had a fluke. That is, the group might think that he had been destroyed by 2SH. Put his information on the destruction list, and no longer pay attention to him. After that, if Susia can let him go, he can safely change his appearance, live with a new identity, and no longer worry about the group's problems. But now, Susia plans to act against his face. This undoubtedly completely cut off his escape route. Once someone who supports the group sees him, he will be doomed in the next life, and will most likely be trapped in the endless pursuit of the group until the day he dies. Not long after, the two came to a villa owned by Andrew in the suburbs. The location of the villa is very good, halfway up the mountain, with beautiful scenery and plenty of sunshine, making it very suitable for long-term living. But before she even got close, Susia spotted several lurkers. People in your group, have you seen it? Susia pointed to a big tree. There were several people in camouflage uniforms on the tree. I saw it. Andrew nodded, his eyes a little complicated. Susia waved and led the two of them to float in the air. slowly approaching the lurkers. After getting closer, you can hear these lurkers communicating quietly. One of them whispered, "Isn't Andrew killed by a cannonball? Why did Lord Frank send us to monitor his house? The situation is tense now, and it is easy for the Machine Clan to regard him as a suspicious person." The person next to him said, "He may not have been killed in the explosion. Before I had time to check the body, the scene was already surrounded by the Machine Clan. He must be dead," said a man hidden in the canopy of the tree. "That's right. That's a guided bomb. How could a flesh and blood body be able to withstand it?" Another person agreed. "Humph. For those who betray the group, death is their destination." Sure enough, the group didn't have time to check where the SHL hit. In other words, I don't dare to check. Less than 3 minutes after the explosion, the mechanical tribes surrounded the place. Therefore, within the group, Andrew's life and death are now a mystery, and most people believe that he is dead. After all, even the signal of the tracking device was blown away. "The Frank they are talking about is your deputy?" Su Xia asked Andrew. "Yes. I actually just want to avoid the limelight." Andrew sighed. "But once you are branded as a group, you will never be able to escape. Why are you running away?" Su Xia asked him. "Sir, what do you mean? Confront your fears and destroy them." Chapter 384, A Turn of Luck. Why run away? This is a very intuitive question. The opponent is too powerful, and there is no hope of victory at all. So naturally he has to run away. If you don't run away, are you waiting to die? Andrew looked bitter, shook his head and said, "Sir, you are powerful. Of course you don't care about this. How can a little person like me compare with you?" Su Xia said, "I used to be a nobody, but you are a big shot now. I also climbed up slowly." Su Xia said seriously, "Escape is not the solution to the problem. Even if you can't beat him now, it doesn't mean you won't be your opponent in the future. You can't hide forever. Sir, you should really apply for a motivational lecturer." Andrew said sincerely, "All the words you say are false. It's the actual actions that matter. It's hard." "What's so difficult?" Su Xia said calmly. "To put it simply, there are only 3 steps of getting beaten: becoming stronger, and fighting back. One day, you will no longer need to go through the step of getting beaten, because there is no more people can bully you." "My lord, you are right." Andrew acknowledged it with his mouth. But of course, his complicated expression betrayed him. From a normal person's perspective, many people simply cannot get to the point of fighting back. They had already fallen hard at the beating step, and never had the chance to get up, let alone become stronger. And to get to Su Xia's current position, she still has to go through countless beatings. Who can guarantee that she won't be completely knocked down one day? "It seems you still haven't figured it out." Seeing his expression, Su Xia suddenly remembered a classic line from the movie, Rocky. The meaning of life does not lie in how hard you can throw a punch, but in how hard you can withstand it. This sounds a little strange. Simply put, you have to be beaten while you are alive. In the past 10 years or so, you have had a lot of innocent people's blood on your hands. Su Xia suddenly spoke and changed the topic. Andrew's expression changed slightly. Why did Su Xia suddenly mention this matter? Over the years, he has been working for the group. There is indeed a lot of blood on his hands. Among other things, there are countless innocent lives that he has personally sent to various torture bases. In his early years, he was indeed influenced by the brainwashing and indoctrination education of the group. He had no normal outlook on life, and could not distinguish right from wrong. In the group's education, killing outsiders is not a crime, but betraying the group is a crime. Later he understood a lot, and the bad things he did were just to save his own life and give him a chance to break away from the group. Andrew often thinks that if he was born in an ordinary family, he would definitely have a normal life. But no amount of excuses could wash away the sins on his body. After all, he had killed someone, and he was riddled with blood debt. He was an out-and-out executioner. If there really is AHL, then he will be dragged down by countless innocent souls after his death. Su Xia suddenly mentioned this. Was she planning to deal with him? "Sir!" Andrew felt uneasy. "I said, as long as you cooperate with me, I will give you freedom." Su Xia said again, "I am a person who keeps my word and usually will not break my word. After all, it is about my personal reputation. I can't live without it. It's just a reputation. But I also told you, freedom comes at a price. Sir, I am willing to bear any price." Andrew gritted his teeth. As long as he could get freedom, he could give up everything except his life. In fact, he had nothing else to give up now. Really? Su Xia asked. Yes. Well, I'll give you a chance. Su Xia's tone remained unchanged, and she said to Andrew, from now on, give up escaping and confront this group head-on. Remember, as long as you can disintegrate this group and make it completely disappear from the world, I will give you your freedom. This isn't hard? My lord, this may take a long time. It doesn't matter. 1 year, 2 years, 10 or 20 years. I have plenty of time. Su Xia looked at Andrew with a calm look. No matter how much time it takes, the moment this group disappears, that's the moment you are free. I am free. Andrew's expression changed for a while, and he quickly nodded vigorously and replied, okay, sir, I will definitely do it. Well, remember your words. I'm waiting for your good news. After saying that, a task prompt suddenly popped up in front of Su Xia. Mission, buried deep in HL. The second phase is activated. Content of the current stage, with the help of the information provided by Andrew. Destroy the headquarters of the Left Eye Group and try to destroy all branches of the group across the mainland. Since the group is headquartered in another continent, this task has no time limit. Task Requirement 1, rescue the kidnapped persons. The overall survival rate shall not be less than 30%. Task Requirement 2, smiley face. Mission reward, good guy medal. Good guy medal? Su Xia's eyes froze, staring at the row in the reward column. What is this? The name sounds like an ordinary medal. But Su Xia is not the leader of a certain alliance, and has no hobby of collecting medals. Check. He clicked lightly to view the detailed description of the reward. Medal of Good Guys, a magical medal. After wearing it, you will get the title of Good Guy. Under the influence of this title, your personal luck will be greatly improved. From now on, the more bad forces you destroy, the more bad guys you kill, and the more good things you do, the more medals will add to your luck. Luck? Su Xia didn't know why. Could such a mysterious thing be increased by external forces? He remembered that AI Hal on the other side of the wreckage of the spacecraft said that in the starry sky, there are many research teams that specialize in studying luck. But they have not come up with any results after thousands of years of research. The biggest research result seems to be lucky people love to laugh. This is a very speechless conclusion. Can people who are unlucky still laugh? However, Hal said at the time that tens of billions of research funds had been spent on just such a conclusion. This made Su Xia couldn't help but sigh. There are also teams of bastards in the sky who defraud research funds. And the funding agencies are too kind. And they were defrauded of tens of billions casually. At the end of the description of this Good Guy medal, there is a line of additional explanation. Note, how to judge your personal luck. If you often have close calls, encounter crises, constant disasters, countless enemies, etc., then you may be unlucky and need the help of this medal. Note, if you still can't judge, you can use the simplest method to judge. Do you often pick up money? Seeing this comment, Su Xia understood clearly. He hasn't picked up much money since he was a child. And the biggest one was only 50 cents. But when he was in elementary school, he had a desk mate who would pick up money every once in a while, often in cash of large denominations, and would often treat him to snacks, which made him envious at the time. Is this the substantive manifestation of luck? Su Xia thought for a while. All over the world are electronic payments. Who still picks up money now? It doesn't matter if I got this medal. Since I came to this world, I have been almost beaten to death by the Machine Clan several times. It's probably because of my bad luck. Su Xia thought about the situation in Seahorse City this time, and found that her luck was indeed somewhat bad. Even if a lot of details are taken into consideration, problems will always arise. If Mercer hadn't been too arrogant this time and insisted on destroying Su Xia's psychological defense, Su Xia might have fallen into the Seahorse City. Cash payment is still popular in this world. After you get a medal, you can also experience the joy of going out to pick up money. Su Xia made up her mind to get this thing as soon as possible. This is an improvement in invisible strength, which is invisible and intangible. But he had a hunch that after wearing this medal, the next time he faced the machine race, it would probably not be as difficult as this time. Sir, what's wrong with you? Andrew suddenly spoke, and found that Su Xia's eyes were dull, and he couldn't help but feel worried. Nothing. Just thinking of something from the past. Su Xia shook her head. My lord, you are a man of stories. Who doesn't have a few stories in this world? Su Xia shrugged and stopped talking. With a casual move, he led the two of them to float forward slowly. During this period, They discovered several group members lurking outside the villa. The front door, back door, secret door, windows, etc. of the entire villa are the objects of intensive surveillance. Not even a mosquito can escape the eyes of these people. This is just one of Andrew's permanent villas. There are probably ambushes around his other residences and the safe house. Every once in a while, these people will report to the base. Sir Frank, there is no movement around residence number 1. After the debriefing, they interact with each other for a while. It can be heard from their words that many people express disdain and incomprehension for Andrew's defection. The group worked hard to cultivate him and invested a lot of resources in him over the years. But he actually wants to betray the group. Does he feel that his current status is not enough? He's probably been blown to pieces by now. Have a good death. Master Frank is much better than him. These people have a blind emotion towards the Left Eye group that normal people cannot understand. Few people would think of leading the group like Andrew. Hearing these people's words, Andrew didn't have much expression. He had been used to it for a long time. He just said, "At the base today, the happiest person is probably Frank. He has been my assistant for 2 years and has always wanted to become a full-time employee. Maybe I will be transferred or something will happen." "How is that person?" Su Xia asked. "Garbage man. His methods are worse than mine. And he likes and approves all the actions of the group from the bottom of his heart," Andrew replied. "Looks like he's damned too." Su Xia remembered this name and would kill it when she had time. The more garbage people die, the easier it will be to bring order to the world. "Let's go and take a rest first. I'm tired too. Does your villa have an underground safe room?" Su Xia asked. Yes. That's good." Su Xia took Andrew past the lurking group members and slowly floated over the villa. The doors and windows of the villa are all closed. Opening them rashly will attract the attention of those watching outside. Therefore, with a single move, he took Andrew to the top of the villa and slowly dropped down along the chimney at the top. During the fall, Andrew whispered in the chimney, "Sir, slow down. What's wrong? I'm a little fat and I'm stuck." "What do you call a little fat?" Su Xia was speechless and poured some cooking oil on his head to help him slide down slowly. This Andrew is a clone created by gene editing technology. His genes are perfect and there is almost no risk of illness. It stands to reason that he can have the physique of an athlete with a little exercise. But he suddenly grew up to be short and fat now, and even half of his hair was bald. It can be seen that the so-called genes are not that important. Are artificial humans necessarily perfect? "Sir, don't be angry. I will lose weight in the future," Andrew said. Of course, Su Xia was not angry. He has a well-proportioned figure, not fat, and has no exaggerated muscles. He fits perfectly in this dark chimney. Moreover, Andrew was below, and his fat body rubbed away part of the protruding chimney soot, leaving a relatively clean passage for Su Xia. Andrew complained endlessly. His whole body was covered in darkness. And he whispered, "If I had known, I should have asked someone to clean the chimney. Anyway, those kids in the slums can't find jobs." "Huh? Should we clean the chimney or look for children now?" Su Xia was a little surprised. "Yes, most of them are looking for children. Because it is cheap and easy to use. And you can scold them if you don't do it well. It is much more convenient than a machine." So, Su Xia raised her head and looked through the dark chimney to see the narrow skylight above. This world is both progressive and backward, giving people a very distorted sense of unreality. And the technology tree is quite crooked. You know, on the other side of the earth, this kind of industry has long been banned. Going back further, in the dying empire in the 17th and 18th centuries, many boys would be bought to work as chimney sweeps. The great poet William Blake described this kind of thing in his Chimney Sweeper. This poem is not famous in the country, but there is another more famous literary and artistic work that describes it, namely Dickens's Oliver Twist. Most of those boys were 4 or 5 years old, and the youngest ones were even 3 years old. Because of their small size, they were suitable for this kind of work. They did not have any protective clothing, and some of the chimneys were still hot when they were swept. And there were even flames. They were often burned and bruised, and their bones became deformed. Many of them died of lung disease due to the smoke-filled working environment, were suffocated or burned to death, and very few survived to adulthood. They are like tools. After they die, they will be replaced by the next batch. Later, they had a collective name called Chimney Boys, and were known to many people. "This kind of thing should not happen again," Su Xia said. "Sir, there are too many things in this world. How can you manage them all by yourself? Andrew said. You see clearly. It's not transparent. Andrew said below. The whole world is like this. Unless you change the rules of this world. While talking, Andrew finally landed in the bottom fireplace, bent down, and climbed out of the fireplace with difficulty. Covered in darkness. This picture was inexplicably funny, making Su Xia think of Santa Claus. With Santa's fat body, can he really get into the chimney and deliver gifts to children? Finally! It's out! It's squeezing me to death! Andrew patted the soot on his body, like a coal miner. Although the surface was covered with a layer of nanorobots, he still felt uncomfortable. Just climbing the chimney once made him want to die. I really don't know how those children, who are only a few years old, can endure such long-term pain. Stop talking, Su Xia reminded. Yes, sir. Come to the basement with me. Andrew's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the window, fearing that he would be sensed by the group's lurking personnel outside. At this moment, the many lurkers outside knew nothing about what was going on in the villa. Their life-sensing instruments showed that there were still no signs of life activity in the villa, which made them quite relieved. A lurker was lying on a big tree and said confidently, even if Andrew is not dead, he would not dare to return to this villa. This person was also one of Andrew's former subordinates, and he knew Andrew's character quite well. The person next to him reminded, don't be careless. Pay attention. Be careful of him sneaking into the villa secretly and playing tricks under the light. No way. There's nothing on the instrument. Don't trust the machine too much. Don't worry. This is produced by Onlua Company, the man said firmly. I know his character and abilities well. If he can really sneak into the villa, then I will eat this life sensor on the spot. Chapter 385 Pimple Fish. In the villa, there is an underground safe house. The house is airtight and spacious, wrapped in thick steel and concrete, and has a large amount of water and food stored in it. In wartime, this room could be used as a doomsday fortress. 2 people can live in it for a few years, and then go out without any problem. In addition to food, there are also several shelves of firearms, bombs, swords, daggers, etc., which can probably arm 3 to 5 people, enough to guard the door of the safe house. This Andrew acted very cautiously, obviously taking into account the possibility of being surrounded in the future. Sir, you can rest here. Andrew led the way for Su Xia. Respectfully, you have worked a long distance and fought continuously. You must be very tired. You can rest here for half a day. Su Xia looked calmly and glanced at the structure inside the safe house, taking in a panoramic view of the materials in the entire room. Speaking of which, he really hadn't rested for a long time. During this time, they were either fighting, running for their lives, or hiding, and there was almost no time to breathe. This safe house is not considered safe. After all, there are more than a dozen lurkers from the Left Eye group outside the villa. The danger has not gone away, but at least it has a place to stay and can take a breath for a while. The injuries from his previous battle with the machine tribe have healed, but the mental fatigue will eventually need to be relieved. Snapped! Su Xia opened a can of stored water, sat casually by a shelf, and drank several large gulps. Andrew sat carefully on the other side and got himself some stored water to moisten his throat so that he could continue to communicate. Neither of them spoke anymore, and there was a brief silence in the basement. Su Xia closed her eyes and rested, relaxed her muscles, adjusted her breathing, and adjusted slowly to ensure that she could be in the best condition when acting in the middle of the night. Andrew did not dare to speak, for fear of angering Su Xia, who was resting, and did not know what to do, so he could only sit aside. There were no lights on in the room, so the two of them sat in the dark. Time passed quietly. After more than 10 minutes, Su Xia suddenly opened her eyes and let out a breath. Call. There was a glint in his eyes. He twisted his neck, and there were several slight crackling sounds from the bones in his body. The rest was only temporary. He still had things to do. Su Xia turned around and asked Andrew, I came to Conch City not only for you, but also for something more important. Andrew was very sensible. Sir, please tell me. I'm looking for a fish. Sir, what kind of fish is it? Andrew asked. The most indispensable thing here is all kinds of fish. The common ones are easy to find. There are countless fishing boats out every day. I have lived here for more than 10 years, and I am pretty familiar with these. Learn. Pimplefish. Su Xia said its name. Pimplefish? Andrew was stunned and read these 3 words repeatedly. It's not that this fish isn't famous. It's just that it's too famous. If it were any other fish, He might have to think about it. But the plump fish left a deep impression on him. Is it the kind of thorny fawnfish that can only be fished in the deep sea? Andrew said the scientific name. The name of this fish is very strange. It does not exist on the other side of the earth. It is a specialty of this world. Yes. Su Xia nodded. This fish is a bit troublesome, and may not be easy to catch. How? The quantity is too small. And there are too many people in need. Andrew said truthfully. Generally speaking, this kind of fish will be reserved as soon as it is caught. The fishing boats will be traded directly after they dock. And few of them will be circulated to the market. So precious? Su Xia frowned, not expecting that this thing was not easy to handle. Before coming here, he also knew about this kind of fish. He only knew that the quantity was small and the price was high. Unexpectedly, almost none of it circulated in the market. But to make the dream potion, you need the poison glands of this fish. Only with medicine can we cure the two little girls Yamo and Shinyu. This time he came to the southern city to find poison glands. And the commotion in Seahorse City was just an accident. Sir, you don't know something. The number of this kind of fish is very small. If you catch one, you are lucky. Andrew explained. Usually once this kind of fish appears, it can be bought for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every time. Moreover, it is priceless and there is no market. If you don't have some skills, you may not be able to buy it. The reason why the pimple fish has this strange name is because it looks so ugly. The fish in the deep sea look all kinds of strange. Maybe it's because they don't see the sun. They basically grow randomly. And they are all so ugly that I don't know how to describe them. The surface of the pimple fish is covered with strange pimples. The skin is gray-brown and looks more oozing than the skin of a toad. Moreover, each pimple has a poisonous spike inside, which is ugly and dangerous. This kind of fish likes to lie on the bottom of the sea. If you don't look carefully, you can easily mistake it for a rock on the bottom of the sea. Sir, although this kind of fish is highly poisonous and ugly, its meat is particularly delicious. Andrew had eaten it twice occasionally before and spoke highly of it. He told Su Xia. Decades ago, before the war started, there were countless gourmets who came to the beach and waited for several months just to have a bite of this fish. Su Xia frowned. How many months have you waited? Is it so delicious? Sir, people like you certainly don't care about your appetite. Andrew smiled and said, but for most people, it's worth waiting a few months to eat this kind of fish once. No matter how much time and money you spend. It's worth it. Is that so? Yes. After all, everyone has different ideals in life. Andrew explained. Sir, your ideals are relatively high. But most people's ideals are just like that. As long as they can eat delicious food. Have fun. Be safe and happy. That's all. Well, that makes sense. Su Xia didn't refute. Just asked, how delicious is it? Andrew thought for a while and replied, what about the taste? If you eat it once, you will never forget it for the rest of your life. Even if you know you may be poisoned, you still can't help but continue to eat it. Su Xia really can't understand this state. For him, the most delicious thing is probably all kinds of barbecue. He can satisfy himself for several days with a buffet worth dozens of yuan. He doesn't like eating fish very much because he was stuck with fish bones several times when he was a child. Once, he even bled and was rushed to the hospital for treatment, leaving a psychological shadow. Andrew said, Sir, the reason why this kind of fish can be sold so expensively, or even at a high price, is not only because of its delicious meat, but also because of its unique venom glands. Oh! Su Xia's heart moved. He came specifically for the poison gland. The information circulating on the market only says that this fish is delicious, and does not specifically mention the function of the venom glands. This fish is highly poisonous, ranking among the top 10 in the sea. Andrew said, if you are stung by its poisonous stinger, you will fall to the ground and die soon. I know that. Su Xia nodded. It can be said that the whole body of the pimple fish is poisonous. Its liver, kidneys, even eyes, skin, blood, etc. are all poisonous. The toxicity is strong and scary. Its toxin is one of the most toxic non-protein toxins found in nature in the world, and is more than 1,000 times more potent than sodium cyanide. In the past years, many unlucky fishermen died because they accidentally cut their palms due to the poisonous thorns on the surface of their skin. They were not even able to save them in time. There was also an unlucky chef who accidentally cut his finger while handling this kind of fish and died on the spot. This thing is also rated as one of the most dangerous delicacies in the world. But even so, there are still people who continue to try its delicious taste. In the past, a great gourmet even commented, "If you can take a bite, even if you die, it will be worth it." Sir, the poison of this fish is quite dangerous to ordinary people. But to others, it is priceless. Andrew said. Research institution? Su Xia thought of this. No. They are some rich people who pursue spiritual enjoyment. What's the meaning? Sir, after the poison in the fish's venom gland is extracted, it will become a top-notch hallucinogen after special treatment. Andrew explained seriously. The hallucinogenic effect is so strong that it is rarely seen in the world. Just a small drop can make people indulge in hallucinations for several hours. To put it simply, the poison glands of this thing can refine top-grade drugs. For those who are rich, physical enjoyment is enough. They have experienced almost any enjoyment that ordinary people can think of. So they will gradually pursue spiritual enjoyment. So powerful? Su Xia was surprised. Yes. Andrew replied. Have you ever used it? Used it once. Andrew has experienced it firsthand. So he knows this very well. He said, a few years ago, when a businessman ordered anti-aging products from me, he gave me a small bottle of the hallucinogen extracted from fish venom glands. I used it as soon as I got home that night, and it was so effective. He paused, and there was a strange look in his eyes. It was complicated, as if he was nostalgic, but he seemed a little scared. Su Xia asked, compared to ordinary hallucinogens? A world of difference. Andrew affirmed. That feeling is like entering another world. Like I am about to become a fairy, floating around in a strange and bizarre world. It is really indescribable. I have never experienced it in my life. That feeling. Yeah? Su Xia frowned, glanced at Andrew, and said, You are also a psychic creature. Have you ever had hallucinations when injecting psychic potions? Andrew replied, I have experienced hallucinations. But the hallucinations associated with psychic potions are really incomparable to that poison gland hallucinogen. According to him, after taking the potion, he was obsessed with illusions and hallucinations all night long. He didn't wake up in the hospital until noon the next day. Hospital? Yes. Andrew was a little scared and said, I was using it in this villa at the time. Unexpectedly, I was found on the side of the road more than 10 miles away the next day. When I was found, I was delirious and twitching all over. Did you run out by yourself? Su Xia asked. Yeah. Then I looked at the surveillance and found that I ran out of the villa like crazy at midnight, and then stumbled on the road for more than 10 miles, staggering and yelling, like a mental patient. I almost got hit by a car several times. The effect of that thing was so strong that it made him a little scared even thinking about it now. Later he found out that the businessman had not made it clear to him that he had used too much at one time. Normally 1 or 2 drops would be enough. But he used a whole bottle. Fortunately, he is a psychic creature and has strong resistance. If it were an ordinary person, if he drank a whole bottle, he might die directly in that blurred dream. Moreover, under normal circumstances, before use, you should use 2 handcuffs to secure yourself firmly to prevent yourself from running around when you are unconscious. After that time, I never used it again. I really didn't dare. Andrew exhaled and said, Sir, you know that as the group's branch liaison here, I must always stay awake and not indulge in those enjoyment gadgets. Otherwise it will be destroyed as a substandard product. Yeah, indeed. But that feeling, even now, is intoxicating when I think about it. Andrew sighed. If it's true, it's false. It's like an illusion. It's like a dream. Dream? Yes. And it's a semi-lucid dream. This answer made Su Xia think of the name of the potion he wanted to make. Enchanted in a dream. The most critical ingredient for this potion is the poison glands of the fish. The mission only gave the formula and didn't mention much about its specific effects. But just from the name, you can get some clues. Where is the easiest place to get this kind of fish? Su Xia asked Andrew. This? Andrew thought seriously. And after a moment, he replied, Sir, what you need is not a place, but a contact method. Where to contact? There are 3 major fishing companies in Conch City. These 3 fishery companies cover almost 80% of the fishing projects in Conch City. You need to contact them, explain your requirements, and give a deposit in advance, so that you have a chance to get this fish. Okay, without further ado, I'll check their contact information, Su Xia said. And there's more. What's wrong? Sir, there are so many people in need of this kind of fish, and the price is getting higher every time. Andrew patted his head and said, On the last planet, There were 4 lumpfish, which were sold at auction. The final price was more than 5 million. An average fish costs more than 1 million? Su Xia frowned. She was not eating fish. She was just eating gold. The world is really twisted. Some people will sell their lives to research institutions for tens of thousands of dollars, while others will spend millions just to buy a fish. Andrew sighed. Yes, and the last bidder of more than 5 million has not yet bought it. Why? Because someone at the scene proposed a barter and gave a very precious treasure in exchange for the 4 fish. Barter for something. Su Xia lowered her eyes slightly and understood what Andrew meant. When the price of something cannot be measured accurately in terms of money, it is easy to exchange things for things. For example, the bottles of 6th level medicinal wine, Starry Sky Liuxiang, he had in his hand could not be bought with money, and had to be exchanged for special treasures from the Lingyan Tavern. This shows that the value of the fish is almost beyond the concept of money. Sir, after the last auction, there must be many people who are unwilling to give up and will continue to wait. Andrew reminded Su Xia. You will face many opponents. When the time comes, you may grab a batch of lumpfish with them. Rob? Yes. It can only be described as grabbing. Andrew thought about the previous auctions, and almost all of them were rushed to buy. Oh, that's no problem. I'm good at grabbing things. Chapter 386 Dragon City Split. Bartering, a special method of transaction, is more common in chaotic times. In peacetime, banknotes are mostly stable. But once the war starts, banknotes will depreciate rapidly, while gold, food, energy, etc. will rise rapidly. The planet is still on the brink of war, with constant skirmishes, smoke, and tense situations. It is not known when it will start again. Therefore, barter for barter has become the default rule of many organizations. The batch of fish that was auctioned last time was exchanged for 5 aquamarine pearls. Andrew told Su Xia the complete situation of the auction at that time. Aquamarine pearl? Su Xia was confused. A local specialty, a kind of sea pearl, is dark blue in color and contains some psychic power. Andrew explained. Pearl? Psychic power? Can these two be related? Su Xia was surprised. This was the first time she heard about it. Andrew continued. Yes, it is a pearl produced by a mutant sea oyster. Mutant sea clam? My lord. You can think of it as the Zerg in the sea. Yeah. Okay. After Andrew explained, Su Xia knew what it was. There are mutated creatures on land, and naturally there are also in the sea. And there are more of them, with diverse races and all kinds of strange things. For example, the previous octopus monster Haidar climbed up from the sea, with octopus tentacles on his face, which made Creek angry. Several blurry photos have been circulated on player forums. A group of players teamed up to enter the deep sea and photographed a terrifying and huge shadow on the bottom of the sea. The ocean area of this planet exceeds 70%, and there must be countless monsters in the deep sea. The Zerg itself can produce spiritual energy. Otherwise it would not be kept in captivity by the Machine Clan. Sir, that kind of mutated sea oyster will only produce 1 pearl in its lifetime. The older it is, the darker the blue of the pearl, and the more spiritual energy it contains. Emrad said. When it is alive, it will automatically by absorbing the scattered spiritual energy floating in the sea. You will also generate spiritual energy yourself and condense it into your own pearl. I see. I've learned a lot. Su Xia sighed. I thought you knew that kind of sea clam. My lord. I'm from inland. I've never seen any river clams, let alone sea clams. Su Xia shrugged. This visit to Conch City is the first time I've seen the sea. With your ability, sir, you can go wherever you want. Right. Su Xia wanted to go wherever she wanted, but he didn't have that time. He glanced at the current time, and then asked Andrew. By the way, what is the role of the pearl? Refining spiritual energy? Andrew replied. Yes. Each sea blue pearl contains a large amount of pure spiritual power, which is easy to refine. It is much more convenient than refining those terrestrial insected creatures. Based on the previous auction price, wouldn't one of them be worth millions? That's right. The psychic potion extracted from the 5 aquamarine pearls at the last auction must be worth more than 5 million. How big are the pearls? Bigger than an ordinary person's fist. Andrew gestured, suddenly patted his head, and said to Su Xia, Sir, there are aquamarine pearls in my basement. You will know when you see them. Oh, show me. You come with me. Andrew stood up immediately, with a respectful tone, and took Su Xiao into the next level of the underground safe house. This is a hidden space that does not store food, weapons or other supplies, but some of Andrew's personal collection. He was cautious and turned on a flashlight instead of turning on the light. Although people lurking outside the villa cannot see the specific situation inside, once they see the electricity meter start flowing, they can tell that there is someone in the villa. You have a lot of good things here. Su Xiao looked around and saw many valuable items in this hidden space. There are antique porcelain, valuable paintings, and precious jade. At first glance, it looks like a small museum. It's normal when you think about it. Andrew has been operating here for more than 10 years, and his status is not low. The people he interacts with are all rich businessmen. Naturally, he can get a lot of good things. My lord, the pearl is right here. Andrew bent down and opened a small wooden box. There were more than a dozen pearls of different sizes in the box. These pearls shone under the flashlight light like glowing jewels, and were very noble. The smallest ones were about the size of a thumb, and the largest ones were bigger than Su Xiao's fist. Aquamarine pearl, produced by the low-level Zerg. Phantom blue sea clam. In the sea, this Zerg has low attack power, weak defense capabilities, and extremely slow escape speed. It is the bottom creature of the entire Zerg society, due to its talent for absorbing spiritual energy. This creature is often hunted as a supplement by other Zerg races. Several lines of prompts popped up in front of Su Xia, explaining the origin of this kind of pearl. This is a very tragic race. It is at the bottom of the entire Zerg food chain, but it also contains a lot of energy. It seems that its destiny is to be eaten by other races. Even if they are not eaten by the Zerg in the sea, they will still be targeted by human salvagers. Sir, look! Andrew picked up the smallest aquamarine pearl, held it under the light of a flashlight, and said seriously, "This pearl has been cultivated by sea clams for more than 3 years. Even though it is small, the price on the black market must be at least this amount." As he spoke, he showed 2 fingers. 200,000. The value contained in such a small thing is enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for more than 10 years. Furthermore, this pearl is delicate, gorgeous, warm and bright. Even if it has no spiritual value, it is still a top-notch jewelry. It is very rare and is highly sought after by those noble ladies. So the price has always been high. Su Xia also picked up a pearl, put it in her hand and rubbed it gently. It felt really comfortable and had a special cold feeling. Andrew added, "Sir, the pearl in your hand starts at 500,000. The price is really not low." Su Xia put it down, picked up another bigger one, and said calmly, "When you retire in the future, if you have no financial resources, go to the sea to fish for pearls, and count every pearl you catch." "Sir, you are really good at joking." Andrew forced a smile. "I'm not kidding. I'm serious. With your status, you will definitely not be short of money. As long as you open your mouth, countless people will rush to give you money, just to make friends with you. Forget it. Having too many friends is not a good thing." Su Xia shook her head. "Sir, if you are really serious about fishing for this kind of sea clam, you need to consult the fishermen on the beach for more advice." Seeing that Su Xia really had an idea, Andrew said, "In some fishermen teams, there are specialized clam pickers. Many people's ancestors fished for pearls on the seashore. They have been passed down from generation to generation and have rich experience. Even some professional frogmen can't compare to them." "Okay, I get it." The magic blue sea mussels that produce this kind of pearls are already rare near shallow seas and have been fished too much in recent years. As Zerg creatures, they do not even have the most basic ability to resist, and cannot even defeat ordinary fishermen, which is considered a shame for the Zerg clan. You must know that the Zerg creatures on land, even the lowest level of swift insects, are not something ordinary people can deal with. "Sir, look at this one." Andrew carefully picked up the largest one, which looked quite heavy. The surface of this pearl is dark blue, with soft ripples and flashes under the light, just like the deep sea or the starry sky in summer. Dreamlike, beautiful and moving. The value of this one is over 1.5 million. The sea clam that produced this pearl lived for at least 12 years, which is quite rare on the seabed. "It's a pity to only refine spiritual energy from such a big pearl," Andrew said. "Usually only those small pearls that are 1 or 2 years old are refined. This is its value. There is nothing to regret." Su Xia said. "Sir, your values are different from people like us." Andrew sighed. "Such a beautiful pearl. If placed in the living room, just looking at it twice a day will make people feel relaxed and happy. Overall, the value of this box of pearls exceeds tens of millions. The two largest ones are both more than 10 years old and can be considered valuable but not marketable. These pearls are the best choice for bartering in seaside cities. They are psychic currencies recognized by many companies and wealthy businessmen.
Sir, I don't need these things anyway. You must need them. Take them away.
Andrew was a little heartbroken, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but he still put down the pearls in his hand. If it weren't for Su Xia, he would have died a long time ago, let alone come back to get these pearls. In fact, the moment he decided to break away from the control of the group, Andrew decided to give up all his assets, and he never thought about coming back to see these treasures of his.
Good.
Su Xia was not polite and put it away directly. When it comes to resources, the more the better. The more the better. In this room, there was more than one box of pearls, and there were several identical boxes next to them, all of which were collected by Su Xia. After putting away these pearls, Su Xia raised her head, moved her eyes, and stayed for a moment on every item in this hidden room. Andrew has no use for these things, so Su Xia will naturally not let them go. Su Xia's time in this world was too short. Her foundation was very shallow, and she could not compare with those veteran psychic creatures in the Lingyan Tavern before. The 5th level creature Hu Hanhai could throw away a lot of precious books, many of which were orphans. This was the confidence of the veteran psychic creature. In the basement of Coral City Pharmacy, Dad also collected a lot of priceless treasures. Now, it is time for Su Xia to enrich her treasure house.
Receive!
Su Xia patted a precious jade relief, and the relief instantly disappeared in his hand and entered his personal space. This scene made Andrew's eyelids jump. He had only seen this magical ability in the undead before, but the legendary masked stranger is very unlikely to be the undead. So how did he do it? Does he have the terrifying ability to tear apart space with his bare hands? Still talking about some kind of special talent?
Sir, can you teach me this skill?
Andrew shamelessly asked Su Xia for advice. He also wanted to have this ability. If you can learn it, it will be much easier to escape in the future. You can carry a large amount of supplies with you, and you will not have to worry about food and clothing. Su Xia glanced at him and said,
This is my psychic talent. You can't learn it.
Really? Andrew sighed.
I have been a psychic creature for more than 10 years. Although the level is low, it has been a long time, but I have never awakened my talent. You haven't awakened in more than 10 years?
Su Xia frowned.
Is it so difficult? Sir, you are a genius, and you cannot resonate with a mediocre person like me.
Andrew said helplessly.
There are many people like me. Awakening can only rely on luck. If you are lucky, you can awaken as soon as you become a psychic creature. Those who are unlucky may not be able to make it for the rest of their lives. Yeah, indeed.
Su Xia's body was awakened when she first became a psychic creature, and it was a very useful talent. Gentle Death. It was this talent that allowed him to be spotted by his father and become an apprentice in a pharmacy, leading him step by step to where he is today. In those past battles, without the support of a large amount of medicine, Su Xia might have fallen long ago. There are many paths in life, and the initial encounters can often determine your final achievements.
If someone has the ability to help others awaken, that person will definitely become the target of the entire continent,
Andrew said.
Unfortunately, there has never been such a person. That's not certain.
Su Xia shook her head.
Maybe there are people like this who are just afraid of being caught by the mechanical tribe, so they don't dare to come forward.
You must know that every mechanical individual in the mechanical race is a psychic creature, and this race is the most eager to awaken their talents. It is said that they have asked Onlua Company to develop technology to help awaken people for a long time, but so far there has been no result. Su Xia ended the topic and continued to collect things in the room. These supplies were his first major harvest. When you need money in the future, you won't have to sell the things Dad left behind.
Hey,
this is... He suddenly stopped and stared at the collection in a glass cabinet in front of him. It was a 5-pointed metal with a red surface. It looked like it was old. It was lying quietly in the corner of the glass cabinet. Among Andrew's many collections, this metal was not conspicuous, but it instantly caught Su Xia's attention. Dragon City Hero Medal, a medal of honor. Only those who have won the title of
Dragon City Hero
can get this medal. It is one of the highest honors of Dragon City. Why does this medal appear here? Su Xia was confused. You know, this is the highest honor. For the recipient of this medal, this honor may be more precious than his life. Most of the people who now hold the hero medal made outstanding contributions more than 10 years ago during the most brutal period of the war between the two races. Many of them contributed everything to the establishment of Dragon City.
Where did you get this medal?
Su Xia asked Andrew.
Bought it.
Andrew answered truthfully.
Can I still buy this thing?
Su Xia frowned. Honor cannot be bought.
Sir, you don't know something. In several small camps near the gathering place of Dragon City, there are some people from Dragon City who sell this kind of metals.
Andrew told the story honestly and talked about the origin of this metal. This was bought in a small station near Longcheng when he was transporting a batch of arms and supplies not long ago.
The price is not expensive. Just a few thousand yuan,
Andrew said to Su Xia.
The person who sold this metal was a little girl. She said it was his father's metal. Now the family is short of money, so she sold it. How can a family that has received a hero medal be short of money?
Su Xia's frown deepened. Forming the character, Sichuan. Andrew shook his head.
I don't know about that. There was more than one person selling this metal at that time. Is that so?
Su Xia slowly picked up the metal with a deep look in her eyes. The current situation in Dragon City may be worse than he imagined, and is almost on the verge of getting out of control. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. You automatically get the mission, Dragon City Split. Chapter 387 The Old Father in the Superposition State. Sudden mission. Looking at the line of words that popped up in front of her eyes, Su Xia was stunned for a long time. He held the
Dragon City Hero Medal
in his hand and quietly watched the mission prompt. After a while, he clicked on the prompt. Mission, Dragon City Split. You found a genuine
Dragon City Hero Medal
in Andrew's collection room, which made you suspicious. Why did the descendants of the hero become so depressed that they sold the medal to survive? And, as Andrew said, this is not a single phenomenon. Seeing the first few lines, Su Xia knew that this task was not easy. It was the same as he had wondered before. A hero should be treated well, and not be left in such a state of despair.
This mission will probably turn the entire Dragon City upside down.
Su Xia took a deep breath and continued to look down. Since the establishment of Dragon City, a total of only 1,165 hero medals have been issued, more than half of which have been issued to martyrs and heroes to represent their honor with medals. Each medal comes with a certificate. Ask Andrew for the medal certificate and more details via the certificate. After getting more details, this mission will be transferred to the Dragon City Split line. Dragon City is in danger, and division can only happen overnight. Please hurry up.
Certificate?
Su Xia was startled and immediately asked Andrew.
Where is the certificate that comes with this medal? Why is it not in the display case?
Andrew immediately replied.
Sir, I put it under the cabinet. Someone else's name is on the certificate. It's not convenient to display it. I will take it out for you immediately.
As he said that, he ran forward 2 steps, squatting under the cabinet like a fat penguin, looking for it with a flashlight. Soon, he found a red certificate of honor. He opened the certificate completely and placed it on the glass display case for Su Xia to see. The certificate contains a yellowed mug shot and contains information such as the owner and origin of the medal. Name, Wang Xinglia. Age, 21 years old. Sex, male. Legendary tank driver. Joined the combat force at the age of 13 and fought in various places, from north to south. In the first large-scale battle, he and his crew defeated 7 heavy machinery ground groups. Injured at the age of 15. His left leg was blown off. He insisted on returning to the battle and was injured again. Lost his right hand at the age of 16. And after half a year of studying at the rear, he joined the battle again. At the age of 21. In the third large-scale battle, he died gloriously to protect his teammates. He was only 21 years old. In the yellowed photo, there is a young man with a green smile. He is thin, with a childish look on his face, and a mouth of white teeth, as if he is full of hope for the future. After that comes a full 2 pages of personal description. After watching it, a tragic atmosphere hit my face. In the race war more than 10 years ago, the human race was completely defeated. In the previous large-scale battles, the sky was full of smoke and mountains of bones were lost. Almost all the well-trained warriors were lost. The more they fought, the fewer they were, and they were almost wiped out. The number of young people being recruited to the front line gradually increased, and there were young people like certificate masters who went to the front line at the age of 13. In peaceful times, this age should have enjoyed the rare youth time in school. The war period was too chaotic. Countries, cities, and small and medium-sized organizations were in a mess. Regular troops, private armed forces, militias, etc. were mixed together, and there was a lack of unified dispatch and personnel arrangements. The owner of the certificate, Wang Xinglia, was initially defined as missing and was confirmed dead 2 years after his death. He was subsequently added as a
Dragon City Hero
and received the
Dragon City Hero title and medal.
This medal is awarded to his descendants and is the highest symbol of honor for the entire Dragon City. After reading, Su Xiao was silent for a moment, and then said to Andrew,
Did you just say that there is more than one person selling such medals and certificates in several small stations around Dragon City? Yes.
Andrew nodded.
Every time I send arms and supplies there, I see someone selling them. At least hundreds of them are leaked out. So much. Probably more than that. After all, it is a precious thing. The guys selling medals are quite pitiful. They are all sallow and thin. So I bought one.
Andrew thought about it seriously, rubbed his head, and said,
I am not the only one who buys them. Some people like to collect medals. They specialize in buying medals at various stations outside Longcheng. You can basically buy genuine ones, but not fake ones. Certificate?
Su Xiao asked him.
Are there other medals for sale?
Andrew nodded.
Some, such as the defense medal, the medal of courage, the combat medal, etc. Although they are not as good as the hero medal, they are also valuable for collection. And the cheaper ones are only a few hundred yuan.
Su Xiao felt heavy and carefully collected the medals and certificates. Apart from anything else, this phenomenon of large-scale selling of medals is worth pondering. If the goods sold are fake, it can also be understood as the behavior of profiteers. But most of them are genuine goods, with accompanying certificates and numbers. Soon, the task popped up a follow-up prompt. Through the certificate, you learn the origin of this medal. According to the relevant laws of Dragon City, recipients of the hero medal and their families should receive preferential treatment in all aspects. However, through Andrew's description, you find that this preferential treatment has not been seriously implemented. The fruits of honor are stolen. The glory of victory is buried. Moths occupy high positions, and clowns run rampant in the world. The glory is gone. The hero comes to an end. A battle of blood and chaos is about to begin in Dragon City. Please rush to Longcheng immediately to find the descendants of Wang Xinglia, the owner of this medal, and learn more details from his descendants. The current mission has entered the first stage, the night before dawn. Please note that this mission is a large-scale mission and may trigger a melee among human legions. Please be prepared in advance and use thunderous means to suppress everything. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Requirements for the current mission stage: ensure that the descendants of the medal owner are safe. Task reward: a treasure map. Su Xiao read the entire mission description seriously, and the more she read, the heavier her heart became. The requirement at this stage is actually to protect the descendants of medal recipients. You know, the descendants of the hero should have been protected by Dragon City officials, but Dragon City failed to do so. Instead, it needed an outsider like Su Xiao to protect them. The war is not over yet. Victory has not yet come. And this is what happens inside Dragon City. If the world is peaceful in the future, what will the interior of Dragon City look like? Without the pressure of the mechanical clan, I'm afraid it will become even more rotten. Task reward: treasure map. Su Xiao's eyes moved to the last line, which was something that looked like a golden scroll. Click on the reward details to see. Treasure map: a scroll to an unknown land. Through this scroll, you will reach a mysterious area, where you will find the wreckage of an alien spacecraft, and obtain a complete
interstellar survey ship
from the wreckage, giving you the ability to leave this planet. Seeing the description, Su Xiao was shocked. Complete ship. Back then, when he met Hal for the first time at the new station in the Oasis camp, Hal once said that there might still be a complete small survey ship in the crashed spacecraft. As long as you can find a survey ship and have the skills to drive an interstellar ship, you can enter the starry sky and start a new life. Now, Su Xiao already has the driving skills. It is the
Battleship Driving Experience book
that he obtained in the last mission, but he has not used it yet. What he lacks now is a ship. If he could enter the starry sky and find the location of the Earth in the vast sea of stars, he might be able to verify some of his guesses. Of course, the premise of all this is to defeat the mechanical race. After ensuring that the rear of the planet is stable, Su Xiao can travel through the stars.
Sir, what's wrong with you?
Andrew suddenly spoke, cautiously and in a low voice. He found that Su Xiao looked in a trance, as if she was distracted, and couldn't help but give a reminder. Now his wealth and life depended on Su Xia. And he didn't want anything to happen to Su Xia at such a critical moment.
Nothing.
Su Xia shook her head gently.
Sir, do you know the owner of this metal?
Andrew was keenly aware that Su Xia might have some connection with Dragon City. Or perhaps she came from Dragon City at all. After all, most of the people in Dragon City are resolute militants, who want to fight the machine race till the last drop of blood. Su Xia sighed and said,
I don't know. I was just thinking that some people's blood might have been shed in vain.
Andrew said.
Sir, why do you suddenly feel a little bit neutral? Oh, neutral faction? Yes. There are many people who are tired of war, discouraged, and do not want to fight. They can be called neutrals. They are currently a very large force in the entire human camp.
Andrew talked about factions and camp rivalries again. In this era, the same blood, skin color, language, etc. cannot bring a sufficient sense of identity. But the same ideas and beliefs can. Some people who come together with the same ideals may be more trustworthy than real brothers, even if they come from different countries and regions, or even speak different languages. They can safely trust their backs to such people on the battlefield. Andrew said,
in the eyes of some neutrals, fighting is meaningless. Winning is meaningless. Losing is meaningless. It doesn't matter if humans are finished. It doesn't matter if they die. Nothing matters. Oh, I shouldn't be like this.
Su Xia shook her head. She just had some inexplicable feelings just now. The fight must continue. The huge war in the future must not only be fought, but also fought thoroughly, so that the mechanical race will be completely unable to lift its head.
However, among the neutral faction, some people don't seem to really want to be neutral.
Andrew said.
Some people seem to be neutral, but in fact they just think that there is no hope for mankind. They want to preserve the last fire for mankind through neutral methods. These people will not give up. Instead, they will study the plan to preserve the fire. Some people will focus on it.
Thrown into outer space.
Okay.
I know.
Sir.
With your ability. If you don't have to fight. Needless to say, I will continue along this path.
Of course Su Xia knew what Andrew was thinking, but he had no such plan at the moment. Before Andrew finished speaking, seeing that Su Xia was not interested, he could only shut up. He was actually thinking that if Su Xia could join the neutral faction, she might be able to escape from the current war vortex and be on her own. By then, with Su Xia's ability, it would be no problem to live easily for decades.
And he can live out the next few decades of life under Su Xia's protection. Su Xia's eyes were calm, and she continued to collect the valuable collections in this room. She didn't speak anymore, but she kept thinking about Dragon City. In the dark, there was always a force that slowly pulled him to Dragon City. As early as in the mission, Commander's Last Wish, Su Xia got an identity card leading to Dragon City. However, he was too weak at the time and had too many things to do. He felt that the time had not come yet, so he never took action. Su Xia knew that after the internal problems between Dragon City and the human race were settled, the final curtain on the planet would slowly open. There will eventually be a large-scale head-on confrontation with the machine race. He needs time to develop. Moreover, he had some complicated emotions in his heart that he had not been able to sort out. Is the man in Longcheng his father? As long as you don't go to that place, there will never be an answer to this question. In a superposition of yes and no, at least there is still hope. But once you go there, the answer will be revealed. Just like opening Schrodinger's box. Su Xia was very conflicted. He hoped it was true, but was afraid of getting a negative result. So he kept delaying it until this time the Dragon City Split mission appeared, forcing him to go. If he didn't go, his old father in superimposed state might be gone.
Sir, I also have some valuable collections in several other residences and safe houses.
Andrew suddenly proposed.
If you need it, we can collect all those things this afternoon. No need. That's enough.
Su Xia slowly collected the collection and said,
Your next journey will not be easier than mine. Fighting against this group requires a lot of money. You can keep those things. I will deal with the sub-base in Haima City before leaving and give them to you.
You give it some development time. Thank you, sir. Well, help me check the contact information of those 3 fishing companies. I need to contact them as soon as possible.
Yes. Andrew immediately took action and checked the phone numbers, emails, etc. of the 3 companies for Su Xia. Soon he found out and told Su Xia.
Contact them.
Su Xia ordered.
This is my card. Use this account to transfer the deposit to them and tell them that I need fish. The sooner the better. The price is not an issue.
Okay. Andrew took Su Xia's mobile phone and immediately started contacting the other party as instructed. After the call was connected, he began to communicate with the other party. Not long after, his spirit was shaken, and he hurriedly raised his head and said to Su Xia,
Sir, there is a group of fish now from Yuanhang Fishery Company. There are 9 fish in total. They were fished individually using high-pressure water tanks underwater. They are all alive. They are absolutely safe.
Fresh. Oh, are you so lucky?
Su Xia was startled. According to Andrew, it usually takes half a month or even several months to get a batch of this stuff. But a batch was auctioned just last week. Therefore, he thought it might be a long time before the next batch came. This sudden good news gave him a feeling that good times had come.
Sir, the other party requires us to make a decision as soon as possible,
Andrew said.
There are many people who have expressed their willingness to buy this batch of fish. Several times more than last time. Because the robot family has now blocked the sea area, and even ordinary fishermen can't go to sea. The fishing boats of the 3 companies that are still at sea are all gone.
No new information. This may be the last batch in the near future. A lot of people are rushing to buy.
Yes. Andrew looked serious.
The competition here may be much more intense than last time. Okay. Just push them all down and that's it.
Chapter 388, A Legend of a Generation.
9 spiny fish. The number is enough.
Su Xia muttered silently, recalling the contents of the Dream Ecstasy potion formula. According to the requirements of the formula, only half a poison gland is needed for each refining. Now that there are so many, even if you fail a few times, it's not a big deal. Nowadays, he has a very high success rate in refining 4th level potions, far surpassing those 2 lazy idiots, Blue Bafu and Hong Bafu.
When will it be sold?
He asked.
Sir, it said over there that it's 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, it seems there's quite a lot going on tonight.
Su Xia touched her chin and counted the time. At about 1 or 2 in the morning, he needed to go to the dock and wait for the cargo ship carrying arms and supplies to arrive and unload. And I have to be busy with shopping at 8 p.m. So there is only a few hours of buffering during this period.
Sir, I have another question,
Andrew said suddenly.
What's the problem?
Su Xia looked at him. Your identity. Andrew had hung up the phone and said to him,
Your personal information needs to be registered over there. And the prepaid deposit also needs to be registered. In the past, just getting a fake identity was okay. But now the Machine Clan has strict inspections. The whole city is under martial law. No matter what you do, you must register your identity information. And Yuanhang Fishing Company does not dare to fool it. I thought I could buy anonymously,
Su Xia said.
There's no way to do that now. Well, this is indeed a problem.
Speaking of identity, several of Su Xia's current identities are useless. The new identity he registered at the 0 Point Tavern in Seahorse City must have been noticed, and he cannot take any more risks. As for his identity as a pharmacist, it stands to reason that he is still writing books in seclusion in Coral City, and it is even less likely that he will appear here. As for the identity of Commander Beifeng, forget about it. There is no unified ID card in this world. But everyone must have a document to prove their identity, such as a work permit, driver's license, qualification certificates for various industries, membership certificates for various organizations, etc. The ID card of a registered member of Lingdian Tavern is one of them.
Do I still have to go to Lingdian Tavern to get a new identity?
As soon as this idea appeared in Su Xia's mind, he denied it. He shook his head and thought seriously.
The Machine Tribe is going crazy now. They are looking for me all over the world and have joined forces with the 0 Point Tavern. A lot of information has been shared with each other. They will definitely focus on investigating the new members who have joined the tavern in the past few days. Especially the seahorses,
joined after the city incident.
The creatures of the mechanical tribe are quite intelligent. Almost every mechanical individual is a supercomputer, and it is easy to predict every action that Su Xia may take. Among these speculative actions, there will inevitably be something about Su Xia acquiring a new identity. Not just at 0 Point Tavern. Almost every organization regardless of size or scale will be investigated by the Machine Tribe. New members who join the organization must be the first targets of investigation by the Mechanical Clan. If Su Xia doesn't get an identity certificate, she can only be a gangster for the time being and won't be able to participate in any official activities.
Grown-ups?
Andrew hesitated and suddenly spoke. Su Xia looked at him.
What?
Andrew rubbed his hands, hesitated for a moment, put down his phone, and said to Su Xia,
Sir, your ability to tear apart space to store items with your hands means that you can come and go with a large amount of supplies.
Su Xia nodded.
Yes. What's wrong?
Andrew smiled and said,
So, you can just take the live fish away? You want me to rob?
Su Xia instantly understood what this guy was thinking. It seems to be the easiest way to grab it directly without an official identity. With the ability of the masked weirdo, how difficult is it to grab a few fish? As long as he finds the location and waves his hand, he can take away the entire fishing boat, let alone the fish, without a trace, coming and going smoothly, leaving the world with a legend of the masked weirdo and the fish.
Sir, it doesn't sound good, but it's not bad.
Andrew smiled awkwardly.
After all, your time is precious now, and it's inconvenient to reveal your identity. You can just catch a few fish. So why is it so complicated?
As he spoke, he added,
It's all robbery anyway, and there's no difference between robbery and panic buying.
Su Xia, the reason is simple and crude. The difference between robbery and panic buying is huge, and it's not $0 shopping. I have to say that Andrew's way of thinking is different from Su Xia. He has been in the Left Eye group for a long time, and has been influenced by the group's culture all his life. He has been brainwashed since he was a child.
And he is still affected now. For him, the process is not important. Only the results are important. It's just a few fish. Why go to all the trouble? If it's not convenient to buy directly, then do it secretly. Even if someone blocks it, it doesn't matter. Just kill him. Su Xia glanced at him lightly and said to him,
Go and grab it directly. Although I have a bad reputation, I have never done that kind of thing. Do you think I am that kind of person?
Andrew lowered his head, not daring to look into Su Xia's eyes.
Sir, I'm just making a suggestion.
Su Xia nodded.
Well, it's not impossible to arrive. Oh?
Andrew was surprised this time. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Su Xia to really think about it. After all, judging from the previous data, the masked weirdo still has a bottom line when it comes to doing things. Whether it is the people he kills or the organizational forces he fights against, they are basically not good things. Yuanhang Fishing Company is just a fish seller, not an evil force. If Su Xia really wants to grab it directly, he will definitely not be able to do it.
What do you think the value of the 9-lump fish is?
Su Xia asked him.
Sir, what do you mean? After taking it away, leaving behind aquamarine pearls of equal value?
Andrew asked cautiously.
Is it equivalent to a forced purchase? Well, it's convenient to talk to you. No need to explain. Sir, 1 box of pearls is enough. Good.
In less than 2 minutes, Su Xia made up her mind. Although it is not his personal style to buy and sell by force, he doesn't care so much now.
Where is the location? It's in the Yuanhang Fishery Branch in the south of the city. Sir, please look at the map.
According to what was said on the phone just now, the fish have arrived and are being stored there now. Each one was caught in a high-pressure water tank. Not to mention anything else. The cost of the capture process alone is quite expensive. Ordinary deep-sea fish will die soon after being fished out, because the water pressure changes too quickly, while the pressure in the body of marine fish is constant, let alone fish. Many divers suffer from diving sickness for this reason.
You stay here tonight, and if you encounter trouble, send me a message immediately.
Su Xia told Andrew.
If your life is in danger, try to delay as much time as possible. The longer you delay, the greater the chance that I will come back to save you. Sir, I understand. Just understand. You are a smart person, and know what to do, and what not to do.
Su Xia said to Andrew.
The mobile phone in your hand only has 1 contact number saved. That is mine. Use this number to contact me when the time comes. No problem.
Time passed quickly, and it came to 7:30 in the evening. As night falls, the lights in the city are bright. There are many tall buildings, and everything you see is prosperous. The martial law imposed by the mechanical tribe did not have much impact on the residents of this city. Most people still go to work, get off work, play, go home, etc. as usual, but inspections on the roads are more frequent. In the south of the city, the branch of Yuanhang Fishing Company is very lively. Luxury cars are parked outside, and wealthy businessmen from all walks of life flock in. Those who don't know may think it is some kind of luxurious banquet. However, these people are just here to snap up a few fish. There are still many rich people in this city.
So many people can buy just 1 fish.
Su Xia stood on the top of the building with calm eyes, wearing night clothes, waiting for the opportunity to come. Target location found. The nanorobot sent him a message and determined the location of the 9 fish, which was on the second floor of this building.
There are actually people guarding it.
Surrounding the pressurized fish tank were several men in security uniforms. They looked relaxed, talked and laughed. Their bodies were relaxed. Their muscles were not tense. And they obviously did not take the guarding seriously. After all, who would have enough time to steal fish? This fish is sold fresh. Once removed from a pressurized fish tank, fish will quickly die and lose their freshness value. If you want to steal fish, you must steal the fish tank and the pressurized equipment together, which is difficult even for a professional team. Next to the fish tank, the conversation among those people was about this fish.
Brother, how much do you think these 9 fish can be sold for?
One of the people asked.
It's hard to say. It just depends on whether they are sold together or separately.
Another person said.
Based on previous experience, if the items are sold separately, the total price can be much higher. The total price can be at least tens of millions. Right. Definitely,
the man said firmly.
The mechanical tribe has sealed off the sea area. Who knows when the next batch will be? The 5 fish last time couldn't even get 5 million. This time there are 9. Hey, how come those people downstairs are so rich? I only get 100,000 bounties for killing a person, but it costs millions for them to eat a fish. That means they killed more than one person. You're right.
Listening to their conversation, Su Xia jumped slightly, put her hands on the edge of the roof, and pressed her body gently against the building. Then, he slowly landed, his whole body covered by nanorobots, without any flaws, like an invisible gas, descending bit by bit, slowly approaching the second floor. Since he came to this world, he almost killed people every time he moved at night. And even if he didn't die, he would still have to go to war. This operation seems to be the first time that there is no need to fight. Su Xiao landed at the window, breathing calmly, and let the nanorobot wrapped around her body open a gap. Then took out a 4th level potion with a coma effect, and opened the potion along the gap in the window. Call. The night breeze blew colorless and odorless medicine into the room. At the same time, the surveillance camera in the room suddenly dropped, temporarily losing sight of the room. After blinking, only a few soft, bang bang, sounds were heard, and several security personnel in the room fell down one by one. They didn't even have time to issue a warning, and they lay scattered on the floor of the room.
Brush!
Su Xia opened the window, and her body floated in like a ghost in the wind without any hesitation. The monitoring room will definitely notice that something is wrong. It will take at least 22 seconds to get here from there. Even if you notify people nearby, it will take about 15 seconds. Of course, this is the fastest time calculated by Su Xia. The monitoring and security system of this small place is not that powerful at all. It is just an ordinary fish selling company, and it is not a secret base. It will probably take several minutes to react. For Su Xia, 15 seconds is enough. With his current ability, stealing fish is simply overkill. But in the blink of an eye, the 9 fish disappeared together with the pressurized water tank, and there was a box of pearls in their place.
When those people react and rush to this room, they will only see these pearls.
Su Xia was very satisfied with the action and immediately jumped out of the window, planning to return to Andrew's villa at night.
Leave!
But at this moment, a huge pressure suddenly enveloped his body, as if a beast was staring at him. Su Xia was shocked, and her vigilance was instantly heightened. There are experts nearby. Could it be from this fishing company? Soon, a deep voice came.
Stop! Leave me some fish.
Su Xia's eyes narrowed, and she looked towards the direction from which the sound came. Just outside the window, 7 meters to the left, a figure in black night clothes lay tightly on the wall, like a black lizard, motionless, and could actually stick to the vertical wall, almost blending into the night.
I know you are here. The windowsill is slightly concave, and you are squatting on the window now.
The man spoke again.
I don't know what method you use to achieve invisibility, but you can't fool my detective talent. You want fish?
Su Xia changed her voice to a hoarse one. Her whole body tensed up, and she was fully on guard. He never expected that he could encounter such an advanced psychic creature even if he stole a fish. The sense of oppression this man gave him was even stronger than Mercer's, and more than a little stronger. Su Xia was very vigilant, staring at this person, drifting slowly away from the window, trying to find an opportunity to leave. He did not intend to get entangled with such a high-level creature, but as soon as he moved, the man in black spoke.
I know you are moving. Your invisibility method only deceives my eyes, but it cannot deceive my perception. When you move,
it will cause the air around you to flow. That's the biggest shortcoming of your invisibility.
After saying that, he suddenly turned his head and stared deeply into a space that seemed to be nothing. And the position he was staring at was where Su Xia was. He has firmly locked on Su Xia. This man is very scary. Even the slightest change will be noticed by him.
You made 9 fish disappear out of thin air. Are you an undead?
He asked.
No.
Su Xia replied.
Well, the undead don't have anyone as strong as you. It seems like you have a special talent. With your strength, do you still need to steal fish?
Su Xia asked him without changing her expression.
Aren't you stealing fish with your level of strength?
The man returned the question to Su Xia.
You are a level 5 creature. Don't you feel ashamed to do such a petty theft? I have a need.
Su Xia said.
I need it too. Give me half. What if I don't give it? I am stronger than you, and I will beat you until you give up.
This person was very rude, and his aura was firmly locked on Su Xia. It can be seen that if Su Xia doesn't give it, he will really take action and steal the fish from Su Xia. Su Xia stared at him closely for a while, and finally a character description popped up in front of her eyes. Name, Zhuangren. Race, human race. Faction, 0 Point Tavern, neutral. Psychic level? Character description, legend of a generation. A series of question marks confirmed Su Xia's guess. This is definitely a genuine 6th level creature. A legendary creature that only exists in rumors. Even if you are trying to steal a fish, you will encounter this kind of creature. So why don't you come and grab the fish from him? Su Xia's luck is beyond words. Chapter 389 A Favor. During the period of martial law in the city, those who dared to go out wearing night clothes were basically people with 2 brushes. Su Xia stared at Zhuangren quietly. He was sure that he had never seen this person in Lingdian Tavern before, and had never even heard of his name. This person gave Su Xia a very strange feeling. He was clearly lying on the wall, very close to Su Xia, but he seemed not to exist at all. His presence was quite small, and he was very harmonious with the surrounding environment, as if he had blended into one.
Whoever sees it has a share. Give me half. I'll take it and leave immediately.
Zhuangren lowered his voice and asked Su Xia for the fish.
There are only 9 in total. How can I give you half?
Su Xia asked him.
There are 4 for each person. For the last one, you get the fish meat, and I get the poison glands. Not negotiable.
Su Xia refused directly.
1. This is my bottom line.
He hasn't refined the Dream Ecstasy potion yet. What if it doesn't feel good and keeps failing? Poison glands are a very important material. If you have more, you will have more hope. How can you give away half of it?
4.
Zhuangren took half a step back.
This is also my bottom line. You take 5. And I take 4. After all, you act first. And I will make up for the loss and let you have a fish. Just 1. Do you want it?
Su Xia sticks to the bottom line and never retreats. He originally wanted to give none, but gave this one just to avoid trouble. If this person really wanted to rob him, Su Xia wouldn't be afraid. Although his spiritual power was not as strong as this person's, the outcome of a real fight would be uncertain. Zhuangren was angry and whispered,
3 pieces? I only want 3 pieces. Take them and leave.
Su Xia insisted.
1. Don't force me,
Zhuangren said angrily.
I've always been reasonable, and I haven't done anything for a long time. If you dare to make a move, I will shout immediately. Call out?
Zhuangren became angry and stared at Su Xia.
You came here to steal things, and you still yelled? Are you embarrassed? What are you shouting? Do you want to shout that someone is stealing fish?
Su Xia's expression remained unchanged.
I will call the masked weirdo here and lie down on the wall. You?
Zhuangren's tone was stagnant, and he was a little annoyed. Apparently he didn't expect Su Xia to be such a meathead.
I'm not a masked geek,
he said angrily.
It doesn't matter. As long as the mechanical tribe believes in it, it'll be fine.
Su Xia shrugged.
A group of robots will fly across the sky every few minutes. Do you think you can escape from their encirclement by then?
Okay, I'll count on you.
Zhuangren gritted his teeth and said,
2. Give me 2. I'll take the fish and leave.
Su Xia said with a straight face.
1. Why the H.L. don't you get enough oil and salt? I'm of great use. Nonsense. If it doesn't work, who the H.L. will come and steal some fish?
Zhuangren said viciously. Given his status, it was already a shame to steal something, let alone steal a few small fish.
Give me 2 poison glands.
He took another step back.
I don't want the whole fish. Just give me the poison glands and keep the fish meat for yourself. No. I can give you the meat of 2 fishes. I can use the poison glands myself.
You? Zhuangren stared at Su Xia. Before he could speak, a sound suddenly came from the room inside. There was only a dong sound, and the door of that room was knocked open. Immediately afterwards, there was an exclamation.
The fish is gone! Someone stole the fish!
From Su Xia's position, she could see several people wearing security uniforms coming into the room. One of them squatted on the ground, checking the life and death of the unconscious security guards. Another person immediately ran to the window, with a face full of anxiety, and stretched out his head to look around.
Damn! It's only been 2 minutes. Why are the fish and the fish tank gone? Is it a team crime?
The night breeze blew the man's hair into a mess. He opened his eyes and looked around for a long time. But he didn't notice Zhuangren lying on the left wall outside the window. Su Xia noticed that this man's eyes glanced at Zhuangren several times. Even if he was highly myopic, he wouldn't miss it, but he didn't notice it. What is the principle? Zhuangren's body's presence has almost dropped to 0. Even Su Xia, if she didn't observe carefully, could easily ignore this guy lying on the wall. The room was in a mess, and more people came. Some were reporting the crime. Some were rescuing people, and some were contacting the insurance company. The voices were noisy, but they were all anxious.
Damn it! The surveillance in the room was destroyed and nothing was captured,
said a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor.
The surveillance outside didn't even capture it. With such a big pressurized fish tank and pressurized equipment, it can't just disappear. Right. Could it be the undead who committed the crime? There have been several cases of undead stealing things before,
someone mentioned.
They can tear apart the alien space with their bare hands and throw the stolen things into the alien space. Even if they are caught, there will be no physical evidence. Hey, there's a box of stuff here.
Soon, they noticed the wooden box left by Su Xia. But their expressions all changed. And the first thing they thought of was not pearls, but other things.
Quickly retreat. Damn it. Even if you steal something, you actually leave a bomb. It's so heartbreaking. Fortunately, none of us touched the box just now.
These people hurriedly exited the room, dragged the unconscious people out, and shouted warnings to tell people around them to leave. At the same time, they began to evacuate the wealthy businessmen who came to buy fish on the first floor. They actually used this box containing jewelry as a bomb box. Su Xia had to admire the reaction of these security guards. If it were someone who had no bottom line tonight, he might really leave a bomb here. At this time, Zhuangren, who was lying outside, said,
What's in that box? I said it was a bomb. Do you believe it?
Su Xia asked him.
If it is really a bomb, I will kill you immediately, even if it is exposed. It doesn't matter. Don't think that I am really afraid of the machine race.
Zhuangren obviously has a bottom line. It's okay to steal, but not to kill. Su Xia was a little speechless and asked him,
Have you ever seen any bombs made of rosewood? Is it enough for me to eat enough? Is that rosewood? I don't know. Don't talk nonsense. Just sell me the 2 fishes.
Zhuangren realized that if the box can be made of rosewood, it must contain good things. In other words, Su Xia did not come directly to steal things, but to buy and sell them by force, which was different from his plan. Therefore, he also proposed to buy
1 million for 1 fish. 2 million for 2. Give me your card number. You tell me, and I will transfer the money to you immediately.
Su Xia.
Just 1.
You? Zhuangren gritted his teeth and asked Su Xia in a low voice.
What do you want so many fish for? To make hallucinogens? I want to save people.
Su Xia said.
I also save people. And I want to save too. This kind of fish is full of poison. How are you going to save people? I want to make medicine. Oh.
Su Xia's heart moved, and she took a closer look at Zhuangren. This guy is from Lincoln Tavern, and he said that if he wants to save 2 people, he has to use the fresh venom glands of this fish. In addition to Su Xia's dream enchantment potion, what other potion can be used for this thing? Su Xia's body floated towards the distance, and at the same time she dropped a sentence.
It's not convenient to chat here. Come with me and chat while walking. You're still hacking talking while walking.
Zhuangren was so angry that his nose almost crooked, and he immediately set off, using the subtle airflow to keep up with the invisible Su Xia, who was erratic in midair. Su Xia flew very fast, and Zhuangren was not slow either. Wearing night clothes, he looked like a silent ghost. He seemed to often move at night, jumping between high-rise buildings without even using a shadow, leaving no trace. A few minutes later, Su Xia stopped above a hotel and slowly landed on the roof. At the same time, Zhuangren jumped from the roof of another building to here. His body was light, as if he had no weight, and he made no sound. He breathed evenly and calmly, stared at Su Xia and said,
"Two fishes. Don't talk nonsense to me. Otherwise, I will really take action."
Su Xia smiled lightly.
"You want to save people? Nonsense. Didn't I tell you? Need fresh venom glands? That's right. If I give you the fish now, how can you guarantee it's fresh? Freeze it!"
Zhuangren pointed to his head.
"Are you brainless? You can't even think of such a simple method? No. Freezing can cause protein denaturation."
Su Xia showed her body and was no longer invisible. She also pointed to her brain and said to Zhuangren,
"This kind of poison gland cannot be used as medicine after being frozen. So it must be absolutely fresh. Is there such a thing?"
Zhuangren frowned, not expecting this.
"You see? This is why I read less books."
Zhuangren was silent for a long time without speaking. Su Xia continued,
"If you want to make a potion, you must remove the poison glands from the living fish to ensure it is fresh enough. And it must be refined within 12 hours. Otherwise it will be useless. Then give me the fish tank, and I'll take the fish and the fish tank with me,"
Zhuangren said.
"So your original plan was to steal the fish and freeze it?"
Su Xia asked him.
"Nonsense! How can I take away such a big fish tank?"
The target of the fish tank is too large, and there is also a huge pressurized equipment, which is very laborious just to carry it. As a thief, the less stuff you carry, the better. Su Xia stood opposite Zhuangren and looked at Zhuangren carefully. She suddenly felt that this person was more similar to a legendary figure he had heard of before. Whether it's temperament or ability, they can basically match.
"Why don't you speak?"
Zhuangren said.
"In one sentence. Will you give it to me? Don't worry."
Su Xia smiled, with a relaxed look on her face, and asked him,
"Do you know Yi?"
Upon hearing this question, Zhuangren immediately became vigilant.
"Who are you? The people we want to save may be the same people."
Zhuangren frowned. His eyes were lowered, and he moved slowly, looking around Su Xia carefully. Soon, he realized something, glared, pointed at Su Xia and said,
"What the HL? Are you a masked weirdo?"
Su Xia shrugged.
"What do you think? You actually used this identity to threaten me just now."
Zhuangren was so angry that he wanted to laugh.
"If we really attract the mechanical tribe, you will be the most afraid. Right?"
He was angry and slapped his head hard. He should have thought of it earlier. It can fly, become invisible, and is a level 5 creature. It happens to be in a southern city. Besides the masked weirdo, who else can meet these conditions? In the entire south, there seemed to be no other advanced creature that met this requirement. Yet he actually thought about it for so long. Su Xia looked calm and said,
"It doesn't matter if the mechanical tribe comes. I have dealt with them many times. And it doesn't matter if they come one more time. It doesn't matter if you die. But don't lose the fish,"
Zhuangren said viciously.
"Speak politely. I am your apprentice's benefactor."
Su Xia pointed out Zhuangren's identity and said,
"Your disciple asked me for help. I ran all the way to the seaside to look for something. I narrowly escaped death and was chased and intercepted by the mechanical tribe. I finally made it to Conch City. Speaking of you, master and disciple, you two owe me a favor." "Bah! That bastard Eve didn't ask you to come." "Okay, I'll go back and cook the fish and eat it. Then we'll say goodbye."
Su Xia shrugged and pretended to leave. Zhuangren was furious and shouted,
"Wait a minute. What's wrong? I owe you a favor,"
he said helplessly.
"No, both of you, master and apprentice, owe me a favor."
Su Xia crossed her arms and took time to relax. Not in a hurry. This Zhuangren is naturally the master of the legendary dragon Yi. After he told his purpose of saving people, Su Xia almost guessed it. This is a true legend. This legendary story is spread in every ale tavern around the world. He was one of the first members to rebuild the 0-Point Tavern after the arrival of psychic powers. He had a frighteningly high status and had several identities, such as Nightwalker, Twilight Killer, Silent Nighthawk, and so on. Each of these codenames corresponds to a legend. When his reputation was at its peak, it was no less famous than the Masked Stranger now. At that time, many people did not know that these identities belonged to him alone, and thought they were several different masters, which were later exposed. when his identity was exposed. It caused an uproar within the tavern and other organizations. No one thought that one person could wear several legendary identities. After that, Zhuangren gradually faded out of everyone's sight. No longer involved in the internal affairs of the tavern. Only held a false position. Accepted a few apprentices. And then disappeared completely.
Aren't you too lazy to care about your apprentice's life and death?
Su Xia asked him.
Why did you suddenly think of helping him? Who said I'm too lazy to care? I heard that your female apprentice was killed by Wang Tung. Later, it came to you for help. But you only said that life and death were fateful.
That matter. Zhuangren was silent for a moment, and then said,
My original intention was just to temper those two bastards Nanny and Shui Lai, hoping that they could take revenge on their own and use revenge as motivation. But after that, they became more and more bald. I want to make progress, but I haven't made any progress over the years. That's it.
Su Xia nodded.
This action is just to save my good disciple,
Zhuangren said.
There is a bastard pharmacist named Su Xia in Coral City who can refine life-saving medicine. But he needs fresh poison glands. The bastard pharmacist. Isn't it a bastard to betray a teacher? Yeah, that makes sense.
Su Xia did not refute and nodded in agreement. Chapter 390 The Bereaved Dog. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the moon and stars were scarce, and the night breeze was gentle. The nightlife of this city has just begun. It is full of lights, bustling and noisy, and the blood of money is flowing in the streets and alleys of the city.
Brush!
Two black figures, one behind the other, shuttle between the tall buildings in the city, like two ghosts. After both parties confirmed their identities, the tense atmosphere disappeared. In any case, the two of them are from the same camp, and the purpose of coming to Conch City this time is also the same. If it were other tavern members, they might want to take off Su Xia's head in exchange for countless honors and money. But Zhuangren didn't care about this at all. He had long ignored the affairs of the tavern.
Are you the Iron Fist Golden Wolf?
Zhuangren suddenly asked during the march.
No.
Su Xia shook her head.
Well, your eyes are very young, so it shouldn't be him. It's a pity for him. Am I similar to that one?
Su Xia was very confused. Many people thought he might be the Iron Fist Golden Wolf. Even Zhuangren, a legendary creature, asked such a question. Are they really that similar?
You all have the power to control metal.
Zhuangren sighed, not knowing what he was remembering, looking at the night in the distance, and said,
He is also a person who would rather bend than bend. He is never afraid of trouble. He is straightforward,
resolute. He is one of the younger generations I am very optimistic about.
Su Xia asked.
I heard that he disappeared at sea. Missing.
Zhuangren was silent for a moment and did not answer. As a fifth-level creature that can control metal, how could it be so easy to disappear? Even if he really encounters a shipwreck, he can still control a piece of iron hull and fly back from the vast sea. No matter what happens, why not just wave and build a metal boat headquarters? In recent years, the disappearance of many advanced creatures has appeared very strange, confusing, and traceless, as if there is an invisible big hand controlling everything.
Do you think it's a mechanical race?
Su Xia asked him.
Should be.
Zhuangren didn't say much, looked calmly, and ended the topic. In this world controlled by the machine race, what would happen if we knew the truth? Many things are better left unsaid and buried by time.
With your status and ability, why don't you buy these fish directly?
Su Xia said about the fish theft.
Do you think you are the only one wanted by the machine tribe?
Zhuangren asked.
It seems that you didn't really retire. You were just forced.
Su Xia said.
Humph. Do you think everyone is you?
Zhuangren snorted coldly and said calmly.
In the Battle of Seahorse City, even a 6th-level creature couldn't escape. But you escaped anyway. You are the natural nemesis of the mechanical race. So you have the capital to be arrogant.
In other words, although he is a level 6 creature, he has no ability to confront the mechanical race head-on. How can a body of flesh and blood withstand the cannon fire? If it were him, facing the heavy siege from Seahorse City, he would have been blown into a pile of mincemeat, with no chance of surviving. Therefore, people like him can only hide in the dark to save their lives. He also wanted to buy these fish with a public identity, but he also encountered the same problem as Su Xia registering his identity. So he also chose to steal directly.
I came out in a hurry this time. I didn't bring any valuables. I can't exchange things for things like you. So I can only do this.
As a legendary figure, Zhuangren also has a sense of shame and knows that this kind of theft is very humiliating. His original plan was to wait until the storm had passed, and then anonymously send items worth more than 10 million to Yuahang Fishing Company as payment for the 9 fish.
Before I came out, my bastard apprentice told me to look after you,
Zhuangren said.
Yeah. Nonsense. He told me 2 things. One is to find fish. The other is to find you. I'll give him 2 bottles of good wine later. That bastard thing.
Zhuangren cursed lowly.
In this situation, your bastard's ability to save lives is obviously much better than mine. And you still want me to take care of you. You don't even care about the life of my master?
Su Xia smiled.
You are a legend and his master. In his heart, you are omnipotent. Stop talking nonsense and leave now?
Zhuangren didn't want to waste time and planned to leave Kong City immediately and return to Coral City to let the bastard pharmacist named Su Xia refine the life-saving potion. But Su Xia shook her head and said,
I still have something to do here. I'll go back after I solve it. Then give me the fish and I'll take it back first. You can't take it back. What's the meaning? Now that the whole city is under martial law, you don't have a special space to store items.
Su Xia glanced at him.
How are you going to take these 9 fish and the fish tank out of the city? This is a problem. Those bastard mechanical creatures.
Zhuangren looked up. In the night sky, several mechanical creatures with special shapes flew by, buzzing, inspecting the city below. The situation is becoming more and more serious. In the sky above the city, there are flying machines patrolling almost every area, and the whole city is roaring with machinery. The eyes of the mechanical race, like the eyes of God, cover the whole city, monitoring almost every living thing.
When do you plan to go back?
Zhuangren was obviously a little anxious.
If you don't leave, once the stand device is installed, you won't be able to leave even if you want to.
Apparently, after the battle in Kaiba City, the power of the stance device had spread throughout the world. No one dares to underestimate this device anymore. Those blue light pillars rising into the sky are like huge shadows,
weighing down the psychic creatures around the world.
I should be able to leave tomorrow night.
Su Xia estimated the time, and it was time for him to go back.
What else are you doing here?
Zhuangren asked.
There is some friction with an organization called Left Eye Security Group.
Su Xia replied.
I've heard of it. It's just a small organization. What do they do?
Zhuangren asked again.
We think it's a small organization, but it doesn't necessarily apply to ordinary people.
Su Xia answered him.
This organization is guilty of many crimes and has killed too many people. Nonsense. Which organization doesn't kill people nowadays?
Zhuangren's mentality is different from Su Xia's. He doesn't know the inside story about this group and doesn't understand Su Xia's behavior. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the 0 Point Tavern. Almost every member's hands are covered in blood. In this era, human life is the least valuable thing.
This organization targets almost all women and children,
Su Xia said.
Innocent person?
Zhuangren frowned.
Then it should be destroyed,
Zhuangren said.
When will we do it? I will act with you, and we will go back together after we destroy it. Tomorrow early morning. There are still a few hours. I will really need help, and I may face the machine race. Damn it. Why do you always confront the machine race?
Su Xia really couldn't answer this. Zhuangren added.
You bastard is faster than me. After facing the machine race, it's no problem to escape. Where are you going now? When I go to a port, I have to do one thing first. Stealing something? No. It's about a batch of arms.
Su Xia began to tell, and patiently told Zhuangren what he had discovered. This legendary figure has much more experience than him. And his views on the world situation are also quite mature. After listening, Zhuangren frowned and pondered for a long time, slowly sorting out every word Su Xia said in his mind. If it is really what Su Xia said, then wouldn't the human race be facing a large-scale civil war? Now that the human race is like this, if there is another civil war, well, the results were certainly devastating.
Why are you telling me this?
Zhuangren suddenly said, as if he didn't care.
I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I have been retired for several years, and I have no interest in dealing with these troublesome things anymore. Don't forget, you master and disciple owe me a favor.
Su Xia mentioned human feelings again, which made Zhuangren very uncomfortable.
You bastard! Do you want me to help you fight the human civil war?
Zhuangren was angry.
Tell me, which leader of a large gathering place do you want me to kill? If I help you kill him, we won't owe anything. No, it hasn't reached the stage of killing people yet.
Su Xia smiled and asked Zhuangren to relax. It's not easy for a legendary figure to owe him a favor. and this favor must be used well.
Then what do you want me to do? I haven't thought about it yet. Damn it. You bastard must have no good intentions.
Zhuang Ren cursed.
I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. How could I meet you? Calm down. You are a legend. You must be magnanimous.
Su Xia smiled lightly.
Fart.
Zhuang Ren glared at him and said,
You bastard. You should die soon. If you die, the favor will be gone.
Su Xia shrugged.
I would like to die. But the machine race is not very powerful.
Once the favor is owed, Zhuang Ren's retirement life is temporarily hopeless. Under the cover of night, the two of them rushed to the pier on the seaside one after another. Soon, the sound of the sea floated into my ears. The waves crashed, and the waves bloomed. The seaside at night was particularly charming. The docks are piled with containers, and the workers have not yet rested. Freight trucks are coming and going, and the sound of industry is humming day and night, with several sirens sounding from time to time. Several cargo ships are unloading, and large containers are lifted up and then placed on transport vehicles on the shore for transportation to designated locations. This was Su Xia's first time watching unloading at close range. Standing in front of these huge freighters, she felt a shocking sense of insignificance. These huge freighters are mechanical creations of human wisdom. He stood quietly on the dock, with workers constantly passing by and loading and unloading trucks driving by. But no one noticed him, as if he didn't exist at all. On the side, Zhuang Ren stood in the shadows, also unnoticed.
How long do you have to wait?
Zhuang Ren asked him.
Have no idea. You don't even know the exact time? There is no precise time for the mechanical tribe to close the city.
Su Xia replied.
It will be about 2 o'clock in the morning, or it may be delayed by an hour or two.
Fine. Zhuang Ren stopped speaking and waited quietly. As time passed, the temperature at the seaside gradually dropped, and the sea breeze passed by the two of them and kept shuttling on the pier. At 2 o'clock in the morning, several sirens were heard in the distance.
Woo 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 woo.
Another cargo ship entered the dock. Su Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, looked far away, and saw the code name and numbers printed on the freighter. This was the one he was waiting for, the same one Andrew had described. After entering the port, 3 cranes are responsible for unloading the cargo. The total process takes about 12 to 15 hours. Su Xia wore
life-sensing glasses,
and her sight penetrated each container and saw each life.
Andrew said that a group of kidnapped people on this ship should be at the bottom of the cargo hold.
Su Xia whispered.
Now it seems that they are not at the bottom. They were still smuggled in traditional containers. Container smuggling? Yes.
Su Xia nodded.
One of the most traditional smuggling methods. Cheap and convenient, as long as it can pass inspection. How many containers are there? There are only a dozen or so containers with people in them, and the other boxes are probably the same batch of arms. How do you want to do it? We can't take action now. We'll wait for them to unload the goods, then intercept them halfway and rescue these people. Aren't you going to get on the boat? The time has not come yet.
Over the dock, mechanical flying insects composed of nanorobots flapped their wings and flew towards the freighter driven by Su Xia. After boarding the ship, these small mechanical flying insects began to search for the person in charge of the cargo ship. Su Xia checked the situation on the ship through shared vision. Soon, the little flying insect inspected the deck department, affairs department, engine department, and other departments one by one. Employees in these departments were exposed to Su Xia's vision. After a while, Su Xia sighed, shook her head and said,
Forget it. It's not necessary. The employees on this ship only belong to the Ocean Freight Company. There are no people I want to find, so I can't find any information.
Zhuang Ren was surprised.
How do you know?
Su Xia replied.
I have seen it. Have you been up there?
After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhuang Ren did not ask any more questions. Everyone has secrets, especially psychic creatures. Advanced psychic creatures basically have special abilities. On the other side, unloading has begun, and the first to be unloaded are the more than 10 containers containing the kidnapped people. Special transport vehicles take these containers away and drive to the freight terminal.
I'll follow you and take a look. You stay here,
Su Xia said. After saying that, he moved his body and followed the transport truck at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. In a dark corner of the freight station, more than a dozen container trucks were parked quietly, next to the truck at the front. Several people were chatting.
Is he from the Left Eye Group?
Su Xia's heart moved. After drifting closer, she heard the content of their chat. One of them seemed to be the driver. He stood outside the cab and whispered,
It's a close call. Fortunately, the machine clan didn't block the dock this time and didn't check the container. Otherwise, it would be over.
Another person whispered.
It's all that masked weirdo's fault. We almost got into trouble. I heard that the bases in Kaiba City were destroyed by masked strangers. Yes, those mentally retarded people in Kaiba City don't know how they got into trouble with that killer star.
Obviously, these people are employees of the Left Eye Group and are responsible for loading containers here. They looked nervous and spoke in low voices while looking at the freighter in the distance. This time, they were indeed lucky. If the mechanical people want to open the box and check the goods, they will be in big trouble. It doesn't matter if the kidnapped people are found. Once the arms are found, the bases in the entire southwest region may be destroyed.
The group has been having a hard time these past few days. The machine tribe has barely passed the test. And I don't know if the masked stranger will come.
One of them whispered, with some worry in his voice.
What are you afraid of?
Asked another person.
Why aren't you afraid? Even Andrew was so scared that he ran away, leaving us low-level employees to attract attention. Do you really think Andrew escaped successfully? He was destroyed yesterday afternoon. And he was so dead that there was no trace left.
Several people talked about Andrew with different expressions. The news about Andrew is spread. And many people know that running away means death. No matter who it is. Once they leave the group, the final result will be to be destroyed.
Don't worry. That masked weirdo doesn't dare to come either. He is being chased by the mechanical tribe like a lost dog. Now he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Really? Of course. I heard it from Mr. Frank himself. He used to be Andrew's deputy. But now, he has taken over everything about Andrew.
The few of them were chatting like this, talking about recent events and their own thoughts. They were completely unaware that the masked weirdo they were talking about was now standing next to them, quietly listening to everything they discussed. Chapter 391. Do you want to live?
The car is coming. Hurry up and load the goods. While the mechanical clan hasn't blocked it yet. Quickly transport everything back.
In a corner of the freight terminal, the atmosphere was tense, and the employees of Zuiyan Group were busy. The transport truck came to them with large containers, but they directly loaded the entire container into the truck without unpacking it. They took the time to make everything simple. Soon, more than a dozen freight trucks drove out of the dock and gradually disappeared into the distance of the hazy night road. This night, not only them, but also the other employees on the dock were in a hurry and were afraid of a complete blockade by the mechanical tribe. No one noticed that after the dozen or so freight trucks left, two black figures followed closely behind the convoy and then moved away from the dock. Zhuangren said to Su Xia,
Are you not going to take care of that batch of arms?
Su Xia shook her head.
There are too many to take away. Let's save people first. Don't you have some extra-dimensional means? There are too many people on the pier, so it's inconvenient to collect.
That batch of arms and supplies was not what Su Xia valued. If he was really short of it, just destroy a few mercenary towns. In comparison, human life is more important. The two of them followed closely behind the convoy. It was not the best time to take action yet, so they could only wait slowly. Late at night, the temperature was getting lower and lower. The cold wind howled in the middle of the night and slapped their faces. The wind carried thin and dense cold threads, and it was actually raining. It was clear that the moonlight could be seen a few hours ago, but now there was a layer of rain clouds in the night sky above.
Damn! It's raining again! I hate this kind of weather the most!
Zhuangren cursed and wiped the rain off his face.
What's wrong?
Su Xia asked.
It is inconvenient to move on rainy days. The sound of rain hitting clothes and fabrics is slightly different from the sound hitting other materials, especially when moving at high speed. People with keen senses can distinguish it.
Zhuangren explained.
I seem to have seen this statement before. You didn't notice before? You bastard is still too young and lacks experience. No wonder you are always found by the machine clan.
Zhuangren said unceremoniously. Read more books, especially those written by the old people in the tavern.
Many details are newcomers, like you don't know that one detail can save a life. I'm wanted now, and can't go back to the tavern to read,
Su Xia said.
Didn't you, bastard, bring this on yourself? Who made you so impulsive that you actually killed someone in a tavern? Is it my fault?
Su Xia shrugged.
The rules of the tavern haven't changed in decades. It should have been revised long ago. You can go to H.L. and talk to the first founder of the tavern about this. How can an outstanding young talent like me go to H.L.?
Zhuangren was speechless. He couldn't speak to Su Xia, so he stopped talking. Regarding the rainy day issue he mentioned, Su Xia had indeed seen it in some introductory books inside the tavern. Movement in rainy days is a big problem. Hearing, vision, smell, etc. will be disturbed. The traces left by rain on the body are not easy to clean. If you are not careful, you will die due to details. Previously in Haima City, Su Xia's whereabouts were exposed due to rain, causing herself to be surrounded by the mechanical tribe. After a while, Zhuangren spoke again.
Have you never learned any of the psychological training? Surveillance? Disguise? Information technology? Cryptography? Physical skills? Intelligence analysis and other courses inside the tavern?
Su Xia nodded.
Yes. It's a miracle you bastard is still alive. I can't help it. I'm too strong.
The courses Zhuangren mentioned are all offered inside the tavern. You can buy textbooks and videos for self-study, or you can find tutors for guidance. But the price is more expensive. Members who can live for more than 3 years will basically learn part of the content. Among them, the most popular are naturally the practical courses such as hand-to-hand combat, weapon control, and driving skills. In addition, courses such as camouflage, surveillance, anti-surveillance, and anti-tracking are also very popular. These courses are all voluntary. As long as you want to learn, you can pay for them. The more skills you learn, the more hope you have of surviving. Even if you don't use it now, you will eventually use it. The longer you live, the more money you can make. Everyone understands this. This learning process, supplemented by practical experience again and again, is a path for new students to slowly become veterans. However, Su Xia has never learned any of the skills mentioned above, and only has a superficial understanding of most of them. Therefore, Zhuangren said that it is a miracle that he can survive until now. It can be said that it is unprecedented for an ignorant young man like Su Xia, who has not even understood the basic processes of tasks, exchanges, transactions, etc. in the tavern, to survive to this day with a high profile.
Why did you join the tavern in the first place?
Zhuangren asked him.
Of course it's to make money,
Su Xia replied.
What now? It's still about making money. My head is now worth 1 billion. More than 100 organizations have issued bounties on me. The bounty pool is full. If I didn't only have one life, I would have wanted to take my head to collect the bounty.
Zhuangren took a deep breath, looked at Su Xia deeply, and said to him,
You bastard has a single goal.
Su Xia said.
This is called not changing your original intention. Then what was the purpose of killing? What was the purpose of killing Xuelin? Is it for justice? No. Isn't it? Nonsense. Of course it's just for fun.
The topic stopped just like that, leaving only the sound of the cold wind blowing. Xuelin should indeed be killed. But according to Zhuangren's idea, he should not be killed inside the tavern. His idea was consistent with that of many people. If Su Xia had not taken action at the beginning, things would not have developed to this point now. At least the machine clan would not be able to obtain most of Su Xia's information from the tavern. That action seemed to be fun, but it also made Su Xia labeled as impulsive, reckless, and without considering the consequences.
Speaking of which, what are you going to do after the 200 or so kidnapped people in the convoy ahead are rescued?
Zhuangren suddenly said.
Let me see. We are already taking action. And you haven't thought about it yet?
Zhuangren stared.
Don't you ever consider the consequences of doing things? I am a masked geek. I am young, impulsive, and ignorant. Of course, I do things without considering the consequences.
Su Xia said calmly. You? Zhuangren was furious. If he had known earlier, he would have acted alone. If he acted with Su Xia, he would be looking for trouble. He is old, and being angry is really not good for his health. Su Xia looked calm and said to him, We will arrive at the group's only base in Conk City in 40 minutes. We will start in 20 minutes. Aren't you afraid of alerting others? Once I take action, I will cut off all contact with the other party. Don't worry. Su Xia glanced at the gloomy night sky, and several more inspection machines from the mechanical tribe flew past. This night was very dull. The arrival of rain added a bit of uneasiness and coldness, and the whole world was suppressed under the gloomy clouds. As for the more than 200 kidnapped people, they all have identities. It's enough to just evacuate them with some money and let them go home on their own. This is a feasible method. Zhuangren groaned, nodded, and approved Su Xia's method. Those 200 people have hands and feet, and they can walk back on their own if they give them some money. It's just that the psychological shadow needs long-term counseling, and that's not their job. Time passed, and the rain was moderate and hazy. More than 20 minutes later,
The convoy entered the southwest suburbs of the city. The wheels were spinning on the slippery road, and fine raindrops appeared in the beam of the car lights. Su Xia took a few calm breaths, looked calmly, and said to Zhuang Ren on the side, "Do it." "Good." The two people flew out, their figures blurry, like two ghosts, and they instantly closed the distance to the convoy. Suddenly there was a harsh braking sound from the convoy in front, and the overall speed dropped sharply. Su Xia shook his hand, and the electronic equipment on the more than 10 vehicles was collectively paralyzed. Sparks flew out, and were scrapped on the spot, reduced to a pile of electronic waste. Then, only a whirring sound was heard. Zhuang Ren's body unexpectedly crashed into the compartment of the last car, and the tailgate of the compartment was not damaged. It seemed that he had traveled directly through it, ignoring the material barriers. After blinking, he passed through the front windshield of the cab of the car. The windshield was intact, but the two people on the driver's seat and the co-pilot were dead. Their eyes were wide open, and there was a hint of horror on their faces, as if they had seen something extremely horrific before they died.
What ability is this?
Su Xia was suspended in the high air, letting the rain beat on her body, and quietly observed Zhuang Ren's actions. Below, Zhuang Ren was like a real ghost, erratic, passing through several cars in the blink of an eye, and all the employees belonging to the Left Eye group in the cars died without exception. In less than half a minute, he had cleared the entire convoy. This killing technique is strangely smooth and light, not disturbed by external objects, and even looks a bit elegant. He is worthy of being a veteran legend, with incredible abilities.
Okay, open all these carriage doors.
Zhuang Ren floated back to the roof of the last car, raised his head, and said to Su Xia. His breathing was steady, without any rush, and his behavior just now did not put much burden on him. Su Xia waved lightly, and with a bang, the doors of more than a dozen large trucks below instantly deformed, and were torn open the next moment. Immediately afterwards, he also removed the door of the container in the car insurance on the spot, which was simple and crude. After the box door opened, a foul smell wafted out. There were more than 10 or 20 people in each container. During the more than 20 days they were at sea, all they ate, drank and ate in this dark box. So the smell in the box was naturally not very good.
"Come out. You are free,"
Su Xia shouted. Then, subtle sounds came from the container one after another. Not long after, some emaciated people walked out of the container. They had fear on their faces and moved lightly. Everyone couldn't believe the scene. After being kidnapped, they knew that their lives were over, and many of them had lost the belief to escape alive. But at this time, they actually breathed fresh air. The free rain rushed in and slapped their faces, causing many people to cry on the spot and squat on the side of the road to cry bitterly.
I'm still alive.
The days in the container were like HL, comparable to any kind of mental torture in the world. Suddenly freed at this moment, some people's emotions fluctuated so much that they fainted on the spot. Some people hugged each other and cried bitterly, with tears rolling down their faces. Su Xia checked everyone and made sure that there was no one pretending to be an employee of the Left Eye group. And then she felt relieved. Later, he handed a batch of money to Zhuang Ren and asked Zhuang Ren to distribute it to everyone who came out alive. There are still 154 people alive.
Su Xia counted the number of people and took out a box.
There are 300,000 in this box. If you divide it equally among them, it should be enough for them to travel home. You bastard. Why do you want me to share the money?
Zhuang Ren was dissatisfied.
You move quickly. I can't compare to you.
Snort. Zhuang Ren snorted coldly, took the box from Su Xia. His body turned into a wisp of smoke again, and moved quickly. He floated back and forth in the rain, and every time he passed a person, an extra wad of cash would appear in that person's hand. There were no pregnant women among these people. They were all young people in their teens. While Zhuang Ren was handing out money, Su Xia was floating in the air and said loudly to these people,
"You are now in the south of the central continent, in a port city called Conch City."
His voice was powerful and penetrating, and he explained their situation and current situation to these people bit by bit. The people below raised their heads one after another, with tears in their eyes and expressions of gratitude. They held the bills in their hands tightly and carefully remembered every word Su Xia said. Zhuang Ren snorted again.
"Damn it! Let me do the hard work of distributing the money. This bastard can take it easy. He can just say a few words and be done."
But in the blink of an eye, the box in his hand was empty. A total of 300,000 banknotes were distributed. and everyone received a similar amount of money, which should be enough to last them until they went home. Even if it is not enough, they can contact their families and ask them to help. It is impossible for Su Xiao and Zhuang Ren to do these things themselves. They do not have the time and energy. The last young man who got the money was a priest. He was wearing a priest's robe. He looked about 18 or 19 years old and looked excited. He held the banknote tightly and kept making the sign of the cross.
Thank God! Thank God! Snapped.
Zhuang Ren slapped the young man on the forehead and said angrily,
I worked so hard to rescue you. Why don't you thank me instead of thanking God?
The meaning of God in this world is similar to that on the other side of the earth. The young pastor screamed in pain, touched his head, and said honestly,
It was God who heard my prayers that made you come to save me. Fart.
Zhuang Ren slapped him again, feeling angry, and said to him,
This is the central continent, and it is not under the control of God. I am the God here.
Forehead. The young pastor opened his mouth and wanted to say something in defense, but he was afraid of being beaten by Zhuang Ren. So he shrank his neck and did not dare to speak. At the same time, in the base of the Left Eye group, the member responsible for contacting the convoy looked unhappy and kept calling the contact person of the convoy.
Can the convoy hear it? Can it be heard? Why did it suddenly cut off?
He changed several contact methods and even tried calling the driver directly, but there was no response. In this case, there is only one possibility. Something happened to the team. At this moment, Frank, the general manager of the base, was standing behind him, with a gloomy look on his face, his hands behind his back, and kept urging,
Change the contact information again. If it doesn't work, just ask the people at the dock. Yes, sir. Wait a moment.
The liaison officer's face turned pale, and his palms became sweaty with anxiety. This Frank's methods are quite tough. Much tougher than the previous Andrews. It is quite dangerous to do things under him, and you may be severely punished if you are not careful. Of course, everyone in the base knows that this situation is only temporary. Frank had been his deputy for many years, and he had finally become a regular in the past 2 days. Naturally, he had to use severe measures to establish his authority, increase his influence, and erase everything that Andrew had left here in the past.
Why haven't you contacted me yet?
Frank was a little impatient, and his tone was unkind. It stands to reason that nothing should happen along the way, unless it is intercepted by the mechanical clan's surveillance force. That situation would not be good, and it might involve the entire base. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded in his voice.
Don't worry. Things have not yet reached the worst point.
Frank's heart sank, and he turned around immediately. This room is very secluded. The door is closed. No one can enter without his permission. But at this time, behind him, there was a man in a wheelchair. Next to the man in the wheelchair stood a tall woman in a black coat. When did these two people come in? Why aren't any alerts triggered? Frank was alert and ready to take action.
Who are you?
He stared at the two of them and asked coldly.
It doesn't matter who I am.
The man in the wheelchair looked pale and seemed to be in poor health. His voice was soft and he said calmly,
The important thing is, do you want to survive?
Chapter 392 Death Spreads. Do you want to survive? Hearing these words, Frank's whole body tensed up, subconsciously thinking that these two people were going to attack him. These two people could sneak into the group's base silently, and their methods were superb. They must have a way to kill him silently. So, why haven't the two of them taken action yet? Frank's heart moved. Are these two people going to use his life to negotiate a deal with him?
Tell me, what is your purpose?
Frank asked, trying to stay calm. He didn't ask their names or their origins. He went straight to the point and asked them their purpose. At the same time, he turned his palm down and pressed it, signaling the other group employees in the room not to act rashly. At this time, any small action may cause the other party to be dissatisfied.
The purpose? Cooperation. Of course.
The man in the wheelchair said calmly.
As a result of cooperation, you saved your life, and we got what we wanted. I'm not very smart. Please explain it more clearly.
Flanders said.
It's 3:16 in the morning.
The man in the wheelchair looked steadily and suddenly talked about the time.
In 25 minutes, your base will be attacked. And in 10 minutes after that, your life will come to an end. What do you mean?
Frank asked calmly. But the man in the wheelchair had not yet explained, and continued with the previous paragraph.
Let me think about it. Your death should be to be decapitated by a piece of iron.
You? Frank's expression suddenly changed. If he couldn't understand again, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. He lowered his voice, looked at the two of them, and asked,
Is the masked stranger here?
The man in the wheelchair replied,
Your convoy is missing. I see.
The missing convoy was naturally the work of the masked stranger. Only he can destroy the electronic products of the entire team at the same time, causing the team to lose contact with the base. If nothing else, the group employee in the car would have been in an accident. The time of loss of contact was 3 minutes ago. Such a long time is enough for the masked weirdo to save everyone. In other words, at this point, the masked stranger may be on his way to the base, like a god of death in the dark, approaching with cold murderous intent.
I didn't expect that he could actually escape from the encirclement of the mechanical tribe.
Frank couldn't believe it. He knew clearly how terrifying the encirclement of the mechanical tribe was. If it were him, even if there were 100 or even 1,000 of him, it would be difficult for him to escape from that encirclement. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to escape far at all. What's more, the entire Kaiba city was under the cover of the position device at that time, and the masked weirdo still escaped. This ability is really terrifying. No matter who it is, no one wants to face such a terrifying enemy as the masked stranger.
He is a masked weirdo, so he can naturally escape from the hands of the mechanical tribe.
The man in the wheelchair suddenly smiled.
But you can't escape from his hands. Yes.
Frank nodded without denying it. If the masked stranger really comes, his result will be similar to what the man in the wheelchair said. He will be decapitated by the masked stranger and fall into H.L. from then on.
Since you two are here and there is still a way to save my life, I will naturally cooperate fully.
Frank didn't ask the other party's conditions. These few words meant that he would agree to any request of the two people, as long as he could save his life. The man in the wheelchair smiled lightly.
Okay, come with me.
No problem. Frank had left the base behind, and at this moment, he actually made the same choice as Andrew, leaving the people in the base here as bait to attract the enemy. The man in the wheelchair said slowly,
In Conch City, there are only two places that can guarantee your life. One of them is the base of the mechanical tribe, and the other 1 inch.
Flack was shocked.
It turns out that these two people are from Lingdian Tavern.
This time, he was completely relieved. The people the tavern wants to protect will basically survive. That Xue Lin was just too arrogant and died in the hands of Su Xia before he even had time to apply for the tavern's key protection. On the other side, where the convoy is, Su Xia gave everyone a few words of advice and explained some safety issues that needed attention, and then let them go free. Of course, this freedom also comes with potential dangers. Their home is on another continent, and the situation is tense now. It would be easy for something to happen if they go back alone. Su Xia selected a few responsible persons among them, gave them self-defense weapons, and asked these people to integrate the team and bring everyone back alive. Among them, the young pastor was recognized by the others due to his special status, so he was the most trusted among the responsible persons. Wherever he is, faith is there, and everyone else is willing to follow him. During the exchange, Su Xia discovered that it was not entirely a bad thing for these people to have faith.
Thank God,
the young pastor said with gratitude in his eyes.
Without the support of this faith, many people may not be alive here. Faith makes us stronger and protects our bodies and souls. Damn, what this magician said seems to make sense,
Zhuangren said.
Thank you both for your dedication to us. We will remember it for a lifetime,
the young pastor said sincerely.
The sins of both of you in this life will be forgiven, and your souls have been redeemed. After death, you will ascend to heaven and enjoy it. Stop it!
Zhuangren interrupted the young pastor with an indifferent expression. He patted the pastor on the shoulder and said calmly,
All my friends and enemies have gone to H.L. What's the use of going to heaven alone?
Young pastor, this, Zhuangren.
It's a good time to go to H.L. Let's see if I can kill the leader of H.L. and make myself the boss of H.L.
Young pastor. The young pastor rarely heard such disrespectful words, so much so that he didn't know how to refute them for a while. Fortunately, Su Xia spoke up in time and resolved his embarrassment.
These people are left to you. I hope you can take them back intact. Don't worry. I will contact the local church,
the young pastor assured.
With the church's protection, it is only a matter of time before I return home. That's easy to talk about. How could a priest like you be kidnapped? It's a long story.
The young pastor smiled awkwardly and talked about the situation at that time. A month ago, he received an order from the bishop to go to a small city to investigate a pest infestation, and went on the road alone without any companions.
Infestation? Yes. In the eastern continent, the Zerg creatures are particularly rampant. and there are often news of Zerg attacks on humans.
The young pastor went to investigate alone. But he was weak, and the local church had long been ruined and could not get help. As a result, before he could figure out the source of the insect infestation in that small city, he was slapped and woke up in the container. The Left Eye group doesn't care what your identity is. Even if you are a man of God, they dare to attack you. They only believe in the group itself. As for how powerful the so-called God can be,
thank you both for your life-saving grace.
The young pastor expressed his gratitude again.
If you two go to the Eastern continent in the future, you must contact me.
The young priest said that as a native of another continent, he could provide a lot of convenience for the two people's movements there. Hearing this, Su Xia said that she would definitely visit that continent in the future. Later, Su Xia reminded some things to pay attention to. At 3:20 in the morning, he and Zhuangren said goodbye to everyone and hit the road again, heading for the final destination of the operation. Midway, Su Xia and Zhuangren separated. Su Xia went to the base alone and dealt with the group members in the base alone. Zhuangren learned several locations from Su Xia, which were Andrew's villa and safe house.
There should be manpower of this group ambushing in these positions,
Su Xia said.
We are divided into two groups. There is no need to rendezvous after the end. You return to Coral City first. Good.
Zhuangren was not a timid person. He took action as soon as he got the position. He believed that Su Xia had the ability to destroy a base on his own. Time passed, and it came to 3:35 in the morning. The night is dark. The wind is biting. And the rain is drifting. Su Xia was running fast in the suburbs. So fast that only an afterimage was left. And the base ahead was already in sight. With the help of life-sensing glasses, Su Xia saw the living creatures moving inside the base through the thick outer walls of the base.
Go!
More than a dozen tiny pieces of metal flew close to the ground, passed through the thick grass, and looked like more than a dozen streams of light in the rain curtain, instantly hitting more than a dozen security personnel outside the base. Only a few bangs were heard, and the security personnel fell to the ground, and warm blood flowed into the cold rain on the ground. At the same time, the surveillance cameras outside the base exploded.
Boom!
Debris flew and sparks flew. Not just surveillance equipment, but all metal equipment, such as computers, sensors, personal mobile phones, etc., all exploded in an instant. The entire base went dark in an instant. All contact with the outside world was interrupted. The power supply was cut off, and it became an isolated island of death.
Boom!
Su Xia smashed the door, looked cold, and went in alone. There is no nonsense. No communication is required. Just destroy this base. The defense force in the base is very strong. Much stronger than the 3 small bases in Haima City. It is worthy of being the core and transfer station of the entire southwest region. It has more than 200 armed personnel, plus liaison officers, trainers, and analysts. Wait, the total number of people is more than 600. As soon as she entered, Su Xia encountered stubborn resistance. Fire was spitting out in the darkness, and heavy firepower appeared from all directions, trying to suppress Su Xia at the gate. But he did not dodge, and with a wave of his hand, all the heavy firepower points went silent. Then there were a few clicks, and the heads of the group employees who controlled these heavy firepower flew up. Blood splashed everywhere, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the front area of the base. At the same time, the weapons and remaining ammunition from those fire points flew up one after another and were taken into Su Xia's private space. Without stopping, he continued to penetrate deeper into the base. Wherever it passed, there was blood everywhere, heads rolling in, and death like a strong wind blowing through every area. From top to bottom, every corner was swept by the metal frenzy.
It's the masked stranger!
There was a scream from deep inside the base, and someone finally recognized the enemy. But there is no point in recognizing it. What is supposed to come will still come. In the face of death, everyone is equal. In the dense darkness, gunshots rang out from time to time, and screams appeared from time to time. The direction was uncertain, left and right, as if there was a terrifying demon killing wantonly in the shadows. Only a few employees had time to put on night vision goggles and try to find Su Xia's location. But everything is in vain. The moment they saw Su Xia, they also saw death. Su Xia stepped on the sticky blood, leaving scarlet footprints on the ground, like a ruthless butcher, harvesting every life in the base. This base is not a training base. Unlike the 3 bases in Haima City, everyone here is from the group. Therefore, Even if you kill with your eyes closed, you will not kill anyone by mistake.
Damn it! I can't escape!
Someone roared deep in the base, with anger and despair in his voice.
Activate self-destruct. Let the masked monster be buried with us.
The base was filled with smoke. Numerous explosions, and was completely in ruins. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, the group employees wanted to take Su Xia to death together. So they ignited the destructive bombs hidden in every corner. Once it explodes, the entire base will turn into a reinforced concrete tomb and collapse, burying all life below. However, their ideas are wonderful, but their actions are extremely difficult.
Click!
More than a dozen heads flew up. Blood spurted out from the broken necks, and headless corpses fell down one after another. Some of the corpses still held detonators for detonating bombs in their hands. Under Su Xia's control, all automatic detonations were useless, and these people could only choose to detonate manually. However, Su Xia would not give them this opportunity. In the base, the killing continued, with noisy sounds and chaos. A few messy flashlight beams shone around in the darkness, and occasionally there were tongues of flame from guns. As death deepened, area after area fell into silence, leaving only blood and corpses. During the advance, Su Xia collected a large amount of firearms supplies, medical supplies, group information, etc., as long as they were useful, and put them all into her storage space. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the base. He frowned and suddenly felt a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. So he slowed down and slowly approached the last area. According to Andrew, the strongest Frank in this base is only a 4th level creature. However, the spiritual energy fluctuation that appeared in the darkness ahead had obviously reached level 5, which was stronger than Su Xia's, and was already close to level 6. The other party takes the initiative to release psychic energy fluctuations, which means that the other party is very confident in what will happen next.
Boom!
Su Xia waved lightly, and the door to the last area shattered. What appeared in front of Su Xia's eyes was a long corridor. He stood at the entrance to the corridor. There were 2 men and a woman at the end of the far corridor. One of the men was pale and sitting in a wheelchair. Behind and to the left of his wheelchair stood a tall woman in black. The other man is Frank, the person in charge of the base. His appearance is similar to what Andrew described.
Mask monster?
Frank cast his gaze, and after seeing the chaos and death behind Su Xia, his pupils shrank and his heart became cold. Dead? Everyone dead. The place where he worked over the years has become a hotbed of death. Except for him. Everyone in the entire base fell in a pool of blood, and many people died in particularly tragic circumstances. Fortunately, someone came from the Lingyan Tavern. Otherwise, he would have become the dead soul of Su Xia's men. Frank glanced at the man in the wheelchair next to him, and felt a lot more at ease.
Hey!
He suddenly laughed, stared at Su Xia, licked his chapped lips, and asked,
Masked stranger, do you want to kill me?
Chapter 393: A Dangerous Situation. You want to kill me? A very stupid question. At least Su Xia thinks so. It's just a waste of time to ask about such a fact that can be seen at a glance. Tick! A drop of blood dripped from the ceiling and hit the cold ground hard, splashing into a sticky blood flower. Behind Su Xia, every area has turned into H.L. The floor, surrounding walls, ceiling, etc. are all splattered with a lot of fresh blood. In some places, you can even see squirming organs and twitching flesh and blood. He comes with fear and death, like the messenger of death, leaving only the last person on the list. With Frank's personal strength, he naturally cannot resist Su Xia. However, he felt the powerful 5th level spiritual energy fluctuation. This man in a wheelchair has a pale face, a thin body, and struggles to even speak. He looks like a patient suffering from chronic malnutrition. But he turns out to be a level 5 creature. Weak, yet powerful. A contradictory complex. More importantly, Frank felt that the tall woman in black standing beside him was also an extremely powerful creature, much stronger than himself. The 2 men had promised that they would keep Frank alive, and their promise represents Lingyan Tavern's promise that there will be no problems. In other words, even if the Machine Clan came today, they could not take away Frank's life from the hands of these 2 people.
Masked stranger, do you think you can kill me?
Frank smiled strangely, with a few bloodshot eyes, staring at Su Xia.
I have to say that you are a very powerful person. So powerful that I can hardly resist.
Frank shook his head and said,
Not even the power of the Mechanical Clan can keep you. And naturally I can't do it either. This makes I admire it.
He stood behind and to the right of the man in the wheelchair. When he spoke, half of his body was behind the man in the wheelchair. He also consciously leaned toward the back, and his body tended to lean backward. If Su Xiao wants to attack him, she must break through the obstacle of the wheelchair man. But now, the aura of the man in the wheelchair has locked onto Su Xiao. The two of them were like two monsters trapped in a gladiatorial arena, locked with each other. If one acted, the other would definitely act. And the one who made the move first could easily expose his flaws.
Masked stranger, no matter how powerful you are, you can't do certain things, such as cutting off my head.
Frank's tone was indifferent. He stretched out his hand to make a knife, and gestured in front of his neck, as if he wanted to deliberately anger Su Xiao and make Su Xiao take action. He knew his position very well, and he also knew why the two men at Lingyan Tavern were looking for him. In this long corridor, he was a bait, like an earthworm on a fishhook, tempting Su Xiao to bite the hook. If a greedy and shameless person like him doesn't even have this effect, why should Lingyan Tavern save his life?
Masked stranger, why aren't you talking?
Frank smiled again.
Are you observing the terrain? Are you thinking about how to get a hit? I'm standing in front of you. Why are you hesitating? For someone like you say, aren't people like me the most damnable type? You talk a lot.
Su Xiao finally spoke.
Hey, talking a lot is a skill.
Frank crossed his arms and twisted his neck, his cervical vertebrae making a clicking sound. He deliberately acted relaxed, as if he was waiting for Su Xiao's butcher's knife.
There are a total of 613 employees in my base. They all died at your hands. A lot of people died in the 3 bases in Seahorse City,
Frank said.
Masked stranger, you must consider yourself a hero and feel that you are eliminating pests for the people. Now, my biggest pest is standing in front of you. Why did you stop?
Hearing this, Su Xiao looked calm and had no reaction. On the contrary, the woman in black on the side turned her head and glanced at Frank, with a touch of contempt in her eyes. If it weren't for the purpose of arresting or killing the masked weirdo, they would never cooperate with this kind of garbage man. The current cooperation is really out of necessity. Moreover, there was an obvious mistake in what Frank said. Both the woman in black and the man in the wheelchair knew that a person like the masked stranger would never regard himself as a hero. Not even such an idea. This kind of people kill people just for pleasure. When they see something that makes them uncomfortable, they will directly take action to eradicate the creatures that make them uncomfortable. This kind of person cannot be defined in terms of pure justice or evil. His character is very complex. And the simple word, hero, is too shallow.
Masked stranger, it seems we are no different.
Frank spoke again.
You killed my employees just because they were weaker than you. Now that you see someone stronger than you, you don't dare to do it again. So, what's the difference between us? We are all bullying.
Just people.
His voice echoed down the long corridor, carried through the darkness, echoing constantly. However, Su Xiao still had no reaction. In fact, his ears directly filtered out this guy's trash talk. The reason why he didn't take action was just observing the man in the wheelchair and the woman in black. In front of him, the wheelchair man's personal information popped up. Name, Yu Tianwen. Race, human race. Faction, 0 Point Tavern, neutral. Psychic level? Character description, a special member of the Lingyan Tavern.
Codenamed, the God Stick.
A man who is feared by many 5th level and even 6th level creatures. Because his psychic talent consumes too much energy. He has been weak for a long time. He needs to regularly replenish the nutrient solution specially prepared by a high-level pharmacist to maintain his body's consumption. Note, please don't be deceived by its frail appearance. There is no level visible, which means that the psychic strength is close to level 6. Which is a bit stronger than Su Xia. His character description cannot be fully understood. Only some intermittent fragments of words can be seen. According to the available information, this wheelchair man is quite strong. Far stronger than level 5 creatures such as Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia. And is not as weak as he looks. His thinness and paleness, his weakness, and the wheelchair he is sitting in are all his best disguises. If the enemy is careless, he may fall into his hands. And the woman in black next to him is not a weakling either.
Name, Mingxiu. Race, human race. Faction, 0 Point Tavern, neutral. Psychic power level, 5.0. Psychic talent, Dream Song. Character description, a special member of Lingyan Tavern. Codenamed Dream. Non-combatant. Long-term clerical job. But very capable. Possessing a powerful skill.
Sad summer night dream.
which is far better in her hands than in Fan Lu powerful in hand. This woman in black has the same name as her psychic talent, called Mingxiu. Most of them were names changed after awakening their talents. Su Xia has heard of this talent. When this talent is released, people around him will vaguely hear a beautiful singing voice, and then gradually sink into a dreamlike illusion. According to legend, in the vast sea, there is a mutated sea monster that also has the same ability. As for the skill called Sad Summer Night Dream, Fan Lu had used it before when he and Mercer were fighting, but it was of no use to Mercer. Instead, it brought great misfortune to the onlookers on the sidelines. At that time, many players fell into coma because of this skill, not only in the game, but also in real life. This incident caused quite a stir, and there is still no complete conclusion. Many players claimed that they saw their childhood moments before comatose, and therefore suspected that the game company stole their memories through the game equipment. Many of them filed appeals against the game company. Some people think that the gaming equipment in the hive is harmful to the body, which is why players fall into coma, and require the use of these equipment to be suspended. Because of this incident, several companies that produce equipment for this game are all in trouble, and they have not yet gotten out of it.
Masked stranger, are you listening?
Frank's voice came.
I said, we are all the same kind of people. There is no difference. Do you hear me?
These words are a real disparagement of Su Xia, and they only distinguish human beings based on their strength and weakness. In any case, Su Xia at least would not kill those innocent people for her own selfish gain. Frank naturally knew this. He said this just to anger Su Xia, destroy Su Xia's mood, and make Su Xia unstable in the subsequent battle. At this moment, the man in the wheelchair suddenly stretched out his hand with a pale and thin arm, signaling Frank to stop. He looked at Su Xia calmly, and after a moment, he said his first words.
Masked stranger, I have been waiting for you for a long time. How long?
Su Xia asked with interest.
It starts when you escape from Kaiba City. Oh, do you think that since I destroyed those 3 bases, I will not let go of the Conch City base? So you are waiting for me here?
Su Xia shrugged and said,
That makes sense. I would have told you to wait a little longer.
Hearing this, the man in the wheelchair chuckled.
You have no time, and you won't keep me waiting. Why is there no time? Stand device. Do you think I'm afraid of that thing?
Su Xia pointed outside with a calm look on her face.
You may not be afraid, but you will subconsciously speed up your actions. This is the instinct that exists in your subconscious to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Subconscious? Yes. It's hidden in your consciousness. Unnoticed. But it keeps affecting you.
In other words, Su Xia's sense of urgency started the moment he saw the stand device. He won't be in the city for long. That's for sure.
You two plan to leave me here?
Su Xia asked him.
No. The two of us can't do it yet.
The man in the wheelchair said softly.
We are here just to save Frank's life. Oh. Do you think you can keep it? Maybe.
As soon as the man in the wheelchair finished speaking, the momentum in the entire corridor suddenly tightened. The murderous intention increased sharply and blood surged. It was Su Xia who took action. Words are not speculative. They are just a waste of time. No matter how good your words are, it is useless. Only by using your hands can you distinguish the truth from the truth. But as soon as he took action, a faint singing voice came to his ears. Soft and melodious. Half real and half illusory. Ethereal and ethereal. As if coming from a distant coast. The woman in black took action. Talent. Dream song. After hearing the singing, Su Xia was in a trance for a moment, and some strange scenes appeared in front of her eyes. But at this moment, he felt a chill all over his body. A chill that made his skin crawl, as if something deadly was approaching quickly.
Roll!
He shouted lowly, and the steel bars surrounding the entire corridor exploded with a loud roar. The walls on both sides of the corridor exploded. Broken bricks flew everywhere, and pungent smoke enveloped the entire corridor. The deafening roar interrupted the weird singing, causing him to wake up instantly. The dream is shattered. Then, a sharp pain came. Su Xia lowered her head and saw that there was a deep scar on his chest. It was dripping with blood. Even the bones were cut in half. It was only a hair away from tearing his heart. The clothes were stained red with blood and clung to his skin, giving him a warm feeling. The terrifying sense of crisis just now was real, and something deadly was indeed approaching his body. If he had woken up a second later, his body might have been cut in half.
What a trick!
Su Xia took a closer look and saw that in the hand of the wheelchair man opposite, blue light shone, and it was a weapon whose true appearance could not be seen clearly. The man in the wheelchair and the woman in black join forces perfectly. And they have a perfect understanding. If it were a 5th-level creature like Hu Hanhai and Lu Jingjia, they might have died in that moment. Opposite me, the woman in black frowned slightly and whispered,
Sure enough. I can't kill him.
The man in the wheelchair chuckled.
I told you that you lost the bet. Remember to give me the collector's edition of Yukioro when you go back. You didn't release the water? I wouldn't do that kind of thing. The masked monster is really strong.
The moment of fighting just now seemed to be a bet between the two, and the woman in black lost the bet. Su Xia's face was solemn, and she did not act rashly. That moment of trance almost caused him to die here. He knew that it was a mental attack, and he had no way to resist the mental attack now. So he was very passive. In the Lingyan Tavern, not only did the woman in black know how to attack mentally, but the previous Fan Lu also knew some. Otherwise Emo and Shinyi would not have become dementia. Besides the two of them, there must be others. Once such a high-level creature takes action, it will put Su Xia into a critical situation. At this time, Frank spoke again.
Hey, masked weirdo. Why don't you continue to attack?
The exchange just now made Frank feel completely at ease. He knew that with these two people in front of him, Su Xia could not kill him no matter what today, and could only watch him leave. Frank looked a little embarrassed now, because when the steel bars around the corridor exploded, the airwave shattered his psychic shield, and some of the fragments tore his clothes and skin. But this is the most damage Su Xia can do to him.
The famous masked geek. I used to admire him very much. But now it seems like nothing more than that.
Frank shook his head, deliberately making his tone sound contemptuous, in order to irritate Su Xia. At that moment, it was because Su Xia made the first move and fell behind, and was blocked back by the man in the wheelchair and the woman in black. Now, all Frank needs to do is continue to be a good bait. It would be great if Su Xia could continue to take action. The best result is of course to let Su Xia die here. Once Su Xia dies, he will no longer have any scruples, and can be the person in charge of his base with peace of mind.
I said, masked weirdo, my life is not in your hands.
Frank gently wiped away the dust on his body, paying no attention to the small wounds on his skin. He raised his head slightly, and looked at Su Xia.
Hee hee. As long as you can't kill me today, I will kill more people tomorrow. Yeah. You know, I'll do it.
Chapter 394 Grand Welcome Ceremony. The corridor was dilapidated, filled with smoke and dust, and was dark. In the darkness, the two sides faced each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Like a taut string, the killing intent spread silently, like invisible knives clashing in the corridor.
Masked stranger, if you can't kill me, why are you still here?
Frank pretended to be surprised and curious.
Why don't you get out? Don't you cherish your time? Why are you standing here posing?
He is an excellent bait fish, and knows how to irritate the fish in front of him. However, Su Xia's face was indifferent, and her eyes did not change, as if she had not heard what he said at all. At this moment, the entire space took shape in Su Xia's mind. According to his senses, there was a small room at the back of the corridor. There was no way to retreat beyond that, leaving only thick reinforced concrete walls. How to use this terrain? Push the other person into a corner? Su Xia thought for a moment and realized that if he attacked head-on, he would not be able to break through the joint blockade between the man in the wheelchair and the woman in black. He would have to be on guard against the opponent's mental attacks, which was quite passive. Perhaps, should we distance ourselves and create chaos? He has an advantage in long-distance fighting. He can control all available metal objects around him and constantly suppress the man in the wheelchair and the woman in black, thereby looking for opportunities to kill Frank. After killing them, he fled thousands of miles away, leaving the two of them behind, leaving Conch City and returning to Coral City.
Masked stranger, you are a very smart person,
the man in the wheelchair suddenly said.
For you, this corridor is too narrow and too quiet to use all your abilities. Your best choice now is to completely destroy it, this corridor, and create chaos. Win from chaos.
He actually made suggestions to Su Xia, and this suggestion coincided with Su Xia's ideas. I have to say that this person knows Su Xia quite well. He has read all the information about Su Xia, knows almost all the details of Su Xia's actions, and can even bring Su Xia into herself and think about what Su Xia is thinking during every action. The problem now is that Su Xia knows very little about this wheelchair man. The only information he could obtain was a few intermittent lines in the character description. This put him in a bad situation.
It seems that you have been preparing for me for a long time.
Su Xiao looked at the man in the wheelchair calmly and said,
Yes.
The man in the wheelchair nodded slightly and replied,
I started studying you the moment you escaped the blockade of the Fish-Scale City's mechanical clan. Unfortunately, we should not have been rivals.
His tone was sincere, without any sense of deception. It seemed that, in his opinion, he and Su Xiao really should not be rivals, but should work together.
Fish-Scale City?
Su Xiao captured a small detail. In this way, from that time on, the wheelchair man judged that the 0 Point Tavern in the southwest region could not deal with Su Xiao. This person has a good understanding of the strength of this area, and can probably pinpoint the specific strength of each branch, or even the abilities and personalities of each person, which requires a lot of brain power. The man in the wheelchair rubbed his eyebrows, as if he was in some pain, and his body looked very weak. He endured the discomfort. His voice was still smooth and soft, and said to Su Xiao,
Masked stranger, we met too late. Otherwise, we shouldn't have been rivals as soon as we met. Why? Do you still want to sit down and chat with me?
Su Xiao asked him.
I am very picky about my friends. You can't do that. Yeah, that's right.
He nodded, actually agreeing with Su Xiao's statement. Then, he said,
I know you want to kill Frank. Yes.
Su Xiao didn't hide it.
You also know very well that Frank is our bait. Yes. But tonight is your only chance to kill him.
The man in the wheelchair said slowly. What he said was right. And even Su Xiao had nothing to refute. Because now, the only people protecting Frank are the power of the local tavern branch in Conch City, plus some of the manpower carried by the wheelchair man himself. After tonight, the whole world will know that the masked stranger is in Conch City. After that, more and more reinforcements will come from the Lingyan tavern branches from various places, gradually turning the local tavern branch into a death fortress that even a few more Su Xiao cannot break into. As the man said, if Su Xiao couldn't kill Frank tonight, he would never have a chance again.
Masked stranger, you have another choice.
The man in the wheelchair suddenly said.
What choice do I have? Should I go back to the tavern with you?
Su Xiao asked indifferently.
Yes. That's not a good choice. But this choice could save your life. I don't need anyone else to protect my life.
Su Xiao could vaguely guess what the man in the wheelchair wanted to say next, but he refused directly without asking for details. Now 0 Point Tavern has made it clear that it wants to kill him and has issued a reward to the entire world. The man in the wheelchair said that Su Xiao could save her life as long as she followed him back to the tavern. What does that mean? The masked weirdo will definitely die, but Su Xiao under the mask can survive. This is what the man in the wheelchair means. However, to achieve this ending, Su Xiao will inevitably pay a heavy price. Most likely freedom, time and the like. At this time, the woman in black said coldly,
Masked stranger, this way of life was negotiated by the magician and the headquarters for a long time all night long before he found it for you. Don't drink the wine as a penalty.
Su Xiao shrugged.
What's the difference between living through charity from others and dying?
The woman in black snorted coldly.
Isn't it good to be alive?
Su Xiao replied.
It depends on what kind of living method you have. If you are seeking your own death, then you can't blame us. Of course, I won't be surprised.
Su Xiao smiled faintly.
Everyone has his own master, and they don't work together if they have different paths.
After saying that, Su Xiao suddenly retreated, stamped her foot on the ground, and with a bang, her whole body flew diagonally backward. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the steel objects in the entire building exploded, making a roar that shook the heaven and earth. Debris flew everywhere. Debris flew everywhere, and thick smoke and dust instantly obscured everything. If you look down from a high altitude, you will see that the huge group base collapsed, layer by layer, and those heavy reinforced concrete boards seemed to have turned into dregs. The ground trembled, the mountains shook, and the violent collapse seemed to have caused a small earthquake. In the midst of the explosion and chaos, a wisp of cold light streaked through the smoke, like a meteor on a cold night, passing through the layers of barriers and piercing the entire corridor in an instant.
Zheng!
The cold light shone and then disappeared. If you were just standing outside, you wouldn't be able to see clearly what happened at that moment. There was still chaos in the collapsed building, and the flying smoke obscured the vision and swallowed everything in the dark night. Only the people inside the building can clearly experience the danger of the previous moment. Especially Frank. He groaned. His face turned pale. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he felt as if he had walked away from H.L.
My hand!
In that moment of confrontation, a cold light flashed, and with a click, it directly shattered his shield and chopped off his left arm. At the critical moment, if it were not for the help of the man in the wheelchair, his head might have been chopped off now. At this moment, the left side of his body, where the arm used to be, was now empty. The fracture surface was flat. Blood was gushing out. And the severe pain that penetrated into the bone marrow made him tremble. How so? He thought that with the protection of the man in the wheelchair, he would be safe today. Frank endured the severe pain and hurriedly tied a tourniquet on his arm to prevent him from bleeding too much. He also injected himself with 2 more healing potions. In this case, he did not dare to use analgesics. No matter how painful it is, I can only endure it. Because pain is one of the most perfect feedback mechanisms in the human body, allowing it to remain highly vigilant.
Sorry. There was a mistake.
The man in the wheelchair's expression did not change. His eyes stayed on the broken arm on the ground for a moment, and his voice remained calm. He only promised to save Frank's life, not his hand. So he did not break his promise. At least, Flack is still alive now. However, it stands to reason that if you can save your head, you can naturally save your hand. The difficulty of the two is actually about the same. I don't know whether the man in the wheelchair really made a mistake or did it intentionally. In the confrontation just now, Su Xia also paid the price. There was another bloody scar on Su Xia's chest. This time, the entire sternum was almost cut open, and half of her foot was trapped in the H.L. gate. Below, the man in the wheelchair raised his head and said calmly,
"Masked stranger, this is the result of creating chaos and winning from chaos. What do you think?"
Su Xia replied,
"General, so far, what I said to you is still useful."
The man in the wheelchair said. The implication was that as long as Su Xia gave up resistance and returned to the tavern with him, he would have a way to save Su Xia's life. But Su Xia said,
"What I said to you is also useful."
Again, he refused. The man in the wheelchair was not surprised by this, but said with some regret,
"It seems that one of us is destined to embrace death."
Su Xia said,
"Everyone will die." "Yes."
While talking, the rain was pouring from the sky, which had suppressed the smoke and dust caused by the collapse, making the area clear again. After the base collapsed, only ruins remained. The remaining information, supplies, corpses, etc. were buried under layers of thick cement slabs. Perhaps it won't be long before, blown by the strong wind, many grass seeds will fall on these ruins, take root, grow vigorously, and turn into weeds, gradually integrating with the surrounding desolation. Just like in the wilderness, those forgotten ruins of war. The man in the wheelchair looked at the desolate place and sighed softly.
"It seems that there is no point in staying here. Masked stranger, I will wait for you in the tavern."
Su Xia said.
"Are you leaving now? You are probably curious about how I will leave."
The man in the wheelchair looked up at him.
"Masked stranger, you have only been famous for a short time. Maybe you don't know that there are many special spatial talents in this world. Yours traveling in different dimensions is just one of them."
As he spoke, a blue light suddenly appeared on his body, like a layer of light water waves, covering the 3 of them. Then, he smiled lightly at Su Xia, as if saying goodbye. The next moment, under Su Xia's gaze, these 3 people disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, others wouldn't have believed it.
What a weird ability.
Su Xia could feel that the 3 people were not invisible, but left the area directly. This ability is somewhat similar to his talent, like entering a different space. But the difference is that the man in the wheelchair can carry multiple people, and his body will emit blue light and have a prelude. Just like the boss in the game will have a forward swing when amplifying his move.
"Did you go back to the tavern directly?"
Su Xia slowly rose up, wearing a hunting robe, looking down at the earth in the rain, concentrating on sensing any disturbance in this area. At the same time, he also released countless nanorobots, trying to find traces of the other party. In the previous fight, Su Xia made a mistake. After successfully creating chaos, he carried out an attack on Frank, and the weapon used in the attack was naturally the skeleton sword. Although the skeleton sword was blown into several pieces by the explosion during the battle with Mercer, it is still sharp and is a perfect melee weapon. The cold light that flashed in the smoke and dust at that time was exactly the blade of this sword. But, now that I think about it, in fact, nanorobots should be used to carry out attacks to achieve silent effects. When the Oasis camp faced an insect infestation, Su Xia used an invisible sword composed of nanorobots to pierce the eye of the 4th level lord. At this moment, the mobile phone on his body suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it. There was a new message from Andrew.
Sir, a man in black came to me just now and told me that I was safe. Should I believe him?
Su Xia took her mobile phone and replied.
Okay. Everything else is up to you.
Obviously, Shuang Ren's action has been successful. Next, the only action left is for Su Xia. Now he has two choices. Either leave directly and return to Coral City. Either go to the 0 Point Tavern, get rid of that Frank, and then return to Coral City. Su Xiazi carefully searched a large area around him and was sure that the other party had left and was not hiding somewhere here.
Go to the tavern.
Su Xia didn't hesitate for long and made a decision on the spot. Today's taverns have probably become a dragon's den and a tiger's den, full of dangers. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. But Su Xia still had to go. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. Call. Under the rainy night, Su Xia turned into a black shadow and flew across the vast land. Her robes rustled, and she went straight to the local Indian tavern branch in Conch City. He already had a specific plan in mind on how to kill Frank. The city's tavern is not in the city, but in a suburban town in the north of the city. The town is small, with a permanent population of less than 500. It is passed through by a wide cement road. All buildings are built on both sides of the road and along the street. The pub is right in the center of the town, occupying the best position. At 10 o'clock in the morning, it was quiet and quiet. Every household had turned off the lights and fell asleep. Only a few colorful signboards were lit in the rainy night. There were some crooked words on the signboards.
Wow!
The rain is pouring, beating on the roofs, street lights, signs, and pavement of the town, like a concerto. As time passed, the music gradually became more urgent, as if being urged, and a depressing and low atmosphere followed, floating away in the dense rain. In the tavern, there was no noise like in the past. No one was drunk and noisy, and no one was talking loudly. Everything was quiet, eerily quiet. The door of the tavern has been opened, as if to welcome guests. The road outside has been soaked by the rain, sticky and slippery, and the road surface reflects an icy glimmer. When Su Xia arrived in the town, someone was already waiting for him.
The formation is not small yet.
With a calm look on his face, he slowly landed on the road in the center of the town. The tavern was quiet, and there were 10 men in black standing on the road outside the gate. These men in black were lined up in a row, with expressionless faces and indifferent expressions. They held black umbrellas in their hands and stood silently in the rain, motionless, as if they were about to merge with the darkness. The raindrops beat on their black umbrellas, the sound rising and falling, as if to welcome Su Xia's arrival. In the tavern, the calm voice of the man in the wheelchair could be heard in the distance.
I knew you would come, and this is the welcome ceremony I prepared for you.
Chapter 395. He is still alive. The raindrops are like silk, connecting the sky and the ground, turning into a gentle rain curtain. In the small town under the dark night, everything is a little more hazy. The 10 men in black were motionless and expressionless. After seeing Su Xia, their eyes did not change at all. They were like a group of puppets, standing quietly in the rainy night. They never spoke, but their attitude was already very obvious. If you want to enter the tavern and kill people, you must pass their level.
The people from the tavern headquarters are indeed extraordinary.
Su Xia looked solemn and did not act rashly. She stood at the other end of the street and carefully observed the 10 people. When he first saw it, he was on full alert, because these 10 figures were integrated into one body, and even their breathing patterns were very consistent. They had obviously undergone extremely strict training. This is one of the secret powers of 0 Point Tavern. It is rarely exposed to people, and they are only allowed to come out under special circumstances. Now, 10 of them were dispatched at once. Among them, the weakest ones are all 4th level creatures, and there are even 3 5th level creatures. While Su Xia was observing these 10 people, many people were also observing him. In the darkness, pairs of eyes glanced at Su Xia's body.
Who's that person? What's the welcome ceremony at Lingian Tavern? Is it to welcome this person?
On both sides of the street, in the shadows, people were whispering, like mice talking, their voices so weak that they were almost inaudible. Some time ago, there was a disturbance caused by masked strangers in the southern part of the mainland. It was not just Seahorse City, but also Conch City, Starfish City, Sponge City, and many other cities. Each city gathered many strong people from all over the mainland. It's just that Kaiba City has the most. Today, within Conch City, there are still many people and organizations that have not left. A large number of them live around the 0 Point Tavern. Medium and large organizations such as the Sun Foundation, the Black River Mercenary Union, and the Aurora Research Institute are based around the 0 Point Tavern. In other cities, their station is also next to the Lingian Tavern, because they know that Lingian Tavern is the best informed. No matter what happens outside, Lingian Tavern can always get the latest information as soon as possible. Just now, the voice of the wheelchair man in the tavern attracted everyone's attention and made them focus on the long street under the rainy night.
That man on the street seems familiar. It looks familiar to me too. It's too dark on the street, and the street lights are all broken. Does anyone have good night vision goggles that I can lend me?
Looking at Su Xia's blurry figure in the rain, many people felt a sense of familiarity in their hearts, as if they had seen her somewhere before. It's not strange if one person thinks it looks familiar, but if it looks familiar to many people, there must be something wrong. This person must be quite famous and must have appeared many times in public. Otherwise, he would not be familiar to so many people.
The person who could openly welcome Lingian Tavern is naturally not an ordinary person. Could it be the boss of a large organization? Could he be the leader of Dragon City?
That person obviously cannot be from the Machine Tribe. After all, the Machine Tribe has signed a temporary cooperation agreement with the 0 Point Tavern. There is no need for the 0 Point Tavern to welcome a mechanical creature with such fanfare, unless it is the legendary master. But if the master comes, this welcome formation is too small and does not fit the status of the master. Therefore, many people subconsciously thought of Dragon City and the mysterious Lord of Dragon City. After all, in the entire Southwest and South, only the City Lord of Dragon City has such a big reputation. If it were any other organization, even if it were the Sun Foundation or the Black River Mercenary Union, it would be impossible for Lingian Tavern to put on a welcoming display. At most, there would only be 1 or 2 branch leaders standing at the door to greet them. That's all.
It's weird. Something's not right. The atmosphere is wrong.
Someone suddenly said.
Yes, there is a chilling feeling. It doesn't look like a welcome, but it looks like he's about to take action. Well, that's how it feels. No wonder my hairs stand on end. It turns out it's because of this.
As psychic creatures, most of the people present had experienced brutal killings and had escaped death many times. Their senses were very keen, and they quickly sensed the murderous intentions hidden in the rainy night. That man on the street is not a guest of the Lingian Tavern. He is an enemy. The one who can make Lingian Tavern put up such a formation cannot be an ordinary enemy. Everyone thought for a while. Who could it be? Now the 0 Point Tavern is gaining momentum. It is the most powerful neutral organization on the planet, with countless masters and industries all over the world. Even the machine race has acquiesced in its existence. Anyone with a clear head would not take the initiative to enmity with Lingian Tavern, let alone come over to kick it in the middle of the night. One by one, names flashed through everyone's minds, only to be rejected one by one. The enemies in 0 Point Tavern are basically dead now. They really couldn't figure out who it could be.
It doesn't make sense. It looks so familiar. I must know him. Think again.
Many people frowned and kept looking at the figure on the street, trying to match the right person in their minds. At this moment, a low cry suddenly came from the shadows on the left side of the street.
That's the masked weirdo.
What?
It's him. Masked monster?
This low cry was like dropping a huge boulder in a calm pool, instantly stirring up thousands of waves and shattering the tranquility of the entire night. How could he be a masked weirdo? Everyone's heads were buzzing, as if they were petrified. Their mouths were open wide, and no one spoke for a while. They thought about countless possibilities, even the people who disappeared several years ago. But no one thought about the masked stranger, because this should have been an option that was excluded at the first opportunity.
How could he still be alive?
Someone said, as if he had seen a ghost, with extreme disbelief in his voice.
He actually didn't die in the hands of the mechanical clan.
These words spoke the thoughts of everyone present. Looking at the blurry figure on the street, many people were stunned and so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Countless eyes glanced at each other, some in shock, some in panic, as if they wanted to see every inch of Su Xia's body clearly. They couldn't believe that the masked stranger actually escaped. At this moment, the figure in their minds began to overlap with the person on the street. Who could that man on the long street be but a masked geek? No matter the image or temperament, they are exactly the same as the masked stranger, and no one can pretend to be him. No wonder so many people think he looks familiar. Isn't the person they know the most about recently the masked stranger?
It's impossible. He shouldn't be alive. I thought he was blown to pieces. That's the mechanical race.
Before that, How many people could escape from the siege of the mechanical clan? You know, the machine race even uses its stance device. That terrifying device makes people feel numb even if they look at it through the screen.
Contact the organization quickly. There are changes in actions, and the plan needs to be changed.
Many people in the houses on the left and right sides of the street began to take nervous actions. In the past 2 days, the entire continent has been discussing the life and death of the masked stranger. In most areas, the majority of people think that the masked stranger is dead, and only a few people think that he may still be alive and hiding somewhere to recuperate. As for the actions of the mechanical tribe after that, they were mostly for other reasons, such as encircling and suppressing a certain organization. Once the news spreads that the masked stranger is still alive, it will definitely set off a storm on the mainland. After the initial shock, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly sent messages to their surviving contacts at the top of the organization. At the same time, many people remembered some gossip about the machine tribe not long ago.
Does Mercer's anger really have something to do with him?
Everyone present had seen the photo titled Mercer's Wrath and remembered it vividly. At first, no one believed that Mercer's anger was related to the masked stranger. After all, the strength and status of the two sides were very different. Mercer was one of the cronies of the mechanical overlord and the top of the entire mechanical clan. He has always stood at the top of power, looking down on the entire world, like a high-altitude god. The last battle with Fan Lu in Coral City made many people see the horror of this legendary mechanical creature. Even a strong man like Fan Lu could not pose the slightest threat to Mercer. In comparison, the masked stranger is just a somewhat famous escapee from a tavern. But now, the masked stranger appears here alive, and the shock it brings is really too great. Under the shock of the shock, those gossips seemed not as difficult to accept as before.
Did Mercer suffer at his hands? But wasn't that photo taken in Coral City? Mercer had just left the Coral City base at that time. Could it be that Mercer has a weaker clone who is in charge of Seahorse City? But isn't the person in charge Todd? If he really faced Mercer, he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Right.
Judging from Su Xia's appearance, it was clear that she was intact. His face looked normal. His breathing was steady, and it was as if the previous interception in Seahorse City had never happened. However, the earth-shattering explosion in Haima City, the thick and choking gunpowder smoke, and those pillars of light reaching into the sky all illustrate the determination of the mechanical clan.
He should be injured. Maybe he's just pretending it well.
For a long time, the mechanical race has put too much pressure on people, forming a terrifying image of invincible in many people's minds. In their hearts, anyone who faces the mechanical race will have to shed a layer of skin even if they don't die. That's the truth. At that time, Su Xia was seriously injured and dying. If it weren't for his special body and the fact that he carried a lot of medicine with him, most of his body would have been cold. If it were any other creature, without the pile of potions in the storage space, it would be too dead now.
No. Why is he here? If I were him, I would find a place to hide, recover from my injuries first, and then come out with a new look after the storm of this period has passed.
Many people feel that the least likely place for masked strangers to appear now is in the Lingyan Tavern in various cities. This is why they did not think of Su Xia before. What's the difference between him coming to Lingyan Tavern and throwing himself into a trap? You know, 0 Point Tavern itself is strong enough, and now it has reached a temporary agreement with the Machine Tribe. The two parties have already exchanged information on the masked monster. The news that the masked stranger appeared here will soon be known to the Mechanical Tribe.
The 0 o'clock tavern is prepared,
someone reminded.
Do you remember that voice in the pub just now? The head of the branch here is a woman, and the voice just now is a man, most likely from the pub headquarters. Who are those men in black? Are they secretly trained by the Lingyan Tavern headquarters? It should be. I once heard my teacher say that the power of Lingyan Tavern is far more than what it seems on the surface. There is a group of very powerful forces hidden in the secret.
Everyone's eyes were not only looking at Su Xia, but also at the 10 men in black outside the Lingyan Tavern. The moment they saw those men in black, many people were shocked. Even from a distance, they felt a sense of suffocation of death. Those are 10 top killers. If it were them, they would definitely stay far away. However, on the street, the masked stranger actually started to move forward slowly.
What happened in the past 2 days that actually made the masked weirdo and the 0 Point Tavern confront each other again, and even made him go straight to the door of the tavern regardless of the danger?
In addition to being shocked, everyone's doubts continue to rise. This fact is so crazy that I can't figure it out no matter what. The masked monster just finished fighting in Seahorse City, and then went to Conch City to fight again, calculated by the distance in between. He barely got much rest. He is not a madman, nor is he a fighting maniac. So there must be something hidden in this.
This may also be an opportunity for us,
someone whispered to himself. The cruelty of the next battle can already be expected. Even if the masked stranger is not injured, facing those 10 people is still not optimistic. Even if he can defeat them, he will not be much better.
Are they going to fight?
Someone whispered.
If both sides lose, maybe we can.
These people had different thoughts, rolled their eyes, and carefully analyzed the current situation. Many of them had the intention of picking up leaks. The masked stranger did not die in the hands of the mechanical clan, which means that his bounty is still there, and all bounties are still valid. If both the masked stranger and the 0 Point Tavern lose tonight, then the opportunity will fall into the hands of outsiders. At that time, they only need to take advantage of the chaos to rush forward and find an opportunity to cut off the head of the masked stranger, and they will get the bounty, honor, status, etc. Of course, picking up leaks is not that easy, and some people have already given up the idea of killing the masked monster. Now the masked weirdo is a huge tiger. A tiger, no matter how weak it is, cannot be provoked by ants.
Be prepared. It's going to be anything but quiet tonight. Maybe we will be affected.
On the streets, the atmosphere became increasingly weird and murderous. Even if it rained all over the sky, it couldn't be diluted. As Su Xia moved forward, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer. He stepped on the cold rain, his eyes like knives, staring at the 10 people in front of him. His whole body tensed, and he let the cold rain beat on his body. Close, closer, snapped. Su Xia suddenly stopped, her solid footsteps causing a splash of water on the street. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 50 meters. In the tavern, the voice of the man in wheelchair appeared again.
Are you satisfied with my welcome ceremony? Very satisfied.
Su Xia spoke and replied lightly. As the two sides talked, the atmosphere on the long street suddenly turned cold. A cold wind blew in, and the whole street was filled with silence. Everyone around them felt a tightness in their chests, and even breathing became uncomfortable. The next moment, overwhelming terror and murderous intent enveloped the entire town. Call. They gasped hard and were shocked. Before they could understand what happened, they saw a picture that shocked them even more. In the middle of the street, those 10 terrifying men in black disappeared silently. Only 10 umbrellas, as black as ink, were left on the spot, swaying gently in the cold wind and ice rain.
When did they disappear?
Everyone's spines were chilled. Their scalps were numb with fear, and they felt as if there were a few cold knives in the darkness, as if they were about to be cut apart. Call out. Suddenly there was a soft sound in the rain, so weak that it was almost difficult to hear. The next moment, a bullet hit Su Xia's psychic shield and exploded on the spot. It was all gray and white, and it turned out to be a plastic bullet. The SHL of this bullet is a polymer material, which is specially designed for special occasions such as assassination. It can perfectly pass the security checks in various places. Now it is used by Lingyan Tavern to deal with Su Xia.
The battle has begun?
Seeing this scene, many people around them reacted. Many people took a deep breath after seeing the shattered plastic bullet.
It turns out to be something like this. The 0 Point Tavern is well prepared. The masked monster is in trouble. Will he back off?
The battle has just begun. It doesn't matter if you retreat now. At most, the other party will laugh at you. Everyone put themselves in their shoes and thought that if they were themselves, they would definitely leave now. After all, the other party has made it clear that they are well prepared. This battle is too targeted. Chapter 396 Danger. Will he quit? Everyone looked at Su Xia with nervous expressions. Some people's bodies were tighter than Su Xia's, suppressing their breathing and clenching their fists unconsciously, as if they were the ones standing in the rain on the long street. This sense of substitution is really too strong. The next moment, Su Xia answered their doubts with actions. Snapped. His expression didn't change, as if he didn't take the attacks to heart at all, and he took another step forward, getting closer to the door of the tavern. His steady footsteps stepped on the rain, and his voice was dull, as if stepping on everyone's hearts, making them all suffocate. Until then, someone finally remembered the record. Those were several players who had joined the Sun Foundation. After the initial shock, they quickly reacted and hurriedly turned on the night camera system to record this peak battle that took place late at night. This video will become proof that the masked monsters are still alive, and will harvest a large amount of traffic for them on the Earth. After all, the question of the life and death of the masked monster is also being discussed on player forums. Many players are aware that the life and death of this NPC may affect the direction of the two races, the human race and the mechanical race. He has an important role in determining the development of the main line.
Call out!
Another plastic bullet pierced the rain curtain and hit Su Xia's psychic shield hard. A layer of water ripples formed on the surface of his shield, rippling around and dissipating the bullet's deadly kinetic energy layer by layer. The cold rain covered this long street, and drops fell on Su Xia's body. At this moment, he seemed to be the focus of the whole world. The next moment, bullets struck one after another, with no clear direction at all. They came from all directions, and from the deepest darkness. The constant impact had a great impact on Su Xia. The 10 opponents seemed to melt into the heavy rain, blending into the endless deep night, firing bullets at Su Xia from every corner unscrupulously. Although this method is simple, it is extremely effective.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bullets exploded one after another. Suddenly, it seemed as if the whole world was attacking Su Xia. If it continues to be consumed like this, Su Xia's spiritual power will become less and less, and she will eventually become exhausted and become a lamb to be slaughtered, being eaten alive by those 10 people. Seeing this scene, everyone around them held their breath and couldn't help but think how could they avoid such a situation.
No, it's too difficult.
Many people shook their heads. This situation was simply unavoidable, and they could not think of any way to solve it. The enemy is in the dark, and you are in the open, which is quite a disadvantage. What would the masked geek do? Will he blend into the darkness too? Rumor has it that the masked stranger has a special ability to become invisible. Perhaps he should also hide in this dark night, fight the enemy out of sight, and slowly take control of the initiative. However, Su Xia's choice exceeded everyone's expectations.
Why is he motionless?
Someone wondered.
Can't his invisibility be used in battle? There must be a quiet environment. Most likely, many abilities have limitations and cannot be used directly.
On the long street, in the heavy rain, Su Xia opened her psychic shield, her expression indifferent, and she seemed to have done nothing, just passively being beaten. Only he himself knows what he is doing. As early as the moment he arrived in the town, he dispersed most of the nanobots. At this moment, small robots have spread all over every corner of the town, like pairs of invisible eyes, looking for enemies for Su Xia in the dark night. Those 10 people all have the ability to become invisible. Darkness is their home ground, and they are almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. But these little robots are different. Looking for enemies, calculating ballistics, calculating, drawing ballistic traces, calculating possible enemy positions, not to mention anything else. Just calculating the ballistics made Su Xia invincible. This is his biggest advantage. In the eyes of ordinary people, these bullets come from all directions and are traceless and traceable. The human eye cannot even see clearly the traces of the bullets, let alone calculate the trajectory. Soon, the little robots gave a possible location of the enemy. Just in front of Su Xia's left, 900 meters away, was an ordinary wooden telegraph pole. Under the dual effects of darkness and heavy rain, the human eye can no longer see such a long distance. Ordinary people cannot even see clearly 10 meters away. Enemy position 01 has been determined, and the remaining positions are being calculated. The small nano-robot gave feedback, and Su Xia also planned to take action to eliminate the opponent one by one. But at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared behind Su Xia. Su Xia felt a chill down her spine, and her heart skipped a beat. Instead of turning around immediately, she pounced forward. Her speed suddenly increased, and she was away from the enemy.
Go!
He shouted lowly, and dozens of streams of light cut through the rainy night, heading straight for the enemy behind him. At the same time, more metal fragments began to fly around him, like little butterflies, protecting him layer by layer to guard against possible sneak attacks.
Ding!
The enemy's weapon collided with metal, making a crisp sound. Only then did Su Xia have time to turn around. But he only saw a dim blue light. And the next moment, the enemy had retreated into the darkness and disappeared completely. Missing a hit, disappearing directly, no longer entangled, and continued to look for the next opportunity. This is a killer's creed. Su Xia didn't know what the blue light meant, but he was certain that it was a skill similar to psionic thrust, which could concentrate energy on one point and instantly break through the opponent's defense. The opponent's stealth ability is so terrifying that even Su Xia didn't notice it. He even escaped the eyes of pairs of nanobots. He was one of the 3 level 5 creatures. Most of his talents are related to stealth and assassination. This creature is the most dangerous. Like a poisonous snake with cold eyes. As long as it has its eyes on its prey, it will not give up. In the dark, he is the agent of death.
Spread!
Su Xia moved her mind and controlled hundreds of tiny fragments, slowly spreading them to every corner of the long street. From top to bottom. From left to right. They are spread throughout the space. Densely packed and everywhere. Anyone who wants to get close to him has to touch these tiny fragments, thereby exposing his whereabouts. Moreover, these fragments also affect the trajectories of surrounding bullets.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
There were loud explosions, and many plastic bullets had not yet touched Su Xia, but they hit the metal fragments around him and exploded directly, without having much impact on Su Xia. This move was very effective and temporarily put Su Xia out of danger, but in the eyes of the people around them, the initiative is still in the hands of the 10 men in black.
The situation with the masked stranger is not good. He has been defending. Why not attack?
Someone whispered.
Nonsense. Where is the enemy? Can you see it?
Another person said.
How can we attack if we can't even see the enemy? Attacking randomly will only increase energy consumption. But if he defends for a long time, his energy will still be exhausted. He can even break through the encirclement of the machine tribe. Is he going to fall here today?
People can't help but think. Why can the masked stranger escape from the encirclement of the mechanical tribe? Because of his ability to control metal. He has a suppressive effect on the mechanical race. In other words, if it were a human enemy of the same level, maybe the masked monster wouldn't be that strong. Right? This idea flashed through many people's minds. Meanwhile, things on Long Street were changing once again.
What is that?
Some people stared at the scene on the street with wide eyes and disbelief. I saw that the rainwater flowing on the long street suddenly created a strange ripple. And then, a pair of big black hands stretched out from the water. Wet, and tightly hugged Su Xia's legs. No body. No head. Just a pair of dark hands. Those big hands were able to pass through the psychic shield without causing any damage to the shield. On both hands, black viscous liquid flowed. So powerful that Su Xia couldn't break free in an instant. At the same time, the cold light that disappeared just now reappeared. Click! The metal fragments floating around Su Xia were instantly chopped into pieces. The cold light was like a poisonous snake, going straight to Su Xia's back, revealing its murderous intent, and instantly hit Su Xia's psychic shield. The shield suddenly dimmed, centered on the impact point. Layers of energy ripples rippled out. Then cracks appeared, and it actually lasted for less than 2 seconds. The next moment, the shield shattered with a bang, exploding a wave of energy, leaving special water wave patterns on the surrounding ground. Immediately afterwards, the speed of the cold light increased sharply, piercing the unprotected Su Xia's body. The masked stranger is in danger. Seeing this scene, everyone became more and more nervous, and even forgot to breathe. 2 level 5 creatures cooperated. One of them imprisoned Su Xia, and the other was responsible for the assassination. It was perfect. Everything happened in an instant.
Ding!
There was another soft sound, and the cold light hit an extremely hard object. In Su Xia's back, a dark metal fragment appeared, full of cracks, as if it would disintegrate in the next moment. But it actually blocked the cold light. What it is? Everyone's eyes widened, eager to come forward and watch. A level 5 creature struck with all its strength, although part of its power was consumed by the countless metal fragments in the periphery, and part of it was blocked by the psychic shield. It was not something that an ordinary fragment could block. Only Su Xia knew that the fragment was none other than one of the fragments of the skeleton sword, previously in Seahorse City. In order to escape, he threw 2 boxes of floating bombs. Although it shattered Mercer's body, it also shattered the skeleton sword that penetrated Mercer's body. This close-quarters weapon that had been with Su Xia for a long time was shattered into pieces in the explosion, and there was no possibility of repairing it. This made Su Xia very sorry, but there was nothing she could do. The situation was so critical that he had no choice but to do so. Today, the fragment of this long sword once again prevented him from danger. Although it was only a moment, it was enough.
Get away!
Su Xia shouted coldly, and finally broke free from the imprisonment of those big black hands. The big hands exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of petroleum-like black energy that splashed into the surrounding rain. Su Xia didn't have time to turn around and aimed at the back, and shook her head hard. Countless metal fragments from all directions seemed to have found a gathering point, and instantly rushed towards the position designated by Su Xia. Extremely fast, spinning at high speed, like moths flying into the flames. Behind, The fifth-level creature, who was good at assassinating, saw that something was wrong and wanted to retreat again. But before he could retreat into the darkness, there were terrifying explosions all around him.
Boom boom dash.
Those fragments were detonated by Su Xia at the same time, turning into rolling shock waves carrying fatal dangers. Even level 5 creatures had to take them seriously. At the same time, Su Xiafei stepped forward and approached the fifth-level creature that attacked him. This person must be dealt with first. Otherwise it will be difficult to decide whether he will live or die tonight. When fighting on the same level, kill the assassin first. Although the 10 men in black on the other side are all killers, this level 5 creature that attacked Su Xia twice is obviously the best among them. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of killers. The man looked calmly and did not feel panic. He immediately dropped black spherical objects one after another. The next moment, black mist rose.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Those black balls exploded together, turning into thick billowing black smoke, flooding the area, and even Su Xia was greatly disturbed. Even with the help of nanobots, he lost track. On the long street, the cold wind blew, and the sound was harsh. When the black fog dissipated, only a shallow patch of blood was left on the spot, and the other party had disappeared. This blood stain was naturally left by the other party in the metal explosion. He's injured, which is a good sign. If you get hurt, it means you will be killed. Before Su Xia had time to rest, she felt her brain sink, and an inexplicable tingling sensation hit her instantly.
Psychic attack!
The opponent didn't give him a chance to breathe and took action again. This time it was a creature that was good at mental attacks. At the same time, several sharp blades with different murderous intent suddenly appeared around Su Xia. They came quite suddenly, as if they were stabbed directly from the darkness. The terrifying murderous intent formed a big net, trapping him in it, taking advantage of the moment when he was mentally attacked. These killers all took action. This was also Su Xia's weakest moment, because his shield had been broken by the previous person, and he had not yet had time to regroup, take advantage of his illness and kill him.
Snort!
Su Xia snorted coldly, soared into the sky, instantly shattering the enemy's siege, and at the same time pressed down hard. Huge pressure fell from the sky, carrying countless metal fragments and attacking the killers at the same time. The situation reversed instantly. One moment, it was Su Xia who was under attack, and the next moment he became the attacker. Both sides acted extremely quickly, as if they didn't have any brain thinking, and relied solely on physical instincts that they had developed over the years.
It's really scary.
The people around him were sweating and feeling cold all over. If they had been among them, they would have died countless times. On the long street, the killers failed to hit a single hit and immediately retreated. The moment before the metal fragment struck, they merged into the darkness again and disappeared completely. In the center of the town, only Su Xia was left again, suspended in the heavy rain. Crisis is everywhere. Murderous intent is looming, and the rain in the sky beats a sonata of death. No one knows where those 10 enemies are. They are lurking quietly in the darkness, maybe in the shadow of a street corner, or maybe in the home of a small town resident. They consumed Su Xia again and again, and carried out attacks and killings again and again. They did not seek success every time, but only wanted to kill Su Xia in the end. Even if Su Xia wants to escape now, it's too late. The other party will follow him closely, chasing him in the dark night, chasing him to the end of the world, until he is completely exhausted. Everyone is aware of this.
The masked stranger is in danger.
Chapter 397 Dreamcatcher. The cold murderous intent was everywhere, covering the entire long street. Under the night, the wind is blowing, and the chill is blowing. After the fatal explosion just now, the whole town fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the sound of rain. Rain dripped from the eaves, and the colorful billboards were blurred in the rain. The residents in the town seemed to have slept to death. There was no movement at all, not even a scream. Logically speaking, if such a big thing happened, the town should have been plunged into chaos by now. But now, it's eerily quiet. How is this going? Su Xia wore life-sensing glasses and tried to find the 10 men in black. In his sight, there were signs of life in the houses on both sides of the streets in the town. Most of them were motionless and fell into a deep sleep. Even the explosion could not wake them up. It was obviously done by 0 Point Tavern.
Are you on drugs?
There are more than 1,000 sleepy town residents, including the elderly, children, and women. Their vital signs are all normal, but they don't know when they will wake up. Once the fighting area expands, it will easily affect these sleeping residents. Su Xia couldn't even use the steel of any building. The opponent was sure that he would not intentionally harm civilians, so he could not use his abilities wantonly here. Although this method was shameless, it was quite effective. Fighting in a residential area is a restriction for both sides, but Su Xia is more restricted. Although the 0-point tavern cannot use heavy weapons to deal with Su Xia, the complete buildings in the town are a perfect protection for the killers of the tavern, providing them with more shadow areas and hiding places.
What would the masked man do?
In the private houses on the left and right sides of the street, pairs of eyes looked at Su Xia, constantly thinking and analyzing what might happen next. What they didn't know was that while they were watching Su Xia was also watching them. With the help of life-sensing glasses, Su Xia could see a human-shaped orange-red figure walking around in the house.
Frank should be inside the tavern.
Su Xia moved her eyes and looked quietly at the Lingyan tavern not far away. Killing Frank is actually not difficult. As long as he finds his location, Su Xia is sure to kill him with one blow. He was not in a hurry now, so he separated some nanorobots and asked them to search in the tavern. However, before those little robots entered the tavern, Frank's voice came from the tavern.
How about it, masked weirdo? Do you still want to kill me?
The sound was amplified through the loudspeaker, a bit harsh, and kept echoing on the long street in the heavy rain. After hearing this sentence, everyone onlookers knew some of the truth. It turns out that the reason why the masked weirdo came to the bar in the middle of the night was to kill someone in the bar.
Who is it? You are so arrogant. You actually dared to challenge the masked weirdo in person.
This scene couldn't help but remind everyone of the unlucky Xuelin back then. That Xuelin also relied on the rules of the tavern to provoke the masked stranger inside the tavern, thinking that the masked stranger could not kill him. But the result? But for someone like the masked stranger, any threat seems ridiculous. Even if the whole world is chasing him, he doesn't care. He can kill whoever he wants.
No, the situation now is different from that then. Judging from the current situation, maybe the masked weirdo really can't kill him, and he can't even approach the tavern. It makes sense for that person to be arrogant.
The force dispatched in the tavern was unprecedentedly powerful. If it were an ordinary 5th-level creature, it might have been lying dead on the spot. That is, only the masked weirdos could deal with these troublesome killers. Everyone looked at each other and began to analyze the identity of the man in the tavern. If it could be analyzed, perhaps part of the masked weirdo's personality could be revealed. Before they could start discussing, another voice came from the tavern. It was the same person just now.
Masked stranger, I have prepared fine wine for you. The red wine before the war has an excellent taste and is extremely rare. It is worth 1,000 pieces of gold.
It's hard to find. I'm just waiting for you to enter the tavern to talk to me. Why don't you come in?
Anyone can hear the man's complacency, and through these words, one can vaguely see the proud face of a villain. The red wine before the war was indeed precious. But what was wrong with the masked geek? In comparison, what the masked weirdo was more interested in was definitely another red liquid, that person's blood.
No matter who that person is, the conflict between him and the masked stranger must be irresolvable. Otherwise, he would not be offended to death. Yes, there is no room for maneuver in what he said.
The current situation is quite unfavorable for the masked stranger. If he chooses to move forward, he will be surrounded by the 10 top killers. If he chooses to retreat, he will be chased by those killers again. For a moment, he actually fell into a dilemma. At this time, another voice came from the loudspeaker.
The tavern is such a good place. Why didn't I come and have a look before? Masked weirdo. What on earth do you think? How could you turn against the tavern? It's really disturbing. It's a pity.
These words were even more rude than before, pointing directly at the embarrassing situation of the masked geek. Everyone realized that the other party was thinking of ways to anger the masked weirdo. The man didn't want the masked man to leave. After all, even if 10 top assassins pursue him one after another, there is a certain probability that they will miss. Once such a terrifying enemy as the masked stranger escapes, he will definitely become a psychological shadow for this person in the endless years to come, weighing him down for the rest of his life.
That man's mouth is really mean. I want to hit him for what he said. Why is the masked man so calm? Is he thinking of a solution? The tavern is also a reinforced concrete building. If it were me, I would directly activate my ability and force the entire tavern to collapse. So what if it collapses? Will this definitely kill that person? What if it fails to kill that person, but instead kills many innocent people?
Everyone was whispering, their voices so low that they were almost inaudible. If they were the masked strangers themselves, they would be in a difficult situation now, and there was no better way. However, They did not know that with Su Xia's current ability, he could completely collapse the entire building in a controlled manner without causing the entire building to collapse. As long as you find your target, everything will be easy. Call. On the long street of the small town, there was a sudden gust of wind. It's no surprise that there is wind. In fact, there is always the night wind blowing, and even the raindrops are slanting. But the wind that was blowing now had an inexplicable chill. So cold that it made everyone in the nearby houses shiver inexplicably. Why is it so cold? The breeze blew over Su Xia's body. Around him, the spiritual shield that had just been recondensed actually formed layers of subtle ripples. This is what happens when you are attacked.
There's something wrong with this wind.
Someone whispered. The killing operation against Su Xia has begun again. There was less than 2 minutes between the last action, and only the mysterious man in the tavern said a few provocative words. Buzz. Around Su Xia's body, the light blue transparent psychic shield vibrated gently, causing more and more ripples. The wind did not leave. It was invisible, like a strange ghost, wandering around Su Xia. There seemed to be an invisible knife in the wind, cutting into Su Xia's psychic shield and constantly consuming Su Xia's energy. At the same time, Su Xia's brain felt another sharp pain. Psychic attack! Another psychic attack. From the same person. The opponent is not a 5th level creature and has little impact on Su Xia. But as long as it can affect him for a moment, it's okay. Such moments, if repeated a few more times, would be enough to make Su Xia exhausted. There are 10 of them. Even if they work hard, they can kill Su Xia. Buzz buzz. Su Xia's psychic shield kept vibrating, flickering on and off. The attack intensity of the wind is gradually increasing, and it is pervasive, trying to invade the inside of the shield. At this time, Su Xia frowned. As soon as the severe pain subsided, he felt a sense of fatigue and sleepiness that penetrated deep into his soul. Another mental attack. The other party exerted an invisible spiritual influence on him in the dark, tried to make him fall asleep. If he hadn't been so focused now, he might have fallen asleep on the spot.
It seems that among those 10 people, at least 2 are good at mental attacks, but neither of them are level 5 creatures.
If it were a 5th level creature, such as the woman in black, Mingqiu, it would be enough to make Su Xia stun for a moment. This is because Su Xia's willpower is stronger than ordinary people. If it were an ordinary 5th level creature, it might be in a trance for a longer period of time. When it wakes up, its head will probably be separated from its neck. An extremely sharp sound suddenly sounded in Su Xia's ears, like a sound shock wave, rushing through his body and making his brain go blank for an instant. Another invisible attack. 3 consecutive attacks, all of which acted on his body, directly bypassing his psychic shield and metal protection. And the debilitating effect on him became stronger each time.
The manpower dispatched by Lingyan Tavern this time is quite targeted. Closed. Su Xia sent instructions to a team of nanorobots. After receiving the command, those nanorobots instantly entered Su Xia's ears and established a closed network in front of the eardrum to block the terrifying sound wave and minimize its impact on Su Xia. The next moment, ripples appeared in the air. Those big hands that looked like black paint appeared from the water again, passed through the psychic shield, and hugged Su Xia's legs tightly. He doesn't seem to have any offensive abilities, only restraints, and his restraints are particularly strong. Quick! An urging came from nowhere, echoing in the surrounding darkness. At the same time, soft sounds came from the shadows on the left and right. Bang 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 dash. Immediately afterwards, oval warheads flew into the sky one after another, approaching Su Xia's position, and then exploded together, turning into large and fine nets. At this moment, at least hundreds of large nets were spread out, covering the night above the entire town, forming a dragnet. Large nets fell down, falling towards Su Xia's position from all directions. This was not enough. The next round of launches followed, with hundreds of large nets. The 0 Point Tavern wants to capture the masked weirdo alive? Everyone was shocked. They thought the tavern wanted to kill the masked stranger directly. They noticed that at the edge of each large net, there was a small capsule-shaped mechanical device, which emitted flickering blue light and seemed to suppress psychic energy. To put it simply, those big nets are giant psychic suppressors. Su Xia, who was flying over the town, instantly became the prey in a net. Dreamcatcher, a product of Onlua Company. The net rope is tough and specially used to capture psychic creatures. Information about such a large network suddenly popped up in front of Su Xia's eyes. But he was not in the mood to pay attention to this information now. A pair of big black hands hugged him tightly, locking him in place. This was the biggest source of his current crisis. These big hands now pose a threat to him even more than the ubiquitous level 5 killer.
Get away!
He shouted coldly, and metal sticks exploded on his big hand, finally destroying the thing. But at the next moment, the big hand that had been blown into a puddle of black petroleum-like liquid regrouped and hugged Su Xia's legs again. The other party tried his best. No matter how many times Su Xia blasts him away, he will still fight to lock Su Xia in place. Snapped. The first layer of large net covered the layer of metal debris outside Su Xia. The four corners of the large net automatically rotated, tightly wrapping this layer of metal debris. Then came more dream catchers, one after another, as if they were trying to wrap Su Xia into a rice dumpling. However, except for the first few nets, the other large nets were intercepted in midair by the metal fragments controlled by Su Xia, and they had no effect at all.
What's the point?
Su Xia asked calmly without changing her expression. Then, he jerked away, and once again broke away from the confinement of those big black hands. At the same time, the layer of metal debris around him suddenly spread outwards, directly overturning the large covering nets. Su Xia moved, and instantly approached the roof of a building, waving her hand. Crack! On the roof, a Dreamcatcher automatic launcher instantly shattered. At the same time, automatic launchers throughout the town were attacked by metal fragments, and most of them were destroyed almost instantly. At this moment, the big black hand suddenly stretched out from the rain again and hugged Su Xia's legs, trying to restrain him again. This man's repeated attacks really made Su Xia a little tired.
You really think I can't hurt you?
Su Xia looked coldly, took out more than 10 potions, and slapped them hard in the air. With a bang, the potion exploded, emitting a pungent smell, and most of the scattered potion dripped onto the big black hands. A muffled groan was heard, and big holes were corroded out of the two big hands in an instant. Green smoke was rising from every corroded area, and the speed was extremely fast.
Hiss!
The big black hands disappeared instantly, and a cry of pain came from the surrounding darkness. The kind of pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. The men in black in the tavern have very strong willpower, and a very strong tolerance for pain. They can endure even being slashed a few times. But the next moment, a cry of pain came out from the darkness again, and he couldn't bear it at all. Hiss! A few seconds later, a black figure fell from a high altitude and hit the hard ground hard. His whole body was trembling and twitching, and puffs of terrifying green smoke were emitting from the air. His clothes, skin, flesh and blood, internal organs and even bones were melting, turning into pools of rancid pus. It was so cruel that it was unbearable to look at, and the pain was so painful that all the facial features were distorted. This scene made everyone scalp numb and sweating. What kind of potion is that, and why is it so scary? Over the town, Su Xia calmly took off his coat, because his coat was also stained with a lot of chemicals, and the corrosive smoke was rising at the moment. At the same time, he used some antidotes to neutralize the remaining liquid on his body.
Life is so fragile.
Seeing the man in black struggling and groaning below, Su Xia couldn't help but sigh.
Such a tragic death really disturbs my conscience. I will have more nightmares tonight.
Hearing his words, everyone in the surrounding houses twitched. Does this man who has killed countless people still have nightmares? Looking at Su Xia's look, she was clearly admiring the man in black below who was suffering from corrosion, without any burden, as if she was admiring the death of a dog. Chapter 398 Selling Soul. ZZ. Waves of green smoke rose, and the corroded area made a sizzling sound, accompanied by the constant groans of the man in black. In the past, people always felt that death was fair to everyone. But now it seems that there is something unfair about the death process. Some people can die comfortably, and some people, for example, for the man in black in front of him, his death process was slow and painful, with most of his body being corroded bit by bit. Terrible! Seeing his struggling appearance, everyone felt chills running down their spines. If it were them, they might have collapsed when faced with this situation. But the man in black was still struggling. He was seen trembling, enduring the severe pain, holding two daggers with his rotten hands, trying to remove the rotten flesh and blood on his body, slowly cutting it open, and giving himself a chance to live. This perseverance is as terrifying as the will, and it is almost at the pinnacle of mankind. Crack! He used all his strength to break off the badly corroded left calf, threw it away in the cold rain. His eyes were bulging, his neck was red, his forehead was full of veins. He was gritting his teeth, and his whole body was shaking in severe pain. The missing left calf had half of its bones corroded. In fact, his hands weren't much better. It can be seen that the skin on his right palm has been completely corroded. And there are white bones. He finally couldn't help it, and screamed in pain again. In his current situation, if he doesn't receive timely treatment, it will be difficult for him to survive even if there are no enemies around. Not to mention, now the enemy has arrived and landed in front of him. Su Xia stood quietly in front of him. She didn't speak or continue to take action. She just looked at him and watched him slowly treat the wound.
Can I be saved?
The man suddenly spoke, no longer dealing with it, and turned to ask Su Xia. His hoarse voice trembled with pain. As a user of the corrosive agent, Su Xia certainly had a way to save him.
There is help, but I won't save you,
Su Xia said indifferently.
Give me a good time.
Good. Su Xia waved her hand casually, and a cold light flashed through. The next moment, the head of the man in black flew high, with a look of relief in his eyes, and then hit it heavily in the rain beside him. With a bang, the camouflage skin on his face was knocked off, revealing his original appearance. This face is very ordinary. Thin, with pale skin. It seems that it has lived in a place where there is no light all year round, always staying in darkness. At this moment, whispers came from the surrounding houses.
It's him! Black imprisonment. Li Xiangfei.
What?
Li Xiangfei? Didn't he die 2 years ago? How would it appear here? No wonder those big black hands look familiar to me.
This man in black is a slightly famous person, codenamed Black Imprisonment, because he has the ability to absolutely imprison, and even the most powerful enemy will be imprisoned by him for a moment. His abilities are very popular, and he is often invited to participate in some collective actions. He is very popular in various organizations. In particular, some groups who like to explore the wilderness have maintained long-term contact with him. As long as he is around, no matter how powerful the monster is, the team can rely on him to buy a moment of counterattack or time to escape. In times of crisis, many things can be decided in a split second. But just 2 years ago, while exploring a war relic, a member of his team accidentally triggered an aerial bomb left over from the war. The aerial bomb exploded, causing the entire team to be destroyed. After that, the Black Imprisonment disappeared from this world. The information about him was also marked with the words, "Confirmed dead," and he himself disappeared. He was a member of the 0 Point Tavern, and his death was certified by the 0 Point Tavern. After his death, the 0 Point Tavern even held a grand funeral for him, and many of his friends came to attend.
He has been dead for 2 years. How could he appear here?
Many people were puzzled, looking at the pale head with deep doubts in their eyes. In this world, the magical power of resurrection from the dead does not yet exist, and technology has not yet developed to the extent of resurrecting the dead. Did he just fake his death back then? But why should he remain anonymous, abandon all friends, honor, and status, and become one of the hidden forces in 0 Point Tavern? According to records, Li Xiangfei is a person who likes to make friends. He is optimistic and cheerful. He has friends all over the world and likes to take risks. He is not someone who likes to hide in the dark at all. The silent and pale head in front of him is really incomparable to the Li Xiangfei that many people remember.
There's a problem. He's become like a puppet now. He's completely different from before. Why didn't Lindian Tavern save him? As long as he spoke up and paid a certain price, he should be able to save him from the masked stranger. Right.
This was a 5th-level creature that could never be seen at ordinary times. Even the Machine Clan was willing to pay a lot of money to invite someone. And he died in front of everyone. Not far away is the door of Lindian Tavern. The person in charge of the tavern here. Why don't you save him? Are you just treating him as a consumable? It must be said that his death had a considerable impact on those around him. This is the first death of the night. If nothing else happens, there will be a second, third, or even more deaths. As soon as the killing started, the air was filled with the smell of blood.
The deceased is dead,
Su Xia said indifferently, then took out 2 antidotes and slapped them in the air, letting the liquid fall on Li Xiangfei's body. Within a moment, the sizzling sound of corrosion disappeared, and no more smoke came out. In this way, Li Xiangfei could still leave at least half of his body behind. After he did all this, the remaining 9 killers launched another attack.
Brush!
2 figures flashed past, as if they jumped out directly from the darkness. They did not approach Su Xia, but flew past him on the left and right sides of his body. The 2 men didn't make any move, and disappeared into the darkness again, as if they were just going through the motions. The next moment, A cold light flashed. The most terrifying level 5 killer appeared again. Instead of backstabbing, he attacked Su Xia from the front and slammed into Su Xia's psychic shield. Click! The shield shattered for the second time, and it only resisted for a moment before turning into a ball of exploding energy. And at this moment, Su Xia could see the other party's eyes clearly. They were a pair of cold, numb eyes, a bit hollow, as if they had no emotions, only knowing about killing and death. She! The cold light pierced Su Xia's left shoulder, splashing blood. It stands to reason that Su Xia should have avoided it at that moment and would not have been injured at all. But he did not do that. While the opponent was assassinating Su Xia, Su Xia also controlled several fragments of the skeleton sword and pierced the opponent's body. It's as simple as trading injury for injury. Neither side retreated, nor did they avoid it. Su Xia felt pain in her left shoulder. The entire shoulder was opened by the opponent's weapon. It was dripping with blood and even left deep marks on the bones. If he hadn't twisted his body a little, the stab would have penetrated directly into his heart and cut open his heart. The other party also felt uncomfortable. Blood suddenly gurgled from his waist, and several oozing wounds appeared. But he didn't seem to feel pain, and he forgot about the killer's creed of escaping immediately after missing a hit. So he took action for the second time and attacked closely. Again? This is really a bit abnormal. Even if you are a newbie in the industry, you know that you must retreat in this situation and wait for new opportunities while healing. Su Xia's body swayed, facing the cold light, and slammed forward. With a bang, the opponent was knocked down, causing his body to lose balance. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the other party couldn't help but take 2 steps back, blood flowing from his abdomen. And Su Xia stepped forward quickly, taking advantage of the situation, opening and closing, and kicked him hard on the knee, making his body unstable. Then, he used the force to turn over and get up. With a click, his right leg was like a long whip, turned around and kicked him in the chin. Su Xia rolled around in the air, then landed firmly on the ground with a splash of water. The opponent was kicked more than 10 meters away. His knees were shattered, his jaw was cracked, and he fell heavily into the cold rain, like a rag doll, with blood all over his body. Cough. He coughed slightly, and blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. He failed to get up in time, and was still lying in the rain. This scene stunned everyone in the surrounding houses. What's going on? Why did this powerful 5th-level killer suddenly choose to attack head-on? Why didn't he even open the shield? Fighting head-on, or exchanging injuries for injuries. How could he possibly be able to defeat the masked monster? The masked weirdo is a super ruthless man who comes directly from the encirclement of the mechanical tribe. Shouldn't the biggest role of this killer be to make sneak attacks on masked monsters from time to time, waiting for an opportunity to kill him with one blow? He is not a warrior who fights head-on. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Has he been beaten? What is he doing? Someone noticed that this man suddenly grabbed his own face. Stab. He tore it off suddenly, and his face floated up strangely. In the next moment, the thin disguised face was torn off, revealing his true face. Then, holding the weapon and covering his injured abdomen, he slowly stood up from the ground. There was a pool of blood under his body. In a battle between level 5 creatures, life and death can only happen in an instant. The head-on collision just now caused great damage to him, and blood flowed uncontrollably from his abdomen. He didn't use any defensive skills, and he didn't even open a shield. Otherwise, he shouldn't have been so seriously injured. At this moment, the fragments of the skeleton sword were still in his body. As long as Su Xia has a thought, those fragments will shatter his internal organs and kill him on the spot. Cough. He coughed again and his body trembled, causing wounds all over his body. It can be seen that his hand holding the weapon is trembling slightly, and he seems to be unable to hold it. He glanced at the wound on his abdomen, with no emotion on his face. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at Su Xia through the rain curtain of more than 10 meters. It's him! Shiyu, the shadow of death. Someone in the houses on the left and right recognized his face. It turns out to be him. Death is like a shadow, coming with the wind. No wonder he can break the masked monster's psychic shield with one strike. But he also died 2 years ago. Another dead man, also very famous, Shiyu, codenamed Shadow of Death, is a super killer. In terms of fame, he is still above the Black Prison just now, and can already be called a legend. Also 2 years ago, Shiyu accepted the task of assassinating a certain family leader, rushed to the target location overnight, and succeeded successfully, killing the target. But in the middle of the retreat, He was accidentally exposed and was surrounded by the family's security forces. He was seriously injured and fled all the way, finally falling into a deep valley. A few days later, members of that family found his mutilated body that had been chewed by wild dogs in a deep valley. Even his face had been chewed away. After that, the legendary figure's information was marked with the words, "Confirmed dead." The 0 Point Tavern also held a funeral for him.
Another dead man.
Su Xia stared at Qiyu and looked at him carefully several times. A personal description of this person quickly popped up in front of her eyes. In the character description, Su Xia saw the specific circumstances of his fake death. Personal description, a legend of a generation. One of the pinnacle figures in the killer world. The shadow of fear deep in everyone's heart. 2 years ago, he accepted a mission and fell into the abyss. At that time, after falling into the deep valley, he did not die on the spot. He still had his last breath. He struggled for most of the night, but could not get up. There were many wild dogs in the valley, staring at his broken body, seeming to want to devour him alive. Just when he thought he was destined to die there, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. That's the guy from 0 Point Tavern headquarters. The other party said that he could save him, but he needed to sign a death contract. At that time, the thought of survival overwhelmed everything. He was close to coma. He was so groggy and his vision was blurred that he couldn't care too much and sign the contract. But he didn't expect that it was an out-and-out contract of betrayal, allowing him to sell everything he had. He made a deal with the devil. After that, he became one of the hidden forces in 0 Point Tavern. Su Xia understood. No wonder these people's eyes were hollow and numb. It turned out that they had sold everything they had and became a walking zombie controlled by a contract.
For those who sell their souls, what's the difference between living and dying?
Su Xia said suddenly. Opposite him, Qi remained silent and did not answer. He stood quietly in the rain, and his numb eyes suddenly gained some color. He turned slowly and saw Li Xiangfei's body lying on the ground. At this moment, there was a complicated look on his face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke.
I shouldn't have exposed the news that someone betrayed me 2 years ago.
His voice was hoarse and intermittent, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. As he spoke, more and more blood spilled from his waist and abdomen, staining his clothes and black trousers red. But he did not take any treatment measures, and just allowed his life to pass away slowly.
I'm not willing to kill you today. I just don't want to be free.
He coughed up a drop of blood. His face turned pale, and his voice became weaker and weaker. It's ridiculous to say that Lingyan Tavern is known as the most free organization. But there are such a group of members who will never be free. As he spoke, he suddenly fell to his knees, so weak that he no longer had the strength to stand. He slowly fell backwards, with his eyes open, kneeling in the rain, soaked in rain and blood, looking up at the night sky filled with heavy rain, and lost his life. Chapter 399, This is a Trap. Another one died, leaving only 8. Qiyu's death was somewhat inexplicable. He abandoned the assassination he was best at and chose to attack head-on, using his own weakness to counter Su Xia's strength. Death was inevitable. Moreover, when he acted, there was no one around to cooperate with him. Where are the remaining 8 people? Did they actually watch Qiyu die? When they first started, these 10 people cooperated perfectly. Some were responsible for mental attacks. Some were responsible for sneak attacks and interference. And some were responsible for forcible confinement. Each performed his own duties, and appeared from the darkness again and again, consuming Su Xia's strength. Even if one Li Xiangfei dies, they shouldn't do this. The remaining 9 people can still continue to cooperate. Based on their previous performance, even if Su Xia wanted to kill them all, she would have to put in a lot of effort and waste a lot of time. What Su Xia lacks most now is time, which he can't afford.
Why don't you continue?
Su Xia raised her hand, and several blood-stained metal fragments flew out from Qiyu's body and flew around his body. The cold rain slowly washed away the blood on the debris. Among the remaining 8 people, there is also a 5th-level creature, and the other 7 are all 4th-level creatures, 3 of which are responsible for mental interference. Seeing that they didn't move anymore, Su Xia slowly moved forward and took a step. This step narrowed the distance between him and the tavern. At the same time, a blue light emerged around his body, slowly forming a new shield. More metal fragments flew around his body, layer after layer, turning into thick barriers, protecting him at the center and resisting all possible attacks.
Papa dash.
He stepped on the rain and approached the door of the tavern step by step with indifferent eyes. At this moment, There was silence in the tavern. The man in the wheelchair frowned slightly, tapped his skinny fingers on the armrests of the wheelchair, and whispered to himself.
Is death equal to freedom? The contract at the headquarters was wrong. It should not have been signed for life. People without hope cannot provide the greatest hope. Value.
Chiyu's death just now made him think a lot. The woman in black asked him.
What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Chiyu's death contract?
The man in the wheelchair nodded slightly.
Yes. But this is the rule of the headquarters and cannot be changed. Rules are made by people. And they can be changed by people. Shingun, why are you saying the same thing as the masked weirdo?
The woman in black reminded in a low voice.
Watch your words. The headquarters doesn't like to hear such words. Don't they like it at the headquarters?
The man in the wheelchair suddenly smiled.
Why should they like it? I just like it. God stick.
You? The woman in black's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly covered his mouth. Fortunately, there were only two of them in this room, and it was very closed, so the conversation would not be overheard by others.
Do you want to be the next masked weirdo?
She was a little angry and scolded the man in the wheelchair in a low voice.
No one can be the next masked weirdo. He is him. And I am me. We are different. And no one is different.
The man in the wheelchair took away the woman's hand and said slowly.
Don't say such things again.
Mingxiu, a woman in black, whispered.
Li Xiangfei and Chi Yu are both dead. The remaining 8 people cannot stop the masked stranger, and will only be killed by him one by one. What should we do next? Shall we take action? She knew very well that the masked stranger was also from the Lingyan Tavern. He was proficient in various hiding and assassination techniques, and had extremely powerful abilities. During the battle, as long as he finds a chance, his opponent will be in danger of death. Now, the situation has slowly tilted towards Su Xia. However, as long as she and the man in the wheelchair take action, the situation will be reversed in an instant. Mengxiu's ability can completely put Su Xia in a trance for nearly 2 seconds. These 2 seconds are enough to decide Su Xia's life or death. At this moment, there was a knock on the door.
Dong dong dong.
The woman in black turned her head, frowned slightly, and stared at the door. The man in the wheelchair looked calm and said softly,
It should be Frank. He is scared.
The woman in black turned her eyes and walked over to open the door. Outside the door, as expected, it was Frank with a nervous look on his face. Frank's face turned pale, which was due to excessive blood loss. His left arm was still empty and was simply bandaged. Dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he asked nervously,
You too. 2 people died one after another. Can the remaining people stop the masked stranger?
Of course we can stop it. The woman in black is very determined. But Frank was afraid, glanced into the room, and continued,
Are you 2 planning to take action? If you 2 don't take action, how about letting other members in the tavern take action? I think there are many strong people in this branch. No need to worry about it. Just do your thing.
The woman in black said coldly.
Don't worry. The masked weirdo can't kill you. I'm relieved.
After receiving another promise, Frank took a deep breath, and his hanging heart dropped again. Behind him is the underground hall of the tavern. There are many people in the hall. The conversation between him and the woman in black could be heard by everyone in the hall behind. With so many people aware of the promise, there should be no problem. Boom. The door is closed, cutting off the room from the hall. Frank turned around and returned to his seat. In his position, there is a simple microphone,
which can transmit his voice outside the tavern so that the masked strangers on the long street can hear it. He stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and whispered to himself.
Masked stranger, you should die too. Why aren't you dead yet? If you die earlier, I will feel relieved.
This is the inside of the 0 Point Tavern, one of the 2 safest places in the entire Conch City. Except for the Machine Tribe base. There is no place safer than here. Anyway, as long as he doesn't go out, he's safe. The only thing he needs to do is continue to irritate the masked weirdo. Frank lowered his head and looked at his only remaining hand, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. He finally became the general person in charge of the local base. But before he could enjoy the pleasure of power, the entire base was destroyed. Even he himself was seriously injured and was brought here to survive like a dog. Yes, he's like a dog. How could he be willing to die without seeing Su Xia die? Frank's heart surged with anger. He picked up the phone again and sneered.
Hey, masked weirdo. It's been so long. Why don't you come in and kill me? Don't you masked weirdo dare to come?
He will try his best to stimulate Su Xia and make Su Xia angry and lose her mind.
Aren't you from the tavern? Why don't you even dare to enter the tavern door now? Why are you walking around outside like a dog? Masked stranger. Did you hear that? I'm sitting in the tavern, waiting for you to kill me. Hey, hey.
His voice echoed outside, echoing down the long street filled with death. In the hall, the other tavern members were silent and looked at him quietly, most of them with admiration on their faces. There are really not many people in this world who dare to talk to the masked stranger like this. Outside, on both sides of the street, in private houses, members of various organizations were still nervous, watching the scenes on the street. Now, Su Xia was less than 30 meters away from the tavern door. Normally, she would reach the door in the blink of an eye with just one sprint. Frank's unpleasant voice came from the tavern again.
Masked stranger, have your ears been pricked? I'm calling you.
The sound of the speaker can easily make people irritated, with the rustling sound of electricity mixed in with it. Not far away, the front door of the tavern was wide open, like a monster, crawling quietly in the darkness, opening its big mouth, waiting for Su Xia to enter. At this moment, the remaining 8 people finally took action.
Buzz!
Su Xia felt her brain sink. Suddenly, she was hit by several different mental attacks at the same time. Her body shook, and she almost fell over. She even lost part of her control over the surrounding metal fragments. There was a ding-ding-dong-dong sound, and many surrounding pieces fell to the ground. At this moment, several black shadows flashed past, taking advantage of his dazed moment to throw a large number of plastic bombs at him. Boom! There was an explosion, smoke and debris flying. Su Xia's location was immediately submerged in gunpowder smoke. Before it was over, several more black shadows flashed past, throwing plastic explosives towards the center of the explosion. Terrifying explosions sounded one after another, deafening. Most of the streets were shrouded in smoke, and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The houses around the street continued to tremble. Their structures twisted, and they emitted a high-pitched whine. The expressions of many members of the organization who were awake in the room changed again and again, fearing that the room they were in would collapse due to the vibration.
What do you want to do at 0 Point Tavern? This town is surrounded by old buildings. If they collapse, how many people will die?
Although the explosion only occurred on the street, the terrifying shock wave and tremors were real. The air waves were rolling, and the windows on both sides of the street were broken. Tables, chairs, wardrobes, beds, etc. All items in the room were shaking.
Shui Sha!
Several more figures flashed past, but everything was not over yet. The remaining 8 people seemed to have been preparing for a long time, hoping to take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill Su Xia in one fell swoop and complete this dangerous mission. They took the plastic explosives they got from nowhere and threw them towards the center of the explosion again. But at this moment, 4 of the black figures suddenly groaned, and a cruel spray of blood spattered from their necks. In order to operate in the dark, they didn't even open the psychic shield, because the shield would emit a blue sheen and reveal their location. As long as you can maintain absolute privacy and blend in with the night, you don't have to worry about being attacked. But now, 4 of them fell to the ground on the spot. Well, they stared and covered their necks. The blood in their necks was gushing out in spurts and couldn't be stopped at all. Several sword fragments penetrated their throats, severing the arteries and tracheas in their necks. Not only was the blood pouring out, but some of it was also poured into the trachea. Giggle. They were twitching, pale, and on the verge of suffocation. At that moment, Su Xia seemed to emerge from the void, caught the moment when the 4 of them emerged from the darkness, and launched an attack on them at the same time. One hit is fatal. This fleeting opportunity can only be effectively grasped by advanced psychic creatures who have been fighting between life and death for a long time. If it were half a second slower, these 4 people would hide in the darkness and hibernate again. For this opportunity, Su Xia wasted her talent for traveling in different dimensions. At the moment when he was in a trance, he used this talent to avoid being affected by the exploding plastic bomb. And then he kept looking for opportunities.
Call out!
He waved his hand casually. A flash of cold light flashed, and 4 heads flew up, ending the pain of the 4 people. These 4 killers died without even having time to say their last words. Su Xia controlled the iron pieces and peeled off the disguise on their faces, revealing their true colors. As expected, these 4 people were among the members of the tavern who had long been identified as dead. The time of death varied from 2 years to 5 years ago. Several exclamations came from the surrounding rooms.
Isn't that person Chen Su? The Black Owl?
Another legendary figure. Chen Su. codenamed Black Owl, was withdrawn and liked to live alone. He was presumed dead 3 years ago. The remaining 3 heads were all well known, and their identities were quickly confirmed. Many people in the houses around the streets felt like they were in a dream.
What a black owl!
3 legends like Li Xiangfei, Shiyu, and Shinsu were very rare to meet in the past. They would cause a sensation wherever they appeared. But tonight, they all died in front of their eyes. His death was too simple. His death was too simple. And his way of death was not consistent with the life of a legend.
Does a legendary figure deserve a legendary death?
Someone whispered unconsciously. Wrong.
Death at the hands of masked monsters doesn't count as insulting their names. Right.
They suddenly thought that the masked stranger was also a legend. Although he was famous for a short time, his level of fame was no less than that of the previous ones. Now, of those 10 killers, only the last 4 are left. Those 4 are all level 4 creatures, and can no longer stop Su Xia. As long as Su Xia is willing, he can enter the pub door now, and pour himself a glass of wine calmly. In fact, he did just that. He was seen stepping on the stagnant water, his expression unchanged, and he moved forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the door of the tavern. The smoke on the street has dispersed with the wind, but the tense atmosphere has not diminished at all, but has become more intense.
The masked man is coming in.
Everyone knows that as long as he can enter the tavern, it is equivalent to throwing the tavern's face to the ground and stamping on it. A creature that is wanted by the tavern can actually walk into the tavern again. What does this mean? This is a pure slap in the face. As long as the tavern wanted to save face, they wouldn't let him in. But now, what power does the Kong City Tavern branch have that can stop the masked stranger? Call. A gust of wind blew. At the entrance of the tavern, the 10 black umbrellas were billowing in the wind, like ghosts with nowhere to rest. The tavern was still quiet, with no one else around.
Something's wrong.
At this time, someone suddenly realized what does face mean to today's taverns. As long as you can catch or mask the weirdo, it doesn't matter if you lose face once. After all, if the masked weirdo doesn't die this time, the tavern will be embarrassed more and more times in the future. It's obviously worth exchanging a moment of humiliation for eternal peace.
There must be an ambush in the tavern. Yeah. It's too quiet. The 10 people just now were just appetizers. The real killer is inside the tavern. As long as the masked stranger enters, he will walk into the trap. No wonder he walks so slowly.
For the last 30 meters, Su Xia walked very slowly, and every step was very steady. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, watching his moving figure. Chapter 400 can't be saved. Will he go in? The door of the tavern was open, and there was silence inside. At the gate, the light was warm and yellow, casting blurry reflections in the water. Call. A gust of cold wind blew by. Rain poured down, and the signboard of the tavern slowly swayed and creaked in the wind and rain. No matter how you look at it, this is an obvious trap. If it were a standalone game, normal players would save a file after seeing the scene to avoid dying in it. Unfortunately, this game is just like life. There is no option to start over. Su Xia walked slowly and steadily.
That guy Zhuangren is right. Rainy days are really annoying.
He looked up at the gloomy night sky and reached out to wipe the rain off his face. He felt that his whole body was wet and his clothes stuck to his skin, which was very uncomfortable. Su Xia likes to lean by the window on rainy days and enjoy the rainy scenery outside the window, or simply lie on the bed and fall asleep listening to the sound of rain. Very comfortable to sleep on rainy days. But he didn't like getting soaked by the rain in this situation. In addition to the rain, there was also blood that was constantly overflowing, mostly from his shoulders. That was the injury Qiyu had caused to him just now. Qiyu's ability is very special. He will leave a special energy in the wound, which will constantly erode the wound and prevent it from healing. Even though Su Xia has taken several healing potions now, the wound still hasn't improved. In other words, Su Xia is getting weak.
There is indeed an ambush in the tavern.
Su Xia narrowed her eyes. Outside the tavern, people from other organizations could only guess, but Su Xia could see it clearly. In the 4 corners of the first floor of the tavern, there are 4 position devices, all of which are turned on, waiting for the final activation. At the tip of the device, a blue light looms, like a blooming blue metal lotus. There are 4 senior tavern members with psychic power level 4, who are responsible for protecting these 4 stance devices. One of them is the person in charge of the local tavern, and the other 3 are estimated to have come from other places during this time.
These are only 4 on the surface. There are many more hidden in various places secretly.
Su Xia sensed that some of the stand devices were similar in shape to steel bars, and were embedded in the main structure of the tavern, almost evading his sense. There are also some stand devices that are disguised as table legs, stool legs, bed legs, etc., in an attempt to avoid his induction. Ling Ling Zong Zong stance devices. A rough calculation turned out to be more than 50.
In such a small place, with so many stand devices, it really looks down on me.
In front of Su Xia's eyes, scenes transmitted back to him by nanorobots appeared. Stand devices can be found not only on the first floor, but also on the underground floor. You know, when the position devices first appeared in Fish Scale City, there were only more than 30 devices, and a large area was sealed off. Moreover, these stance devices may just be what the wheelchair man wants Su Xia to see. There should be other backups somewhere invisible. The three-dimensional structure of the entire tavern slowly took shape in his mind. From top to bottom, layer after layer, with corresponding stand devices on each layer.
Break!
Su Xia's mind moved, and she used her ability to directly crush the position devices in the tavern before entering the tavern. Fortunately, these devices are all improved versions, and their core energy is stable. If it were the version of the device used in Fish Scale City, it would explode directly after breaking into pieces. The explosion power would be equivalent to a whole block of psychic explosives, and the people around it would suffer heavy casualties. As those stand devices shattered, some tiny sounds came from inside the tavern.
Why did the device crack? Damn it! It was the masked weirdo who did it, and he can actually sense it. Master Shogun arranged for us to guard these position devices. What should we do now? Go check out other installations.
The fragmentation of the stand device gave the inside of the tavern an air of uneasiness. Although the entire tavern is a trap, the hunter in the trap is not completely sure of hunting the masked stranger's prey. If you are not careful, you may be killed by your prey. Today, the biggest support in many people's hearts, the stance device, has been broken. They originally planned to turn on this device the moment the masked stranger entered the tavern, turning the entire tavern and its surroundings into a psychic forbidden land, and then try to catch turtles in an urn. How strong can a masked weirdo who has lost his psychic powers become? They all think so. Even if 2 or 3 people can't defeat him, more than 10 people can attack him together and crush him to death. But the sudden change just now made many people feel a little nervous, and couldn't help but feel anxious.
It's broken. The masked stranger is coming in. Is there any spare stand device? The disguised stand device has also been destroyed. Damn masked weirdo. He can actually tell the difference. Go and ask Master Shogun quickly.
Their uneasy and anxious voices echoed in the tavern, breaking the silence that had always existed in the tavern. It seems that the danger of the trap has been reduced a lot. The door is still open, and the sign at the door is shaking. Is Su Xia going in? No, he didn't. When he was still 10 meters away from the gate, he suddenly stopped. When he stopped, many people's hearts tightened, wondering what he was going to do. In the houses on the left and right sides of the street, everyone's palms were already sweating.
Why did the masked weirdo stop? Did you hear it? There was a crashing sound in the tavern just now, and there were voices coming out. I heard it was those stand devices. It was indeed a trap, but it was a pity that the masked stranger noticed it.
The stand device has been shattered under the control of the masked stranger. Why doesn't he go in? This question lingers in everyone's mind. Are there other arrangements in the tavern?
As long as there is no position device, the masked weirdo should be able to come and go freely. Now that the support from the tavern headquarters is too late to arrive, no one in Conch City can keep him.
But Su Xia stopped, no more than 10 meters away, standing quietly in the cold rain. At this moment, Frank's unpleasant voice came out from the speakers outside the tavern again.
Masked stranger, why did you stop again?
He sneered.
A dog is a dog. If you don't even have the courage, why would you want to kill me? With your masked strange face?
These words made many people around him feel an unknown fire in their hearts. If it were them, they might not be able to bear it. Don't care about anything else. Rush into the tavern first. Catch the guy who has been shouting and deal with it. But why doesn't the masked stranger move?
What are you waiting for? Masked man?
Many people were confused and stared at Su Xia's figure. The stand device was broken by him. So what else is there to worry about? Isn't he sure that he can sense all positional devices? Or were those anxious voices just coming from the tavern on purpose? Upon closer reflection, this scenario seems quite possible. Of course, there is another possibility.
Could it be? Is he worried about the machine tribe?
Suddenly someone whispered and mentioned that heart-stopping name.
Yes, 0 Point Tavern and the Machine Tribe have temporarily joined forces. They will definitely pass on the news of the masked stranger appearing here to the Machine Tribe, so that the Machine Tribe can come quickly. But it's been so long, and there's not even a trace of the Machine Clan. Could they be ambushing you in the tavern?
If the masked stranger sensed that there was a mechanical ambush in the tavern, his current stoppage would be explained. He had just fought against the Machine Tribe in Seahorse City, and he was one of the people at the scene who knew the Machine Tribe's capabilities best. Is the reason why he doesn't move forward really caring about the Machine Clan?
As long as he doesn't go in, the mechanical creatures lurking inside will not move for the time being. Maybe he's thinking of an escape route? It's broken. If it's really a machine race, then we still have this town.
As soon as these words came out, many people's expressions changed instantly. With the temper of the machine race, if the ambush fails, what will be the next step? Must be bombing the whole town. The charred suburbs of Haima City are a lesson learned from the past. Not only this small town, but also dozens or even hundreds of miles around the town will become a bombing area for the mechanical clan, shrouded in artillery fire, submerged in gunpowder smoke, and become a restricted area for life. At that time, how many people present will be able to escape? The machine race doesn't care whether there are innocent townspeople here. The members of these organizations present will die together with thousands of residents in this small town on this cold rainy night. Moreover, because they died in the bombing of the mechanical tribe, their organization did not even dare to ask for compensation for them. Perhaps they did not even dare to take their bodies back. At most, they would hold a small funeral for them. Anyone who has come into contact with the machine race will have a profound understanding of the tyranny of the machine race.
No! 0 Point Tavern probably won't notify the Machine Tribe. They themselves have hundreds of members in this branch. Once the Machine Tribe starts bombing, what will these people do? Will they be buried with the masked monsters?
Perhaps the local person in charge, and the people at the tavern headquarters could find a way to escape from the bombing of the Machine Clan. But what about others? Once the news gets out, what will members of the tavern branches in other cities think? In this era, no matter what organization, it has to take into account its own reputation, and has a set of default rules for doing things.
Pack it up. Inform our superiors first, and prepare for the worst. Okay, let's see what the 0 Point Tavern is going to do.
Everyone's eyes moved, staring at the door of the tavern with warm yellow lights, and they felt a chill in their hearts. The 0 Point Tavern shouldn't do that, right? Unknowingly, they, the spectators, have fallen into a strange and dangerous situation, not knowing when death will come.
Mask Freak, are you going to stand outside all night?
Frank's sarcastic voice continued through the loudspeaker. Inside the tavern, many members were not as calm as before. There was more or less a hint of nervousness on their faces. After all, Su Xiao was not far outside the door, and the stand device was broken. Previously, most people thought that the 10 killers from the headquarters should be able to exhaust the masked weirdo, coupled with the follow-up protection of the stance device. It should be foolproof. But now it seems that they completely misjudged the strength of the masked stranger. 3 level 5 creatures were chopped off by him like a melon or a vegetable, and he only paid the price with minor injuries.
Does the wheelchair-bound man from the headquarters have any other backup plans?
On the underground floor, many official members looked at each other and saw uneasiness and anxiety in each other's eyes. If this continues, the hunter will really become the prey.
Be ready for battle. If the masked stranger really comes in, a big battle is inevitable.
A few members swallowed their saliva and wiped their commonly used weapons and equipment, with a hint of madness in their eyes. Different from what most people think. What these few members think is with so many people and 2 adults from the headquarters. Are they really going to kill the masked weirdos? Maybe tonight. Among them, someone will take off the masked weirdo's head and become the person who attracts worldwide attention. Who doesn't want to become a legend in life?
Fight!
With this idea in mind, there are actually quite a few members who want to fight to the death. Next to the underground hall, in a safe room, the lights were dim. The man in the wheelchair lowered his eyes slightly and tapped his index finger on the armrest of the wheelchair. There was no other expression on his face. He didn't know what he was thinking. The woman in black stood on his left side and asked in a low voice,
Shingun, do you have any other plans? Is it time to use them now?
The man in the wheelchair nodded slightly.
There's no rush. What difference does it make whether he enters the tavern or not?
The woman in black frowned.
What will happen if he enters the tavern? Do we really want him to come in and respectfully invite him to drink a glass of wine before fighting? I want to test his psychological bottom line and some of his abilities.
The man in the wheelchair spoke slowly.
Knowing these 2 points will help me deal with him later. What do you mean? Deal with him later?
The woman in black asked in a low voice.
Magic stick. Can't we kill him with tonight's arrangement? Can't kill. Can we at least keep Frank? Can't keep it.
What? The woman in black was surprised. They had made a promise, and would definitely keep Frank. Although she was a little disgusted by Frank's garbage. A promise was a promise. The two of them came on behalf of the tavern headquarters, breaking promises that will not only be bad for their own reputation, but also affect the reputation of the entire tavern. Once Frank dies, who will dare to believe them in the future?
Magic. Why can't you save Frank?
The woman in black asked, with a hint of anxiety in her delicate brows.
The moment the masked stranger arrived in the town, Frank was already dead.
The man in the wheelchair rubbed his eyebrows.
The man who is shouting through the loudspeaker now. You can think of it as a corpse.
Is that already a corpse? The person is still alive. Why is he a corpse? The woman in black wonders. Is it so difficult to protect someone? She asked.
Xinguan. Even if the tavern is breached, you can still use your mobility to take Frank away. Right.
The man in the wheelchair shook his head slightly.
I can't take it with me.
The woman in black asked.
Why? My ability takes 3 seconds to activate. I used it once before in front of the masked weirdo at the left eye group base. He already knew it.
The man in the wheelchair explained.
Perhaps the masked man didn't notice? He's a masked weirdo. Not a pig. And he's not the people at headquarters.
The woman in black gritted her teeth, with a trace of confusion on her face. Breaking a promise made her very uncomfortable. She should have gone out and dealt with the masked stranger with the 10 killers. The man in the wheelchair said softly.
Don't think too much. The two of us don't have the ability to hide in the darkness. If we go, we will only drag those 10 people down. Shingun, are you reading my thoughts again?
The woman in black frowned, not liking this feeling.
No, it's just a guess. Okay, what should we do now? Wait. I can't wait long.
The man in the wheelchair took a slow breath and seemed a little weak. He braced himself and kept looking at the screens in front of him. On the first screen, it was the masked man standing on the street. He knew clearly that this picture was what the masked stranger wanted them to see. If the masked weirdo doesn't want to, the moment he arrives in the town, he can destroy the entire town's electrical facilities and make the members of the tavern blind with a wave of his hand. Outside, in the hall, Frank didn't seem to realize it yet. He is very confident in the protection of 0 Point Tavern.
The masked weirdo really doesn't dare to come in?
Seeing the scene outside, Frank became more confident, thinking that the masked stranger was scared. Therefore, he took the microphone and shouted to the outside even harder.
Hey, masked weirdo. They say you are a person who is not afraid of anything. Why are you even afraid of a tavern branch now?
If you don't have the guts to come in, just turn around and get away. Get away and never come back again in this life. Don't let me look down on you.
Some people's reputation seems to be in inverse proportion to their courage.
After shouting, he felt that his throat was dry and hoarse. So he picked up a glass of red wine to moisten his throat. After half a glass of wine, the dryness and sweetness of the red wine exploded in your mouth. Comfortable, Frank sighed. After killing the masked stranger, he must come to the tavern more often. The drinks here are indeed extraordinary. Then, he coughed a few times, picked up the phone, and shouted triumphantly.
Masked stranger, I'm right here. Come in. I'm already in.
A cold voice suddenly exploded in his ears, scaring him to the point of death. Frank shuddered and his eyes widened, and he saw all the tavern members in front of him staring at him, or staring behind him, with a look of fear or shock on everyone's face. Behind him,